so much thriving that we could take out of yesterday. And we're moving into our second day of this convergence. And I just really want to thank all of our speakers and all of our community that come together to share this time and really making a difference on showing us what's capable from one person moving into community, one person moving into community. And I invite us all to take a moment to come fully into ourselves, into our soma, into our spirit, into our hearts wide open for today, and into the vision of already being on a thriving planet, already being on a thriving planet B. And you may close your eyes for a moment while you come fully into your breath, maybe feeling your feet rooted deeply into the earth, through the floor. Maybe you're on the earth barefoot. As Meryl said, is such a deep opening for our connection to this thriving earth. As I read these words, on Mother Earth we thrive, to her beauty we bow, barefoot and pregnant with possibilities. Through our souls, we remember our soul, quiet, quieter still. As spring birds lift her throat in praise, and black-eyed junco through the garden, feasting on the aphids, leaving harvest for us. Nature's holy web, nothing wasted, everything offered. The elk strides beside us, strength. The crow cries overhead, courage. So we call to the angels of earth and water as sunlight dances on our fingertips. Our community presses seeds into soil, bathed first in our saliva, a tender, ancient remembering of what our bodies need. Victory gardens bloom with truth. Wild spaces return to peace. Gardens root in faith. A prayer, ancient as hands and humus. The ancestors call us. They call us back to our love. Their voices rise through roots and branches, whispering forgiveness so that we may open to deeper creative love, scattering infinite trees and seeds. We wildcraft medicine, dandelion for courage, purslane for resilience, berries for the strength to carry on. And as above, so below, we wildly let go. Circles echo everywhere. The dew laced upon the spider web, the spirals of microbial magic beneath our feet, within our bellies, healthy microbes lighting up our minds. Harvest upon harvest, heaven touched earth. And just for a breath, we forgot about war, the crash, the trees falling, the killing floors, and the endless hunger for more. It was gone. For what was all that oppression for? So now here we stand on earth in grace. To her peace we bow, love seated, love growing, love harvest, wisdom thriving in the presence of our assimilating love. Take another deep breath as we enter planet B for another day. And two more for the people around you, breathing together for each other. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you, Tammy. That was beautiful. What a beautiful way to start out the day, to really connect with our souls and to hear that guided wisdom. I know sometimes it can be hard, so I really appreciate your radiant light, Tammy. All right, everyone. Well, I want to welcome you to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the People, Thriving on Planet B. I'm Mariquita Solis, your MC. So now we are joined by world-renowned nutritionist Visanto Molina, integrative healer Milani Jane, sacred nourish advocate Tammy Hay, and systems engineer turned climate solutionary, Dr. Silas Rao, in this powerful panel discussion that challenges outdated dietary models and invites a revolutionary shift in how we nourish ourselves and our planet. Plant-powered earth guts, rethinking nutrition on a thriving planet.
Oh, and also Manali. Manali, hello. Manali's here as a nutritionist as well. So she'll be presenting after Visanto. Thank you. And welcome, everyone.
Visanto, you should be able to share. If
So
not, I'm happy to.
I can start now, should I? All right,
Thank you. Thank you.
just a minute. So I have some slides, so you'll mostly be seeing the slides, not me. And welcome, everyone. What a wonderful event this is. We'll see if I put share screen, it isn't doing anything yet. Let's see. Try it here. I'm not sure what to do.
If you hit share,
It's sharing?
no, if you want, I can share and move it for you.
Oh, that's good. You got it last night?
Yes,
yeah.
I did.
Oh, good. Well, that's the last slide.
Hold on a second.
Yeah. Perfect. Got it. All right. Shall I start?
Yeah.
Okay.
10.
Well, everyone, my interest has been certainly sustainability and dietary choice. I started off being plant-based with being in India, actually, and then gradually got interested in the health aspects and now the sustainability. Next slide. Should I just say next? So when we look at climate change, these are just a few photos of things that have happened, for example, in Texas, the tragedies, the flooding in Florida, the British Columbia, where my children had to be evacuated because of fire, my son and my daughter, and for 3 weeks they were evacuated, and 300 houses around them were demolished by fire. Theirs weren't, fortunately. In Pakistan, where we've just had more than 120 people drown with the flooding that happened, and there's intermittent drought and flooding. So when you think yourself, were you or was anyone you know affected by climate change in recent years? If you want, you can put something about that in chats or respond. So what we find with the United Nations, when they look at the hopes from the Paris Agreement and from 2016, that we hope to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, and that's above the pre-industrial average temperature between 1850 and 1900. So we're on to the next, sorry. if we can manage to limit the global warming, then we hope to have well-being, low poverty, ecosystem health, equity, justice, a good world. And if we fail, and in some places it's looking rather unlikely that we can do that, we'll have the opposite: widespread vulnerability, poverty, and tragedies. And we're already seeing these tragedies. Next. So one of the real leaders that has been working in this area, Joseph Poor, collaborating with Thomas Nemesek of Switzerland, they did an interesting thing, consolidating food production data from 38,700 farms and 1,600 processors right from the beginning, from the start of food production, getting fertilizer, the transport, right through to the finishing, packaging. And their meticulous research led to averages for about 40 different categories of food and 5 indicators of climate change. Next. And the 5 indicators were greenhouse gas emissions, which 26% in their view, and later Lancet said it's up to 30%, is from agriculture. And land use, half of the habitable land is for agriculture, and most of that for animal production. Water use is 78% for agriculture, and this is causing tragedies in scarce water regions. Water pollution, mostly from agriculture again, and acidifying emissions. So we see, for example, the water pollution and the manure, the production from animals in North America of manure is 6,000 pounds of manure per North American, child, adult, all ages, 6,000 pounds per person. Next. So, first of all, when we look at the CO2 emissions, here's a slide just showing 1960 to 2020, and we see how the CO2 emissions are going, that they're higher than ever before. Next. So if we go to Joseph Poor and Nemesek's work and look at the greenhouse gas emissions per kilogram of food, we see, for example, comparing here from beef herd. So they've got these different categories of food, and the red lines are for animal flesh products. The yellow line is for other animal products like cheese, eggs, and milk. And the green are for plant foods. And when we compare the greenhouse gas emissions, this is per kilogram of food, comparing beef herd with tofu, we see that the beef greenhouse gas emissions are 31 times more than that from tofu and 55 times more than that from pulses. Legumes is another word for pulses, but they were British, so they used the word pulses. And poultry's triple tofu as well. Next. Sometimes the people working in the agriculture industry promote that grass-fed beef is more environmentally desirable because there's some sequestration of soil carbon. But the proceeds of National Academy of Science this March put out a paper showing that even under the optimal rangeland sequestration, the grass-fed beef is not less carbon intensive than the industrial beef production, and certainly way more than the plant alternatives. Next. If we look at water pollution, we find again the very similar picture. The beef herd is over 50 times as much water pollution as tofu, and poultry 8 times as much. You'll see there's also a dairy herd. So there's somewhere. Oh, dairy herd's at the top here. for water pollution. So they separate beef herd and dairy herd. So even though milk is lower down, the dairy herd is causing significant amounts of water pollution. Next. Acidifying emissions. So we mentioned how much manure there was, and this is seeping into the land. And again, we find very, very high effects from the cattle, from dairy, from beef, and much higher than tofu. Next slide. And land use is very high. I think a couple ago, I didn't mention that cheese ended up being very high for water production, for water use. Land use, cheese is up pretty high too. So we've got these slides in our plant-powered protein book, which I did with Brenda Davis and also her son, Corey Davis, who's an environmentalist and government agrologist. And they're also on a good website. The website's shown here. Oh, here we are with the water use. ourworldindata.org. They've interestingly put it so that you can change and look at the environmental impacts per 100 grams of protein. Here we're showing it per kilogram of food. And so anyway, there's different ways you can look at these, but the facts certainly come out time after time that the animal production on all these 5 measures of impact on climate change, they're all so much higher on the food. So next, scientists and international organizations are linking now, beginning to anyway, what we put on our forks, both with planetary health and human health. Next. So if we look at the different governments and what they're saying, they're certainly beginning to think about this. You'll notice one country's missing from this list so far, but the countries that have got this nutritional guidance, Brazil, Canada, China, Denmark, Estonia, Germany, Netherlands, Qatar, Taiwan, are all mentioning how important it is to shift our diets in the direction of plant foods. And the most recent Lancet countdown has suggested that food systems account for up to 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And remember with Pura Nemeset, they said 26%. So these numbers have certainly been in the ballpark. The consumption of red meat and dairy, which contributed to 11.2 million deaths due to unhealthy diets, have also led to an increase in greenhouse gas emissions since 2016. Next. So people always wonder about protein. And, they think, of course, protein as the different animal products. And we need about 10 to 15% of our calories from protein. So from which of these food groups do you think we get protein and what percentage calories? So next, the veggie meats and also the legumes from the whole foods perspective, and particularly soybeans, are all right in the range of the animal products for their delivery of calories from protein. Actually, the animal products, we think of them sometimes as protein foods, but they could actually be considered fat foods because what isn't protein is generally fat. So there are other foods that do deliver protein as well in the plant realm. The vegetables are pretty good suppliers, especially the leafy greens. Grains supply a huge amount of the world's protein. And there are some plant foods that provide less protein, but they all do provide some. The one group that's kind of low is the fruits. If you click, you'll see that's the one that's kind of on the low side. Of course, it provides a lot of protective substances. Next. So a way to look at how to eat, like your whole pattern, this vegan plate shows a day's intake. And you can see that approximately half the page is vegetables and fruits, and there are legumes, about a quarter of the page, a segment of nuts and seeds. So we end up getting all the nutrients we need. And then grains can be optional. People who exercise a lot might be higher in this category. People who are lower, want to lose weight, could be lower in the grains. Then the other essentials for vegans, B12, D, iodine. And these are in our books, Becoming Vegan and Plant Powered, which is a text actually in 3 countries, and plantpoweredprotein.com. That one reached #1 on Amazon for sustainability. We were really pleased with how it's done. And the details about the food guide are all on the website link that's here. So next, the health benefits of legumes. So these are really important to promote a healthy gut microbiota, support digestive health, lower our LDL, stabilize blood glucose. They really help you feel satisfied and provide iron, zinc, and other nutrients. Next. So we find that the legumes have a number of features that are very health related. Lower body fat, they're common in the blue zones, and they were the one statistically significant indicator of longevity, the legume intake. This was one that when I was listening to that excellent presentation from Portugal yesterday, I thought of this, but this is an ad in Dietitians of Canada's weekly newsletter. It's been on for about 2 months every week, and it's just shocking to me that their dietitians national newsletter for dietitians is promoting pork here, which is a class 1 carcinogen when it's made into bacon, ham, sausage. It's just shocking to me. Anyway, that was just a kind of horrifying to me presentation. Thank you. Next slide. Then if we just go through the day, I won't spend a lot of time on this, but we have so many excellent other options than bacon and eggs for breakfast. And here are just some of them shown. The soy milks, I'm so grateful for the companies that are coming out, even with processed foods that are vegan, because they help people make the transition. And that's one of our books, Cooking Vegan. Next slide. Lunch and supper. Of course, we've got so many different options here. And again, using the legumes in all different ways that people have figured out around the world. Really, really tasty. Next. And you've had some good features about food on this series. Nutritious snacks. The platter there has Miyoko's cashew cheeses, but there's all kinds of good cashew cheeses coming. The little squares here, the tofu cubes, I really enjoy those. That was in our plant-powered protein book. And then hummus, I found when my kids were growing up, we'd just put that out on the table after they got home from school, different hummus and crackers and veggies, and they'd eat all this healthy stuff. Even desserts can be very nutritious. These chocolate surprise cookies actually have black beans in them. The cookies next to them have different seeds. So we can be really healthy with our choices. And athletes can get significant amounts of protein from granola, tofu, edamame, and these kind of cookies. Next slide. So in summary, to preserve life for future generations, this is really a good dietary choice. Thank you. And that's the end of the slides that I have.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Basanto. You come with such a rich wealth of knowledge and gifts for all of us. And thank you for your books. I'm sure they've changed many, 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 many
It
lives.
seems we've come to 1 million books in English this year.
Wow.
Yeah, I know it's happening. And I live in what I call Vancouver.
Vancouver, yes.
We have like 6 Chinese vegan restaurants and 70, yeah, just Chinese ones. There are just so many. It's really, so I'm quite encouraged when I go around and see how things are changing, even though there's a lot of things to discourage us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have Manali Jain from Goodness Haven. Thank you, Manali, for being here. You're in India right now, is that correct?
Yes, I'm in India, and thank you so much, Tammy, for introducing me, and thank you, Dr. Shailesh Rao, Climate Healers, VCOP 22, the whole team, for doing this. I think we need to talk about this, and people need to know about this. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So yes, hello everyone. I am very excited for the people who get to attend this, and I'm very grateful as a panelist to give my insights about this topic. I'm Monali, a certified plant-based nutritionist, a health food business owner, and founder of a conscious community that's deeply focused on sustainability and conscious living. And I'd love to start with a question. What if the most powerful vote we cast each day isn't at the ballot box, but on our plate? What we choose to eat isn't just personal, it's planetary. It's about health, ecosystems, and the future that we are shaping. Like many, my journey started with my own health. I faced malnutrition, weak immunity, skin issues, gut issues, terrible relationship with food, and kept asking, why does the solution always come in pills and restrictions? That curiosity led me to research, to experiment with whole food plant-based foods, and to eventually certify as a nutritionist on it. What changed? My energy, my immunity, my skin, and my relationship with food. I wasn't just eating differently, I was living with intention. I realized that food isn't just fuel, it's information. It tells your cell what to do, heal or inflame, nourish or deplete. In my work today, I help people reclaim their health with food. I work with people who have high BP, high cholesterol, diabetes, hormonal issues, poor gut health, or who are simply feeling stuck. And almost every time, I've seen remarkable changes. Not through extreme dieting, but by shifting the foundation to plant-based whole foods. Here are a few of my cases. One of my clients, a 64-year-old lady, came to me with multiple health issues: thyroid, heart disease, gut issues, somatic trauma, poor muscles, and whatnot. With clean plant-based plan, no gluten, no sugar, no oil, and natural supplements, her health started to improve slowly but steadily. She now eats more mindfully, and after 4 months of consultation, I heard her genuinely laugh her heart out, which she thought would never happen. When the body gets the right information, it begins to repair itself. Another client of mine came to me in her early 30s, and she came in absolutely dejected. She had been diagnosed with prediabetes, high cholesterol, and couldn't believe it. She thought she was too young for this. Over a 3-month lifestyle consultation, we didn't just talk about food, we rebuilt her habits from foundation up. Her grocery list changed with more mindful cooking and personalized nutritional upgrades based on her lifestyle and mental state. And the result? She was able to reverse both conditions completely. And more importantly, her energy improved, her mental health improved, and she started performing better in her workouts. These stories are not rare anymore because what we feed the body today is what it recognizes as natural and nourishing. Healing is inevitable. Food is medicine, not a cliche. And the beauty of plant-based eating is that it's abundant. You eat more, not less. You eat color, texture, variety. It's not a trend, it's a return to what our ancestors intuitively knew. But it doesn't stop at health. Once I started seeing my plate differently, I started seeing the world differently. Animal agriculture is one of the leading causes of deforestation, species extinction, and water pollution. But it's not just about carbon emissions, it's about compassion. The suffering we disconnect from on factory farms is unnatural. We are raised to love animals, not eat them. That contradiction breaks when you start living aligned with your values. And I realized my health, animal welfare, and the planet's healing were not separate, they were the same story. In fact, some of our oldest Indian traditions, like Jainism, Ayurveda, have always emphasized harmony with nature, non-violence, and food as medicine. We just need to remember that. That's why I didn't stop at theory. I co-founded a plant-based cloud kitchen in my hometown, Jaipur, to focus on clean, preservative-free dairy alternatives like milk, tofu, curd, and more. We supply to homes, businesses, and many more. I host health meets and nutritional workshops. We hold pop-ups at events where we serve 100% plant-based food, which are healing and exciting. I also run an online nutrition practice where I guide people towards sustainable, healthy living without making it overwhelming. Because I believe health shouldn't be a privilege, it should be an option on every street, in every home, and in every lunchbox. And that's the mission behind my work and my community, a space where people don't just learn but belong. We host theme-based potlucks centered on seasonal ingredients, festival wellness, or gut health, where members share homemade food and connect on various topics about sustainability. We collaborate with plant-based and plant-forward cafes, brands, and create events where people experience conscious food and holistic wellness in real life. We invite experts like yoga teachers, gym coaches, pranic healers to guide members in both body and energy healing because health isn't only about diet, it's about wholeness. 2 years ago, I also curated and hosted Jaipur's first ever vegan market, bringing together local and pan India plant based brands under one roof. It was a celebration of conscious consumptions, and it showed what's possible when we lead with intention. So, what can you do today if this feels new or overwhelming? Let me share 4 simple ways to begin. Start with one plant based meal a day, make it colorful, make it homemade, and make it wholesome. Switch your milk. It's a small change with a huge impact for your health and the planet. Read food labels. If it sounds like a chemical, it probably doesn't belong in your body. Ask, where did this food come from? Who made it? And how far did it travel to get to me? Healing doesn't begin in hospitals, it begins in your own kitchen, in small daily decisions. I'll leave you with this. When we heal ourselves, we heal the earth. When we eat compassionately, we live compassionately. When we remember the sacred connection between food, nature, animals, and our bodies, we don't just survive, we thrive. Thank you for sharing this space with me today. I'd love to stay in touch. Feel free to connect with me through Instagram at monalijain_nutritionist, and let's keep growing this movement together. And I'm very grateful to be part of this energy and this beautiful panel team.
Thank you, Manali. You are such a delight. And it's so easy to feel your passion for helping people. And it really is very deep when it comes out of somewhere within where you healed yourself. You're able to heal yourself, find the answers for health. So thank you so much for being here. And
thank you so much, Tammy.
Thank you. And I know it's late in India, but hopefully you'll be able to stay for a couple more presentations. Thank you. Thank you, Sailesh, for, I'll just let you take care of loading my PowerPoint for me. So
Okay, sure.
I'm not going to get, thank you everyone again for being here and accessing our sacred nutrition. So my presentation is, I just recently wrote a book with my partner called The Essence of Sacred Relationship, thriving, in a world where we are living in compassionate service and divine union. And when we spiral into deep nourishment, we thrive. But nourishment is more than food. Food is a reciprocal energy of our connection with the sacred. Okay, Sailesh. So the spiral way. Deep nourishment is not a destination. It's a spiral in return from the earth to our earth guts and beyond. Sometimes we can be really hard on ourselves and it doesn't feel very sacred. Sometimes we fall from grace. Sometimes we fall from what we already know to be true. And then we circle back in and we circle through the layers of embodying, which come on many different layers, emotion and remembrance. And at the center is the self. And Dr. Mystery talked a little bit about that yesterday, that deep self-love is really required for us to move beyond. And he said, not with ego, but with the essence, the informed essence of our sacred relationship with all thriving life. So as we do that, as we become more connected to that spiral and go back in, as Spiral Dynamics talks about, we go back in to clean up, not because we're falling from grace. And maybe we clean up a little bit deeper. And we build a deeper relationship that we are part of all life. We're not the way of the ancestors and the indigenous people is we don't go out to earth to connect, but we are earth. And we spiral out to receive and give spirals to clean up and to recollect and to recollect. So the overview of this is that the deepest part of nutrition, deep sacred nutrition, is presence. When we bring presence, I'm eating really fast. What's going on for me? Can I take a couple breaths and be really present to my food? Can I feel the sensation of the food? Can I feel a remembrance that I actually belong here at this time because I was born? And can I reclaim that? Can I reclaim my essence to be here without all the noise, without all the external noise? And then through that essence, I connect deeper in. I spiral out to connect deeper in and to allowing. It's not necessarily what we are eating, it's what we're assimilating. And I was thinking that we're all here assimilating more love. We're all here assimilating more life. So when we spiral inward, we do not collapse, we deepen. Thank you. So presence, sacred thoughts thriving instead of surviving begins with connection, breath, soil, water. Returning to the now, anchoring in the present is our most nourishing practice. It invites creative calm and inspiration. And grounding practices like hydration, we're 99% molecularly water. We really want to be a flowing river and not a stagnant pond. So we do that through hydration, through breath. We move lymph through our breath. We move lymph through hydration. We move our blood. We move our essence. We move through every organ, and then we take that and we move it into stillness at times throughout our day so that we can touch in deeper and ask, am I deeply listening to myself right now? Because it's really difficult to be sacred with our nourishment in every way if we don't tap into ourselves throughout the day. Thank you. So sensation. A lot of people in general live in our heads. We live in our heads, and that's a great place to be in certain times. But if we can connect that with the sensation, the soma of our body, I've been a healing practitioner of body work for 26 years. And I often will be working with someone and they'll be nice and calm. And then all of a sudden their body starts to tense. And I ask them if they start thinking. And then I bring them to the awareness that our thoughts, even just random thoughts, do not create a relaxed soma. So we want to keep ourselves in our awareness so that we can be relaxed in the world. It's our birthright. It's our birthright to be okay to be here right now, to bring in that deep nourishment of being okay to be here right now. And then we're able to notice cravings and numbness and tightness and just go back and connect with the Great Mother. We forage, we frolic, we rewild. Anybody that spends any time with me and in a physical sense knows that that's what I do all the time. And today I was foraging in the river valley, some Saskatoons, there's Saskatoons everywhere, some dandelion. A little tip, I could take all of this stuff right now and make an infused water for my morning drink. I would take these Saskatoons, a great big bunch of dandelions, some clovers, these are onions, but clovers. I have some sprouted mung beans. It's really easy to just soak seeds overnight and just drain them for a couple of days, and all of a sudden you have some. And I have a couple of rose petals. Roses are the most ancient flower, and they actually provide a lot of ancient knowledge for us. So we can take a little bit of wild stuff, mix it with 3 cups of water, some purified water, blend it and drink it. And we get all that ancient knowledge, that deeper connection. Thanks, Saraj. So remembrance. One of the ways I remember my inner child is I paint. And when I allow nourishment, I begin to witness. And to witness myself means I'm able to witness other people. And I can return to that child energy. You know, we all love being with children because they remember. They still remember how to be here. They dance, they share emotion, they share insight. But to also honor your soft, broken heart at times, we need to honor that, because if we tighten to that, it's really deep. It's really difficult to nourish ourselves. And to ask, what did I once know that I now need to reclaim? Thank you. So here's another painting I did when I was with my beloved partner. And reclaiming ourselves means that we become our own sacred containers. And as Sailesh always says, we need discipline to do that. We need discipline to say, this is who I am now, but we also need a constant upgrade. The upgrade is, I am here as this person. When I sometimes do somatic work with some of the practitioners I've worked with, they say, does your child know how old you are now? It's like, oh yeah, right. I got this. So, and ask, where have I abandoned myself? Addicted myself? To me, they're the same. And simply return to that loving, tender nourishment. And on planet B, it's a place where we thrive. It's a place where we thrive because we're always regenerating. The body is the greatest self-healing machine on the planet. And I have a woman living with me right now, and she did a 7-day green juice fast. And she said, her pain that she's had for 7 years was reduced less than half in 7 days. So the body really wants us to reclaim it, to recare. Okay, thanks. It's my granddaughter. We were nourishing ourselves at a mountain lake. And we're fed through the web. We connect with the earth and our gardens and the elders. Sometimes we forget that we're part of the elder community and the ancients. They're all before us. Sometimes I'm wondering, is this from this lifetime that I'm over-identifying with? Is it? It might be. And then to just let it go with our next breath. And the kinship as nourishment, to bring food to the people. We've seen that yesterday. How many people are bringing food to the people, to the children? Meryl was very passionate about her work. Samantha's bringing it. She never gave up. Her message is don't give up. Don't give up. Just keep moving ahead and don't believe that anything's impossible. So how am I in relationship to the whole? It's a beautiful question, because in order to be in a relationship with the whole, we reconnect constantly throughout the day. It's not a one-time thing. And then we can just breathe in a little deeper into that center. And this beautiful girl that's sitting on this log is my remembrance of my son who passed a few years ago and gifted me with this little girl. Thank you. And then love. Love that does not drain us, but sustains us. And self-love is a service to the whole. So we're actually responsible to love ourselves so that we can be of service to the whole authentically. And then we can bring it out to the self and all beings and sacred and the sacred other. You know, we're in sacred relationship. And ask, can I love from a place of knowing I am always loved and being fed? So I remember some of my teachers saying, you might not get back from that person what you're giving. It's not about that. It's about knowing that the great mother, that us as walking conduits between heaven and earth are always nourished from heaven and earth. We're always nourished. So if there's a human in front of us that we don't feel very nurtured by, that's okay, because we're always nurtured. We're always being fed. And being so healed that one day we will fall to our knees and ask, how may I love you better? Okay. And then the return to the center. And at the center of the spiral is not nothing, it's everything. And I return to self more whole, more gentle, more powerful. This is the sacred relationship with self. And then I can ask, what would it feel like today if I knew I was enough simply because I was born on purpose? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for our presenters. And the integrative practices for me are meditation. So meditation in all forms, being really present to my eating, being really present to my walking. And mindful mastication, it's really a big deal. The more you chew your food, the more you absorb it, the less food you'll actually need. And deep hydration, we can never say enough about that. Zach Bush in his teachings, when I studied with him, said that most people are dehydrated. Movement, we're made to move. Children will always teach us that. And meaning, knowing that we do really matter. So where am I in the unwinding spiral today? And love only food, drink, and thoughts that love you back. And then share your sacred M's in this reciprocity. Thank you. And we have just a little bit more time. Do we, Sailesh? Can you just share a little bit on nutrition? Sailesh is part of this panel, but we kind of went over and we want to leave at least a couple of minutes for questions.
Yeah, briefly, I wanted to just say that, if you have talked from the heart. Everyone has done that. And Vasanto spoke from data. And I'm going to tell you from a systems perspective. From a systems perspective, Planet B, we need to create a food system that's designed for nourishing us with the minimum amount of resources that we need to nourish us. And that's clearly a plant-based food system that will do that. And that would release so much land back to nature for rewilding. And because today we have a food system that's not about nourishing us, it's really about making money for a few people. So there are a lot of people who are eating animal foods who are getting sick and dying as a result of that. And then as a result, people are going hungry at the other end. And that hunger drives them to go work in slaughterhouses and in fishing industries as literally slave labor in order to kill a trillion animals a year so that the people who are eating the animals get sick. So it's a three-way loop that we have created that's destructive of the planet, destructive of our health, destructive of everybody. And all it serves is money for the pharmaceutical industry, money for the profit makers of the animal agriculture industry. It's just a few people who are really literally making money off of this. And it's all because we have created an economic system where you have to work to live. You know, I mean, you have to work in order to even eat. So we have made it normal to ask people, how do you make a living? I make a living because I'm alive. You know, that's where it should be. Our Creator gave us this life so that we can live. Anyway, that's what I wanted to add. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We have time for a couple questions, Danny, if there's any in the chat or if anybody has any comments.
Okay, so we do have two from Brittany. The first one is for, I believe, Vincenzo. I wonder why there's a focus on legumes, excuse me, for providing nourishment when transitioning away from animal products, if it's a top allergen, at least soy, but legumes in general. When they're, oh boy, here we go.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and when there's many other foods that aren't as much like pseudo grains. Got it? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it totally makes sense. And certainly it is one of the top 8 allergens, along with, of course, eggs and dairy and fish and seafood. Yeah. So soy is. And the legumes can be problematic. So first of all, sometimes when I'm working with individuals, I worked even at a raw food chef school for a couple of years, one in Fort Bragg, California. And we had to figure out ways to get the protein up high enough. So the legumes, which there are 20 different kinds that humans normally eat, like really a lot, they can deliver the protein so easily and in such delicious ways. But there's other ways to do it. For example, hemp seeds have about a very high protein intake. I mentioned you want 10 to 15% of our calories from protein, but hemp seeds are like around 29% of the calories from protein. So it certainly can be done with the seeds. Sometimes it's a little bit more tricky, but I've often worked with people about their individual things. The other thing, and this was kind of fun, I was at a conference where what's his name? Oh, the fiber fuel, Will Bulsiewicz was speaking. And I had been saying to people, you don't need to start with very many legumes if you're just switching, just half a cup or something and use the small ones like lentils. He said, start with one chickpea. For some people are having trouble with it. So he just helped me really see differently about making this transition. Because some people, start with their little can of kidney beans and it wasn't maybe that well cooked in the first place. And then they go, yikes, I can't do beans, because I'm driving all my friends away. And, so anyway, there are plenty of options, but it's good for people to know the wide range of legumes possible. And also that they don't have to pick that because certainly it is an allergen and we can find plenty of other alternatives. So I hope that helps about legumes.
Thank
And
you.
Santo, also I find really soaking and sprouting them makes
Yes.
huge difference. Like it's like night and day for people, soaking and sprouting. And even if you cook them after, even if you're not eating them raw, they'd still digest way differently for most people.
That's right. I found with the sprouting, like if you can do that with the small ones, the lentils, the mung beans, and so on. But to build up the protein to as high an amount as the recommended intakes was a bit tricky because your little bit of mung beans fills a whole jar pretty soon. But yeah, but it's definitely we find ways to do it. I think Manali, yeah, India was such a teacher for me about legumes.
Yes, totally. I was definitely gonna say that sprouting and soaking it makes it more bioavailable for us to absorb better. And as you also said that, it's all about managing your plate. So every meal, the way you pair your protein, the way you pair whatever that your body needs more mindfully, you will be able to get everything you need and be healed from it. So you wouldn't have to count everything in because your body will tell you what you need. So yeah, it's very beautifully explained by you, Vasanto, for sure.
Mhm. I see Dr. Mystery has his hand up. Still muted.
Yeah.
Question for Vasanto. It's always interesting to see impacts of different foods, environmental impacts of different foods.
Yeah.
I'm always intrigued to see how we split, and I don't know how we split in the analysis you gave, but dairy cattle, cheese, and milk.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, what is the starting material for milk, for instance? Is it just milk and the impact is only from pasteurization? Or what?
Well,
Because it
yeah,
was very cool.
when Nemispoor and Nemisek did that research, they just separated those foods, but you could actually add dairy to the dairy cow impact. He just separated, and it was really interesting what they did. They went right from the beginning. So with milk, they would start when the milk is released. Well, they found, for example, the water use for dairy was huge because they were cleaning out the where the cows live. They were cleaning the cows' teats. They were having to clean the trucks where the milk goes in, and it was really big. But they also separately looked at the impact of the dairy beef, which of course go to slaughter when they're about 6 years old instead of getting to be 18. And but they looked at that impact. They just divided it. Yeah.
Yes. You see, my view here is that dairy beef is a byproduct, and milk is the primary product for which we have dairy.
Yeah.
And so all of the impact should be associated with milk. And I
That's
think,
true.
because that way they can actually get away with showing that, oh, milk doesn't have a great deal of impact.
Aha, good
Yeah.
point. Thank you. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. This was a beautiful panel. I think we're moving on to our next speaker. It's been great. Real honor to be with all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Definitely. Very informative and from the heart. What a blessing. All right. So now we're moving on. And let's see. Let's give it a minute. Let us know in the comments. Well, let us know. Let your friends know to make sure to watch this if they're missing it. And if you're missing some of this, to go back and catch up the replay because this is such important, beautiful information. All right. And so now we are coming back with Krishna Gandhi, and welcome, Krishna. It's good to see you. All right. I think I
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Krishna, do you have any slides for us today?
I do, yes.
Okay. Would you like to try those out before we get started?
Sure.
Okay. Right. Simonix?
Yes, Simonix.
Simonix. All right. Are you ready to go?
Sorry, I was going to wait for something. Was there an intro somewhere?
I'm going to introduce you. I just want to make sure you're good with your slides and ready to
Yes,
go.
I am. Yeah. All good. Thank
Okay.
you.
All
The
right, well, we can
slides,
get
the
started.
slides are not showing right.
Are they not showing still?
No, I see it.
I see it.
We're seeing the whole screen.
We're seeing the notes on, we're seeing the,
Right,
We're seeing the slideshow interface, not just the slides.
right. So it's working. All right.
So we were seeing the slides with the notes, is what you all were saying?
No, it's okay. She had just taken it out of slideshow.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. All right, everyone. Welcome to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Thriving on Planet B. I'm Mariquita Solis, and I'm honored to introduce to you Krishna Gandhi, CEO, founder of Simonix, a leader in neuroscience and ethical innovation. Since 2012, she has been a dedicated advocate for veganism, inspired by the profound realization of systemic animal cruelty and the effects, not only to individual well-being, but to the planet as a whole. Her spiritual journey has deepened her understanding of the environmental and societal challenges that we face today, motivating her to champion choices rooted in compassion, sustainability, with respect to consciousness. Krishna will be presenting on From Brain to Action, How Neuroscience Can Drive Climate Solutions. Krishna Gandhi.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the team for inviting me here. I'm just wondering, can you still see the slides here?
no, not now.
You can't. Okay, good. So, yes, thank you very much for inviting me. It's good to be back here. Speaking with you, Mariquita, and thank you very much, Dr. Rao, for inviting me to speak. I've kind of compiled the talk because I've been extremely busy, but there's lots to get through. So I'll just tell you a little about the Simonix, and I'll start with the slides, which I had there a moment ago. So let me get that together. I have a feeling that it's on auto run, so let me try and hopefully it's not going to mess up. Right. I'm just going to keep it like this if you don't mind, because I don't want it to run away once I put it on to full screen. Can you see that fine? So we're here at VCOP 22, Thriving on Planet B. The company's, my company's called Simonix. It's Simonix because I might clear it up the name, clear the name up. So Psi is from psychology, Monix is from harmonics. And when you put them together, we're looking at the kind of harmonics of Psi ability, psychology. Psi also is like a trident symbol in a physics function called the psi wave function. And the psi wave's function is supposed to capture the state of any particular system at one time. And because you can't really capture consciousness, it's represented as a trident symbol. So Simonix aligns perfectly with climate healers and everything it's about. I've been, as Mariquita mentioned in the opening, that I've been in the activism scene since 2012. The reason that it's been holding out to scale it or even get funding is to actually get it from aligned sources. And I'll explain why that's necessary as well. So in this next slide here is, if you haven't already, there's this link here. And on my YouTube is a presentation from 2013. And this is when I was awarded at JCI Top Young Outstanding Young Persons Award for Science and Technology. And I had given a presentation which spoke about the results that I got in 2009, where we were able to measure the levels of cortisol hormone in saliva from the brain's activity. And this brain activity was captured using a device called the EEG, an encephalogram. And these electrical activities acquired and then analyzed, and we found that just by looking at the medium of the brain waves, we can pick up the levels of the hormones non-invasively in real time. And, had it been any other hormone, maybe I wouldn't quite understand I would have understood its implications. But it happened to be cortisol. And cortisol is the biomarker of stress. So if you stress, you'll release cortisol, but cortisol is also part of our regulatory system. So when we wake up, it spikes because when we're sleeping, it's really low. And then we need that boost of energy to get up out of bed and start our day. So over the day, there's a very typical pattern where it will just spike up. And then as the day goes down, it'll go down. It will reduce until it's very, very low during sleep. And in between, it might spike up when we eat some food or if we're doing some exercise and if we're in threat. So if there's a threat to life, we'll perceive it as a threat and we'll get this spike and we'll then behave in a way that will get us out of that danger. So cortisol is a really important hormone. As part of our regulatory system, it's also linked to production and the distribution of energy in our body and the production of all the other hormones. So it can be linked to the disruption of other pathways and hormonal systems, and then therefore resulting in health issues. So I would say that abnormal levels of stress is a precursor to health issues. So of course, going back to why it was interesting for me is because it has this psychological component to cortisol, to like the physical thing. Like if I actually in this moment stress and I perceive something, I'm going to change and have a material impact on something, that's measurable. And that to me was really exciting, that we can measure something that was intangible, at least got a little bit closer to understanding this intangible space, which is referred to as the mind brain explanatory gap philosophically. So yeah, as far for so the advantages of this innovation or finding is that it can improve our treatment pathways. It's non-invasive, so no pricks, all the things in between, the disposing, the plastics, the labs, the assays, the animal enzymes, the results. Also, it's faster and cheaper, so it saves on all of that. But it's also really, really important for me is that it can and should be used as an alternative way to do neuroscience. And this is why I'm outside the system, because I went to an interview and one of the leading universities for neuroscience, and they asked me about animal lab, and I said, oh, no, I can't do that. Animal rights activist, and they just looked at each other like, what are you doing here? So that was never kind of going to be the way for me in the system, and also the conferences. So all the papers are animal based testings and things like that. I could have got a PhD from a finding that I offered a professor that was based on animals, and I didn't get it from there. I got it from the research that I've been doing for all these years and just proposed it, and it worked. But that's not the way I want to do neuroscience. And this method allows us to find cruelty-free research ways and really innovate the way we do neuroscience in a much more efficient, effective way. So I just spoke about why, being able to see stress in the EEG and measure cortisol is so important, because it gives us that kind of empirical value for, what it is that empirical value of this intangible state. Otherwise, it's subjective reporting or somebody else is reporting for us. It's kind of guesswork, an approximation. But we've got something that we can, pin down, like in terms of a number. And this meant that there's a gap, there's a choice, where my thoughts, the quality, the content, there's a choice there, and that has an impact on the material, physicalism, and this was, having a domino effect then on my biochemistry, my reactions, my actions, my interactions, then my life, and perhaps even the universe. So that was a little step into this mind explanatory gap. because we can now capture this physiological response of a psychological component as well as a normal regulatory function. And the next question after that was, where are the psychological circuits in the brain that result in the changes in the EEG, or that we can even capture in the EEG? And that was a question and a hypothesis I'm not going to directly answer today, but in this slide talk, but the implications and understanding that answer will be used to share a model, which then links to driving climate solutions. Okay, so I just want to get to, because I've never actually spoken about this, and I think it should be, I think everyone should know. One of the factors of our functioning is not just ourselves, our thoughts and environment, but actual interference. So how did I even come across brainwaves? My pursuit started in 1999 and 2000, and it was, I started to look into brain electrical activities, but really it was something I fell into because I was part of a I'd say unconsented trial that was done in Manchester. And this is the paper that's linked to those trials. And they were testing out crowd control technology using non-lethal weapons. And so you can see an arrow at microwave. So there's directed energy weapon systems designed to, change our brain functions. And because it's invisible, it's really difficult to know, right, what's happening, because you feel a certain way, or you think something, you just claim it as your own. You wouldn't think that there's some other source that's interfering in the brain that would be, eliciting these sensations and feelings and thoughts. And so that's basically what had happened. And instead of it working on me, I found out about the way that we work, which I thought was fascinating. So I basically was so fascinated. That's all I've been doing all my life now. But that's the reason why I think it's really important that this is brought out into a trusted environment and structure, and people that are responsible to use it for the right reasons, because this is how we work. This is real science, and this is humanity, and this is this is just the tip of the iceberg of the glass, well, not even the glass, the steel gates that they couldn't get past. We didn't even know that it was possible to get past it. So there's a paper so that one was from Amiga Research Foundations. They were subcontracted out, and this is on the European Union Commission, because they're the ones that commissioned the Amiga Research Foundation to do it. But it's the people who do the research, it's very common, very known about. But as you say, as it says here, highly classified programs and hard data is difficult to access. So it's not something that's openly known about, but this is an unclassified document, the one that I'll be sharing here. So this is a paper, and this is what they were looking at: crowd control. Again, so it's called crowd behavior, crowd control, and the use of non-lethal weapons. So here they're looking at crowd and mass behavior. And they're looking at the structure of it. And so you've got identity, leadership, cohesiveness, communication, and decisions. So they've analyzed crowds in like riots, or people who are standing up for, their rights, or maybe us animal rights activists or climate healers and things like that. But yeah, so they're looking, really analyzing the groups, and then you have these different layers, and the study goes into showing us how these can be exploited to bring it into control, for political control. So identity being one of them, and it's really important to have identity, because then you have your purpose, you have your values, and that gives you, an existence. It gives us something to something that we're anchored and committed to. It's very, very important, this identity base foundation, and it's been applied correctly to the crowd for the mass behavior. And then you have leadership, and leadership's great if if the group respects the leadership, and that can be infiltrated if if there's some disorganization being created, and then there's cohesiveness, and then again that also can be tactically disturbed by disrupting communications. Again, communications that can call, that could keep the group together, but also can bring the crowd apart. You can get threats and internal stresses and disrupt communication, and that can kind of disperse the cohesiveness and the group moving forward for whatever their goal is. And then you've got your decisions. So this impacts the direction, the goals, and the outcomes. So this is basically, if you have a goal and you have a decision and everyone works to the goal, we're able to achieve it. But if the communications are disturbed and disrupted, then it creates negative emotional response. And this is how commanders can positively influence the decision maker and do it in a non-confrontational way. I mean, the art really is to get people to do it through self-triggering, and this is what's been happening. And because we're not able to identify where that disruption interference is coming from. So it's incredibly genius, but it's just the wrong use case. Like, we could be doing so many better things with that knowledge. So here now, so that was a crowd, and now we have the unit. So the unit means that each individual person of the crowd, each member of the planet, of our society, community, here they broke it down, right, with motivation, confidence, stress, focus, and emotions. So the foundation here is that there's motivation, and there's the individual's ability to be committed to the crowd, and that's where their motivation comes from. And so even they can kind of push over the line, even if they're tired or they're stressed out, but they've got that motivation because they've got this goal from the group that they identify to. This is really, really important to understand how that would work. But this is when we're looking at the unit to the crowd. And that's why that crowd might work really well, because there's some identity and values linked there. And that then brings the confidence. Stress is stress is huge. I mean, it's a massive layer and a crucial layer, which is exploited. And so, this is how people respond to a stimuli, and it can be, and so if the commanders want to break up a crowd, they can do something that, creates stress for the people that are in the crowd, or coming together for some reason or another, just to weaken the movement. And then there's the ability to focus on those things. And so we can get that accomplished. I'm talking about it in terms of activism, and trying to bring about a change. So whether it's a negative group or a positive group, it's all kind of analyzed in the same way, because the agenda is political control, and no disruption to that power system. And then there's emotion. So then we have how people feel. So it's another driving part, and if something threatens the ego, physically, or just in terms of physically, or even just psychologically, there's that way to control the behavior and herd people, and break up the riots in the crowd. So this is just a study of how people, units, the stack that we're made up of, done, and this analysis is done for crowd control and political control, which I think is brilliant. I think it's fine. This is information of how we work. But this is in the way that we are in the system. And what we notice here is that the foundation here is motivation. So I propose a model of how this system that we're in has exploited this model, or how it's been exploitable, so that it's perpetuated in a kind of selfish behavior. And what that is that that unit in which that these layers that in which we're made up of, according to the study. I might maybe put a few things the other way around, but according to the study, is not based on a foundation of identity. And this is a problem. See, the why the crowd was useful is because there was an identity in which they got their values and purpose, and they could drive that goal for as long as that identity remained. And they were aligned with that identity. But a unit in society, on the planet, what's our identity? And so in the system at the moment at large, there's this disconnect between who we are and our identity. And so what happens, we have this loop, this kind of feedback loop that self-triggering and self-perpetuating. And so what happens is that we've got this fear-based sense, because the identity is based on what's defined by the system. And that's, a psychological rewards or validations, comforts, and things that, we end up getting addicted to. And the responsibilities that we take up for approval, for validation, and that gives us a sense of identity when we are in a society living, and everyone lives like that, and we feel a sense of we feel that's what gives us something. But those values are defined by the system, and everybody is living by it, and that is externally based. And so we're having to depend on external validations for our identity, and we're constantly living to get that validation. And so the base ends up becoming fear and stress. So this is then this whole model then is exploited, where fear becomes the foundational, and it loops in this way, where it goes from fear and then the motivation to act, and then it'll go back up, and then you've got your emotions, you've got your behavior. So you've got certain kind of behaviors that you move out of this stress area and into a comfortable area. And so we can, we have these issues with post-traumatic stress disorder, where it bypasses a lot of the reasoning, rationality, thinking, because it's a person might be triggered, and then they want to run away from that sensation and emotion and go straight into a safe space. Now there are gradients of how that works, and of course post-traumatic stress disorder, OCD, it's like on on a scale. But what we've done is we've normalized a model. We've normalized this model, and then rewarded it for those that are living and acquiring according to the system, even though it's not rational at all. So that would be consuming more than above, consuming food through violence, consuming fashion through violence, consuming and hoarding. Now this is actually completely irrational. There's no rationality about it at all, but the system rewards it, and so therefore that this model is normalized, and hasn't really been understood as a mental health issue, which I think the normalization of that psychology is actually a mental health issue, because this is a model that is being able to be herded and exploited without any real consent by the self, and a thorough rationality applied before committing to the action. Of course, habit is useful. Emotions are useful because they're shortcuts to any reaction or knowing something or responding. We need to be able to respond out of danger very quickly. They're useful, but there's other things that we haven't consented to from a young age. So people who do consume irrationally, what we know to be irrational, speaking to somebody who was explaining to me about hunting, and I would be quick to judge that, and I was, but they explained that they had that's all they knew, that's what was normal to them, and that's how they were brought up, and they didn't think anything different. So the brain has been wired and constructed that way, and what they believe is is based on what they think is right, and that becomes habits in the way of working. Until there's a debate and confrontation, and then there's information that's then processed. But then again, the fear system comes in, the psychological system that comes in, and for ego survival, that's triggered as a false sense of threat, takes over and consumes the brain and doesn't allow any rationality, because it's a sense of threat, and that everyone's doing that at every kind of level. So some of us less than others, but to break out of the habits, even if I tell myself I don't want to eat food for 2 days, I've agreed it, I've consented it, and I'd still have a challenging time to tame myself. So that becomes an inner battle. And so a lot of these friction is not just external, but also internal. So that's a kind of systemic issue that we have, because we have an issue with identity in the system. And I think for a long time, even the mind has been ignored as being a real thing. It's, people, in neuroscience, it's just wasn't even considered a thing. People didn't want to talk about it, even in neuroscience. It's mainly just brain, and what the brain can do, and the hard material stuff. And that it's that the brain dictating the mind, and that this sense of reality is a product of the hardware, which is the brain. So that's been the kind of, what I'd say, natural reason for this exploitation, this exploitory, perpetuated psychology of each unit. But then there's also, so here, this is where information goes in at the bottom. If you see this, you can see my cursor, and then it goes into the body, processed by the brain. Then we have this experience of reality through the mind interface. We can pick up the signals, we can see what's happening, and it would have a cascading effect onto the biochemistry. And then there's feedback systems that will come back again, so that will impact the body again back into the mind, or the mind will feel different, have that experience in the mind of feeling different, and there'll be feedback mechanisms, and they'll change in the behavior on the body. So that's that model. But then we have this other way, which we're talking about, the non-lethal weapons, where that information is a direct brain interference. And this direct brain interference means it doesn't come through the normal way, which is through the senses and through the body into the brain, but through energy weapons. And so if we don't know ourselves, we won't be able to discern between what is our emotion, what are our thoughts. There would be no idea about it. And I think in that way, that's what's so genius, and therefore it's called self-triggering control. So just so that's known about, because I mean, this was in 1999, 2000 publication. And so when we want to think about the world, we might want to think about that kind of things going on maybe a potential scale level. So here we have these, since we have these normalized ways of behaving, which is, as I'm saying, I think a mental health issue. That's where the normalized mental health issues is kind of considered to be normal, but really still mental health, because there's no rationality or less rationality in there. We have behaviors that come about because there's the pacification, so stem again from this perpetual system of underlying fear. And so we've got consumerism and addiction and compulsive consumption, and it's driven by emotional voids, identity crisis, fuels unsustainable resources use and pollution. Then we have denial and avoidance, so psychological defense mechanisms that always kicks in for like the smallest things. We have this thing like the climate denial or apathy, and then therefore then prevent meaningful action on environmental threats. And then this disconnection from nature into the digital, which, you know, well, maybe, you know, that would add to the control of the controlling powers for that invisible interference. And that has led to a natural deficit disorder, nature deficit disorder, and weakening empathy for ecosystems. So we're just so disconnected, we don't even care. And we have like these collective traumas as well. So colonialism, war, displacement. And so they manifest in exploitative behaviors towards land and people. And of course, we have narcissism and power structures, so ego-driven leadership and systems that prioritize profit over well-being. And that really is probably one of the largest and deeper psychological imbalances of all of the, even the post-traumatic stress disorder. Because it is, it's not as deep. It's still kind of, we understand where that's come from, and you know, it's like we can point to it and address it. But this one is the subtleness is so deeply embedded. It's difficult to, but nothing. It's difficult, not impossible. So we have the slides from Dr. Rao's presentation. So this consumption, right? This kind of pacification, this consumption is leading to this planet where we're like eating up the planet. Right? This is crazy, 37% of the land management. And that's what's giving rise to these gases, right, in the atmosphere. And the heating effects, beg your pardon. So all of that links to all of that heating effects, and that literally is just us eating ourselves, eating the planet. And it's just so inefficient. But that's because we're constantly needing to do this because of the pacification, and the pacification because of this exploited model of that's not linked to identity. So I propose that we don't understand health probably, I think, on large. I'd say that health is like as nature's alarm system. So health issues are nature's alarms. They signal that we must evolve the way we live and think. So if I get a headache, for example, I used to get headaches and migraines, and I wouldn't know why. And sometimes this when I was younger, and I'd go a whole day or two, and I'd be throwing up. But after a while, I realized that it's correlated to my stress levels. So every time I get stressed, I would have a headache, and it'd turn into a migraine, and then I'd just throw up for the whole day. And so then I thought, oh, okay, I need to just checking the time actually. I need to take that feedback and then have an intervention and change my state, change the way I think about something, change what I'm doing, reflect and look at things different. And it became an informative tool now. So the health issue became an informative tool for me. When I get a pain, if I get a headache, if I got some symptom of something, it's like, okay, what am I doing? Am I doing something wrong? Do I need to change my lifestyle? Do you need to? And this is what health symptomizations are like information to us, they're feedback mechanisms. So decrease in human lifestyle, mental and physical, will result in a planetary degradation. So climate ecosystems with the environmental feedback causing more health issues. This last effect is acknowledged by the UN as an existential crisis. So here, where we have the alarm from unit to collective to planetary, we've got these planetary alarms, which is great. But we've got these units, and the units with the health alarms are not being addressed properly. So we're not changing our psychology. We're not moving towards that's allowing us to evolve. We're still stuck in this consumption, crazy to pacify ourselves. And that is accumulating And the collective accumulation is the result of the planet's health alarms. I haven't found any current studies that link mental instability to the cause of the planetary boundary transgression, but I would like to hypothesize this. And so if we want to heal the planet, we must first understand it and heal the psyche that shaped it. Now, the the WHO and the IPCC have admitted that the environment has an impact on health. They've acknowledged that climate impacts mental health and physical health. And there's a whole lot of data for it. So increased hospitalization, admission, suicide rates. Young people are especially vulnerable. You've got sleep disruption, medication effects, and the heating and inequality. So this is in the London area. But I would suggest or propose that it's a feedback mechanism of the planet onto our health. So I would conclude that it is mental instability that's a driver of the planetary decline. And when they're picking up the studies to show environment impacting on mental health, it's going back round. It's going back round to us again, and that's the feedback rather than the actual cause. So we've got alarms going off on every level, and the planetary level alarm, we have to wake up, right? We have to wake up, and we will. So when we look at a model that isn't compromised, then we have a mind brain driven with awareness. And this is where the identity comes in, because awareness is who we are. That's us, and that's our identity. And it's different from the body and the mind. And if we learn how to drive the mind and drive our body, so our vehicle that we're in, and drive it properly, then it's going to be a smooth ride. It's going to be a smooth ride. And so the information comes into us isn't attached to, doesn't need to negate the ego, because the ego has its function in order to be able to navigate this space, but it can be reviewed by the awareness before there's a response. Whereas in the other model, in the model that's been exploited, there's hardly any response going on. It's more reactionary, and at subtle levels, there is a level of fear. We can go down to a level of fear of death, and that plays at some level, even for people that are in our community. And then that will come in at some point, but not for everything, which is the case at the moment, and that's where we have the planetary issue. So if we have our identity, we bring that triangle back, and we have this identity anchored to our awareness, then we won't have this exploitation, and we'll have, like, as I said, a smooth driving of the self, resulting in efficient, stable, expanding consciousness. So we'll then open into a whole different sense of existence, sense of being. I know we'd be able to explore the fullness of the human capacity. We're literally like, a super fast aircraft, but driving it like a bicycle. As far as we know, we're just taking it as far as a bicycle. We haven't got the full awareness or capacity of what we're about, what humanness is about, because we haven't even unraveled it yet. We know what the animals can do without clothes, and all the houses and the curtains and the chairs and shoes, sanitary pads. I'm just saying, but they managed to get from one point of the planet to the other point of the planet without a sat nav, and they can communicate at long distances, and so by which means, and that's because the means that allow them to do that is through their psyche, and they have been able to perceive subtle level information that we are denied of, because we are told it doesn't even exist, and it's frowned upon and tabooed. So we're stuck in very visually dominant sources of information in which determine everything that we know. So we have a tool called SciSense, and so it's a monitoring tool for hormones, and especially cortisol. And I can see if I can try and show you. So SciSense is this tool that was developed after the research. Let me see if I got a moment. Oh. So it's an app like this, and I can scan. Oh yeah. I don't know if this is going to work well, but I'm going to try if I've got time. But I just thought I'd show you anyway, quickly, if it's going to work. Let's see. Okay, so here's I just put my name in. I should have just done this earlier. I'm just going to make it up for now. Okay. So what would happen in this app is that we would then choose a file. We'd record it using the EEG. I'd show you how, maybe if I can, but something like a portable EEG like that. And it literally just, you pop it on your head and like this. It's not a very good look, but you pop it on your head like that. And then you attach it to the app and record it. And once it's recorded, you'd have a file on your system. So let me see if this works. Sometimes it gives me a 500 error and I have no idea why it does that, but let's see. So a file like that would come out once I recorded it for 2 minutes, and I'd be able to choose the hormone levels like that. So I just select it and I get my results. Let's see, it's okay, no problem. Yeah, so then you'll get back a value for the hormones like cortisol, testosterone, estrogen, you see. So it'll give you values like that, and then it'll have like a report. So I go to reports and I can see a report like that. Yeah. So it will give a report like that, and I can just press a button and it will send it to the email address. So that is the tool that we've developed from the research. And let me see if I can get back to my slides. Yes. So that allows us to help us monitor our cortisol. And the good thing about it is that we could just do it really quickly, and the other hormones, so we can move to preventative medicine, but also it's cheap. We can move to, we don't need to depend on animal testing, and we've got an objective value for where we are, because sometimes we don't even know we're stressing because that's become normalized. We just function that way. And it keeps on we keep functioning like that until like it symptomizes and we still don't realize the connection, and we take the medicine to patch it up, and we, on drugs until there's a side effect of that, and then take another drug, and we never get into the root of it. So with SciSense, the thought is that we'll be able to use it, especially for cortisol, and be able to get this intuitive understanding. Not that it has to be dependent, we don't need to depend on it, but it's good to have this tool because we can move to preventative medicine. And if we can build an inner calibration, an inner knowingness about our state and our physiology, we empower ourselves. And once we have that feedback mechanism to tell us about our physiology with our state, we learn how to drive this body better, essentially. So once we can do that, we can, or once we can just have this awareness, we'd be able to give back the land, right? Regeneration, another slide from Dr. Rao's presentation. So this, but I want to say, given the existential crisis, the dysfunctional model based on fear will still work. So what we do need to do is that the awareness itself will move from the fear-based to awareness-based over time. And the awareness provides, and when I mean awareness, I mean just awareness about either the climate, the issue with the climate, how it's a threat to ourselves and to the planet. So anybody who is even in a dysfunctional or fear-based psychology, this should work to move them out of it, because it's got that far that it becomes a threat to life. And then once we're aware about bringing our identity into the picture, then we can transform into a kind of and have really very different human experiences. And our needs would be changed. Our needs would be different. Our outlook would be different. And then this awareness provides opportunity for information to be processed, and that can then happen through neuroplasticity. This updates our brain, our body, our lifestyle, habits, and outlook, which keeps us robust, agile, healthy, and youthful. So that's good news in any way. This regeneration is inevitable. So this was my last slide, humanity and empirical, used from Simon's research. Cortisol, thoughts matter. If you heard that, that's where it's come from originally. It's come from this slide and this deck, and it's got philosophical implications. So just see if I can get that out of the way. Bear with me a moment. Where are we? So ultimately, I can't see my screen at the moment. There we are. So ultimately, we're studying consciousness in terms of neuroscience is not just for humanity, but it's for all species, and it's for all beings. But it provides us some empirical grounds as to stress the importance of our actions and our impacts on our planet and the rights of all beings. This was the slide and exactly what was said in the presentation in 2013. But I hope that it provides a technical neuroscience point of view to the scale of the problem from a unitary level. So thank you very much for your time and your attention. Yeah, if there's any questions, feel free to ask me in comments or get in touch on LinkedIn. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. We do have time now for questions, and I have to wrap my head around all that amazing information. So y'all, all right, I see that BJ has got her hand up. I just wanted to go over a little bit about the questions. If you want to come on video and ask your question, please raise your virtual hand, and then we will ask you to turn on your video first, and then we'll ask you to unmute. And if you don't want to be seen, which is fine, then you can write your questions in the chat, and the questions chat, and Danny will read them. All right, so let's go. How about BJ?
Hello, thank you so very much. I found that very informative and a little bit scary. But I wanted to say also, I have a shirt of that because I happen to love that chart too. I don't know if you can see it. And but my question is, so the whole point really is to know thyself and to be strong in your own identity. When our leaders like Wayne Shung or Zoe, any of our animal rights leaders or any of our leaders are arrested, or when we're out there activating, remaining our true selves, is that kind of the point? And then the information that you have helps us learn how to do that, like meditating and that sort of thing? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I didn't share any information about how we can learn to do that and get to action. I think more to the point was to have that awareness that this is how we are. And then the intervention of how we go about finding our identity is something that we need to do ourselves. So the awareness is the most important thing, and to put it through a rationale, whether, if we know that information is coming to you, and if we experience a sense of aversion without it actually needing to be, then we need to review it and maybe not get attached to it first. So we need to, so that kind of information, that awareness of how we work should help bring us to a better understanding, at least move away from the action reaction without, not, I'm talking about for everybody, but also just for why we've got this issue on the planet. But meditation would work indeed. I suppose knowing what our values are, what we'd stand for, what's important to us, making sure we align with truth, that we're at least truthful to ourselves, and it not be herded by an impression that doesn't even make sense to us. Like, we need to put it through a review system ourselves before we, go along with something. So I should have actually put a bit more time into that, explaining that, Rebecca. I thought I didn't have enough time, but yeah. I think you're muted.
Well, thank you very much. It was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Mark, did you have a question?
And there we go. Thank you. I love that you just said. We hit the same root, that the heart of the crisis is fragmented consciousness. And if we have fragmented consciousness, then everything else is fragmented, including our relationship with the planet is fragmented. We treat ourselves as separate from the planet, and then we treat it as an object instead of a living being. So the question I have for you is, do you have a way to heal fragmentation in the mind? And would you be interested in considering a universal kind of logic of a new type of science, like a God's being, the structure of God's being that can bring our thoughts into harmony, and then proving that we're all a part of the same being to generate a new kind of, I don't know if you know about Rose's law, but in Canada and United States, there's a woman named Decca that's trying to get animal rights in the courts. And they're trying to prove that beingness is this foundational sacred right. And we've proven that, maybe through a proof of truth, to solve the fragment, to convince the mind consciously that there is proof scientifically and logically that we are all one. And then that will give a legal foundation for, I'm in the Supreme Court of Canada right now trying to do this right now.
Wow.
So I wonder if you guys are looking in that direction to heal that mental illness.
Well, only with the tool, not in the legal sense. The tools are trying to get the science out there in an intuitive way, so that we don't have to have the effort to just talk about it. We have proof, because if you use the tool, it builds this inner calibration, and it's intuitive, because that's what we are. We're also intuitive. We'd just know, we'll figure it out, and then it'll open up lots of blocks that are not there. But yeah, fragmented consciousness is definitely a thing. There's also a lot of research with like the Monroe Institute. There's loads of reincarnation research. There's loads of near-to-death research. There's tons of sci research that's available, that tells us and talks about things beyond what we can see, beyond this what we call experience of life. So if we start to that before we can even go there, we need to just start with these small steps and get a real experience of the impacts of that.
Okay. Thank you. And we only have a couple more minutes. So thank you, Mark. Ida, you're muted.
Hi, thank you for
Hi.
your presentation. Like BJ, I guess I'm a little scared by some of the things you say. But But I was kind of blown away. So my background was in medicine. I graduated from medical school 35 years ago, and I've worked in health policy and healthcare reform my whole life. I'm not in clinical medicine, and um, but I started having panic attacks after the big brutal billionaires buyout bill passed here a few weeks ago, and I had had them many, many years ago, but I'd gotten past them. And unfortunately, I was kind of late. I missed like the first 10 minutes of your presentation. But are you saying that I can measure my cortisol levels through an EEG and an app that's
Yes.
affordable, and I don't have to go talk to a doctor and convince them that they need to draw my blood and measure my cortisol, and I can do it on my own from home, and it's
Yes.
affordable?
But depends on what affordable is. I mean, it's a relative amount. I mean, so if it's I mean,
So
sure, the
like
head.
how much would it be for an individual? Like if I wanted to do that after the conference today or tomorrow morning when I'm having a panic attack, if I wanted to like measure
Yeah,
what's going
so
on.
if you have a headset, that's the biggest cost. So the headset would cost between 800 and $1,000, right? And then you can use that over and over again. But to
Oh, I
measure you,
see.
and you can use that on anybody. But so you don't it doesn't have to just be on you. But when you want to measure your cortisol levels, it's like $5 depends on the units. It's each time it's like depends on the subscription. So if you buy like five a month, it'll be like $5. If you buy like hundreds a month, then it'll be a cheaper unit price, if you know what I mean.
I see. Well, that's phenomenal that you can provide that service. And then, like, I've never heard before that you can measure cortisol and testosterone. And what else? What were the other things that you can measure now through an EEG?
Estrogen, and there's loads of things to come. I mean, those are the ones that done. There's T4, T3, ACTH. I mean, the thing is,
So all the things that you measure now in laboratory medicine that we draw blood for and we send to special labs.
I don't know all until I do it, but hypothetically, or in terms of the feasibility, yes, because there's a meaningful infrastructure or neurofunctional architecture that would that is there, and that's why it works. It's meaningful. It's not just random.
And can you just explain? So every chemical in the brain has a wavelength, and that's how you're getting the wavelength, the EEG?
Well, let me put it more simply. The
Yeah.
underlying that's okay. The underlying signals that you're being that generating the
hmm
signals at the scalp of your at the surface of the scalp is a
Yeah,
summation of the neurons that are firing in the brain, and
of course.
those are regulated by the hormones and the neurotransmitters.
hmm
So that's what's controlling all of that signaling anyway.
I see.
Yeah.
So it's
Well,
in you're indirectly measuring
Mhm.
those other substances through the activity of the neurons. Thank you
Yes.
very, very much. This is brilliant work. I'd never been exposed to it. That's what I love about climate healers is that you learn things like completely off your field. I was at a
Oh, but
plant-based potluck
I
after church. That's why I was late. And I thought, oh, well, maybe I don't need to go today because maybe I already know all this stuff. And then you came on, and this is just really brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank
thank you.
you. I mean,
Yeah.
the fact that you're all here,
Mhm.
that I have been holding out because we need responsible people to do this and share it with, So
Well,
yeah.
this is beautiful. This is, thank you for your questions. And I wish we could go on, but we have our next guest coming up.
Mhm.
And so we have a lot to think about. Thank you so much, Krishna. I really
Sorry,
appreciate
Abraham, Ken, and Mark, maybe just email me and I can happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Yes, Ken and Abraham, please email Krishna. All right. And we have our next guest here, Forrest. And let's see where Forrest is. And we're having this is an amazing day. We had a very big day yesterday. So I'm excited to be your MC here. All right. And there is my friend popping on screen. And now, Forrest, thanks for joining us. It's been a few days since I've seen you, and I'm excited to hear your presentation.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you so much, Marikita. And thank you so much to the climate healers. I am really, really honored and grateful and quite honestly blown away to be here today. So what an amazing event. And yeah, I'm just very grateful. So
Wonderful. Well, let me ask you, Forrest, do you have any slides?
yes, I do. So let me
If you'll get those ready, and we'll start when you're ready.
That sounds good. I've got them ready to go here. Let me see if this will open up properly. Let's see, it's sharing my whole page, I believe. Are you seeing?
I've seen the whole page.
Yes. Okay. So let me see. How do I? Oh, I think I need to go to this view. Let me think. We did this the other day, right?
Is it? Oh, present. Is it
What's
present?
that?
Present in the right corner?
Oh, that's it. Okay, yes. Is that in the
Right.
top here?
Top right, I think. Keep going to
Top
the
right.
right.
There we go. Thank
Got
you.
it?
Yes. Present. How's that look?
I don't see anything changing.
Is
How
it
about
just, is it now me with just the slide, or is it still my whole page showing?
I think you have to click there where your mouse is, where it says present.
I did that. I'm seeing just the, excuse me, just the slide, but are you guys still seeing the whole page?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let me restart, maybe stop the share, and I'll go back to, let me do this real quick. I think maybe I need to hit present.
You gotta love the tech.
I know. Okay, let me hit present here again. Present full screen. Okay. Any better luck?
I don't see anything now.
Nothing now. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Let me,
Now it's all good.
why is that? Maybe if I go, why? I'm not sure.
You're not sharing.
Oh, do I need to hit share and then present?
Right. If you're doing full screen, you need to hit share and then present.
Share. And then present. Okay, how's this now?
I don't see you sharing. I don't see it.
Does anyone else?
No,
No,
we are
it's
not
not.
seeing you sharing.
Okay, let me see here. So now let me get back. Okay, I think what I need to do
Green
is,
button on the bottom of your screen where it
yes, I
says
need to go back to the Zoom
Zoom.
thing now, I think.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, guy. I'm new at doing this kind of stuff. Say share,
Oh, okay.
but now we're back at the whole thing. Let me see if I go present,
Mhm.
full screen.
There it is.
Perfect.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. That's not the way I wanted to start my talk.
That's okay. We're gonna start new, and it's all good because believe me, I've been there many times.
Okay, good. This is great. Thank you. Okay, so I'm ready to
Well, let
go.
me
We
go.
ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Whenever, no, let me introduce you.
Okay,
Give you
sounds
the
great.
proper
That sounds good.
introduction. Okay. All right, here we go. Welcome to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Thriving on Planet B. I'm Marikita Solis, and I'm very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Forrest Tears. Forrest is a passionate advocate for the earth and all forms of sentient life. He has practiced many different traditions of Buddhism for the last 20 years and is currently studying the Dhammapada with a specific focus on the precept trainings. We are honored to have this impactful presentation, Environmental Impact of Animal Agriculture. Forrest Tears.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And sorry for the technical difficulties there. I'm really grateful to be here today. Thank you so much to everybody, the climate healers. When I first was asked by Dharma Voices for Animals, is who I work for, if I wanted to apply for this, I said, I looked and I was like, the climate healers, these people know this stuff. Okay, I guess I'll apply, but I'm not sure. And so anyway, I'm excited to give this presentation to you guys today. This is my first time doing this on Zoom from a Canvas. So this is I used to be a park ranger before I worked for Dharma Voices for Animals. So this is a talk that I gave as a park ranger that's been modified. And I really hope that this story can impact some people. The topic is legacy. And I like to talk about legacy as the long-lasting implications of our actions. And the talk is about the environmental impact of animal agriculture. And as I said, I'm a former park ranger, used to work for the National Park Service as an interpretive park ranger. And here we go. I worked in the Golden Gate National Recreation Area for some years out at a lighthouse. So up on near the Golden Gate Bridge. And I've got a couple pictures of my wife and I here as park rangers overlooking the bridge, and a couple of us with our doggies. I usually don't give these facts out, but when I'm giving the talk as a park ranger, but today it's a great place to do this. I've been vegan for 17 years. I'm a very passionate, enthusiastic animal activist and environmental activist. And I use my platform as a park ranger to carry this message. And I went to the higher ups at the Golden Gate National Recreation Area and I said, hey, I want to present a talk about the benefits of going plant-based. This is all from the United Nations. And they said, okay, I guess, as long as you don't say, go get a vegan burger at this vegan restaurant, you can give the talk. So I'm like, all right. So people would come out to the lighthouse expecting to hear about the whales and these things. I gave them a different version of the story and talked about what you're going to hear today. So I found Dharma Voices for Animals through a meditation group, and we have a monthly meditation meetup that everyone is invited to. For animal activists and Buddhists and non-Buddhists and vegans and anyone curious about plant-based. It's a once a month. You could check that out. My title is Project Director for the United States. And I've been working with DVA just for like the last 5 months just about. And I wanted to tell a little bit about DVA and then get into the talk. So we are an international animal advocacy organization, the only Buddhist one. You would think that Buddhists would be really on board with this, but there's actually quite a bit of animal eating and meat eating in Buddhism in these centers. So our goal, our mission with DVA is to help raise awareness around the simplicity and beauty of the Buddhist teachings and the sustainability issues with animal farming and help raise people up to get on board with the plant-based lifestyle. So let's have a quick graph here. We have our president, Bhante. He's a Buddhist monk. And I'm U.S. project director. We're also very big projects in Thailand, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. We work to help in some dog meat farming in Vietnam and Thailand. Just recently, we had some great success switching Buddhist centers who are feeding the monks animal-based products, switching these centers to plant-based meals. And one center going plant-based, we're talking thousands of meals over the course of a year. So this is a big work. DVA does amazing things. Dharma Voices for Animals is a great organization. I'll give you some more resources at the end about us if you want to check us out. There's so much great stuff that DVA does. And I just real quickly, I was asked to come, and I am with a Buddhist organization, so I just wanted to give a couple quick little things that I love about Buddhism, just to share with everybody about why Buddhists care about this stuff. And the heart of Buddhism is really found in loving kindness and compassion. And a lot of that begins with the precepts. And the precepts are the very beginning, the things that the Buddha asked the lay disciples to do, people that are just living their life. These are the 5 precepts. And refraining from killing or causing to kill is the first precept. And we go through the different precepts, and in animal agriculture, as I'll show today, it violates all 5 of these precepts. So it's very clear that we should be living a spiritual life in harmony with nature. And for anyone that has never heard of Buddhism or has never practiced meditation, maybe there's a type of meditation called metta. And as an animal lover, as a vegan on a world that's geared towards the opposite so many times, the practice of metta is so beautiful. It's been a practice for me that's really helped my mental health as an activist, be able to stay loving and come from my heart with a heart full of love. Metta is a beautiful meditation practice. You can look it up. There's thousands of videos online about it. And so, those of us here today, we're probably geared towards this, and it's great to be able to share the beauty of these simple teachings. And so I'm going to get into what I gave. So this program was born at the Point Bonita Lighthouse. You can imagine being 3 miles west of the Golden Gate Bridge, and overlooking the Pacific Ocean, surrounded by pelicans and seals and just the beauty of the Pacific Ocean. It's just an incredible spot. And, I designed this talk to give to the general public, which is why I was very intimidated when I was picked to speak here, because I'm like, these guys know this stuff, but I did have the opportunity to give this talk at a vegan campout last summer in the Arizona desert. My wife and I are van lifers. We've been doing the nomadic minimalist lifestyle for the last 5 years. And we were in the Arizona desert with a group of like-minded individuals, a vegan campout, van life campout. And it was really cool. And my wife volunteered me to give this talk. So I gave my talk like I did at the lighthouse with my picture slides. And I was intimidated to give the talk to 30 vegans because I literally geared this talk to the general public who's coming to the lighthouse expecting to hear lighthouse stories. And I'm talking about animal agriculture and environmental destruction. So, but what they told me was that my story inspired them on their path, and it maybe helped some of them to share some of this story with their friends and family who are not on board with even the environmental message. So I want to share that with you guys, that this is a story that's designed to compel and bring the emotions out of people who did not expect to hear an environmental talk. It was odd when I was thinking I'm giving this at an environmental conference, much less the vegan convergence of the peoples. How awesome is this? But I would just share that with you guys so you kind of know where I'm coming from here. So I want to start out. I mentioned this is that I gave this talk at the lighthouse overlooking the Pacific Ocean. It's an incredible spot. I love the ocean, but I want everybody here to close their eyes and just imagine your favorite spot in nature, whether that's a national park, a national forest, a cave underground, the ocean. Close your eyes and just pause for a minute right now and feel the beauty, smell the smells, the feeling, the sounds of being in that place, wherever that is for you. And the reason I do that is I just want all of us to have a moment of awe and wonder about nature. When I was at the lighthouse, I asked people to do this while standing next to the ocean. It was very easy to take that pause and have that moment of awe and wonder and connect. So no matter where your favorite spot is, whatever you thought of, whether it's any of those mountains or forests or deserts, I love all these places. This spot, this earth is under complete attack. And what's happening is incredibly tragic. And the spot you're thinking of and the spot I gave this program at are all suffering from a history of environmental destruction and present day environmental destruction. I'm going to paint a picture and tell you the story about what happened at the Point Bonita Lighthouse and really the Pacific Coast over the last 100 years. And then I'm going to talk about what's happening now on the earth. Okay, so I want to start out by talking about some of the beautiful animals we get to see at the lighthouse. We have a colony of harbor seals that live in the Bonita Cove year-round. And many people have heard of the gold rush, but before the gold rush, there was the California fur rush. It was really the West Coast, Pacific Coast fur rush. Trappers came from all over the world, and they hunted marine mammals and furry critters that lived in the creeks and rivers all the way into the Sierra Mountains, almost to extinction. This happened between the 1730s and really up until 1911 when they first started protecting some of these sea animals. So much destruction happened with this hunting. And at the same time, whale hunting in the Pacific Ocean completely decimated the population. I worked at the lighthouse. We got to watch humpback whales. This is a humpback whale in the San Francisco Bay breaching. I would stand out there for hours a day talking about the whales and what they're suffering from and what they're going through, and make sure everyone that came to the lighthouse got to see a whale. That was my goal when they came out there during the summer. So there was absolute annihilation. What we see left in the ocean now is just a fraction of what once was out there. And it's crazy to think that the last whaling station in the United States was in the San Francisco Bay, and it closed in 1971 as the result of the Marine Mammal Protection Act. People came together and did good, and they decided to protect these marine animals, marine mammals, from hunting, and they are no longer allowed to be hunted on anywhere near the United States coast. They're still hunted in other countries, but in the United States, the Marine Mammal Protection Act was passed. So that shows we can come together and do good things when we have motivation. At the same time, all of the hunting of the animals was going on, extensive logging of the redwood trees. I love the redwood trees. I give this talk, like I said, at the Lighthouse. The Golden Gate National Recreation Area has Muir Woods National Monument. For me, I used to live in that area, and I would drive over Mount Tam down to Stinson Beach, and there's a space where you're in the redwood forest, and the Pacific Ocean saltwater air mingles with that, and there is a magical smell. I'm getting chills right now just thinking about the beauty of these redwood forests. I love the trees, and I love standing next to these trees and feeling tiny. That's what nature does for us. During this time, 95% of all of the old growth redwood forests were logged. We only have 5% remaining. If you have not been able to go see the coast redwoods up in Humboldt County, Jedediah Smith State Park, Redwood National Park, you got to go. It is just incredible to see 1,000-year-old trees. The largest density of standing biomass on the planet are in these forests, even more than the Amazon, because the trees are so gigantic. So I tell these stories and tie it back to legacy. So we look at these photos of people whaling, people hunting the seals and proudly cutting down these trees. And I ask myself when I see these photos, what were they thinking? We know they were motivated by greed, but they honestly believed that nature was so infinite, so abundant that no matter what they did, they would not make an impact. They believed that. Lewis and Clark's expedition, where they described nature in this God-given infinite abundance. Humans didn't believe that they could do damage. They didn't have satellite imagery or even science really to show them what they were doing. They thought there was billions of whales and billions of trees. They just destroyed these areas. So, my question I ask you, and if you were driving over the Golden Gate Bridge and you saw them towing a whale in, or if you went to the forest and saw them cutting a tree down, or if they were clubbing the seals in Bonita Cove, like, people would be up in arms, and they are. People fight these things to this day. But what these photos show us is that humans have the ability to actually change their mindset. These are not allowed anymore in a lot of places. We protect these animals, and in some areas these things still happen, but we have changed our mindset in a lot of ways, right? So that ties into the idea of legacy. These people behind us, they left a really bad legacy that we get to think about. So what is our mindset? And this is where we can look at the idea of being eco-minded, where we're a part of nature, where when I'm at the lighthouse, I'm just a being among beings, among the whales and the sea lions and the birds and the worms. I'm just a being out there. In fact, I see myself as less important to that ecosystem than those beings, right? And then the ego idea, where we are the apex predator, where we're the top of the whole hierarchy and everything bows down to us. And can we evolve from the apex predator species to the apex caretaker species? That is our mission, and I believe that's why we're here, to evolve, right? So what is our legacy going to be? What is the legacy of our generation going to be? When people look back at us on 100 years and they say, wow, what were they thinking? Are they going to say the same thing about us? So I want to shift gears now and go larger. I told a little bit about the history of the Pacific Ocean. I want to talk about bigger picture now. What's happening on our little blue planet, right? I like to think, I heard someone describe Earth, it's just a little blue speck of dust in a giant cosmos. It's great to get this image and take a step back. And I really believe nature is the great equalizer. When I was at the Point Bonita Lighthouse, I got to meet people from all over the world. It was so incredible. And people would come from all over the world to take pictures. People would get engaged out there, come do TikTok dances. I mean, it was quite a scene. And, but people from all over the world would come there and be in awe and wonder. And it reminded me of when I had everyone here try to connect with nature. Nature is the great equalizer. No matter who you are or where you're from, almost everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people can feel that moment, that doesn't matter their political beliefs, ideologies. Standing next to a mountain, standing next to the ocean or a tree or the Grand Canyon gives you a moment of awe and wonder. So I really feel like nature can be the great equalizer, and we can come together on this if we focus properly, right? So two important facts about what I'm going to present today. As I mentioned, I geared this talk for people who do not want to hear an environmental talk. I did not gear this talk for the VCOP. I geared this talk to people that were coming to the Lighthouse. So I really tried hard to exclude anything that is a hot topic. And I don't normally say this, but at the Lighthouse, but today, I'll tell you guys, I did not include anything in this talk that's cyclical, meaning things that transition up and down that people argue about. I don't mention emissions. I don't mention sea levels. I do not mention temperature. I do not mention climate change in this talk. And my experience giving this talk is, but even by leaving all of that out, there is still enough compelling information to get people who may not even listen to this. As a park ranger, I would stand somewhere, people could walk up and leave as they wanted. So I wanted to give a very compelling story without using any of those words that's going to cause some people just to walk away as soon as they hear that word. So everything in here is not cyclical. So the cyclical stuff is what has been debated, and people want to argue about it. And the oil and gas industry has spent billions to show it's cyclical, right? So I did not include any of that. And everything is easily found. It's factual. It's not fringe theory. So it's very important that those ideas are understood before I progress. Okay, so now, before I get into any sort of eco talk or environmental talk, I always like to stop for 1 second and talk about the economy, right? As I mentioned, I'd be at the Lighthouse, and I want to tie everybody into this. So the economy is what really opposes many people to caring for the environment. However, most of you have probably heard about the limits to growth that came out in 1972. A group of MIT scientists, they found that infinite growth on a finite planet is an illusion. Big shocker, right? So 50 years later, KPMG came back and did a big review of all of this data. And this has been reviewed periodically, and they've found that we're on track. Everything's tracking. Unfortunately, it's tracking. 50 years later, KPMG, which is one of the big four accounting firms, gives it reputable. It was republished in the Yale Journal of Industrial Ecology. They have found that all the predictions made in the 70s are right on track. We actually have more fossil fuels than they thought we would. Unfortunately, we still have more and we're finding more. But all of the predictions of industrial collapse, agriculture collapse, food collapse, population collapse are perfectly tracking. And this is very stark, very grim information. We've got to make a change, and VCOP and Climate Healers is talking about it. We're passing thresholds in 2026 that we cannot come back from. This is urgent. This is not something we can dilly-dally and worry about. They said technology could possibly solve some of these problems, but it's not growing fast enough, and not enough people are adopting a more minimal lifestyle. So this is very important information to talk and share about. So, okay, so we're going to go into what's happening on the planet. 70% of the Earth is covered by water. 70% of our oxygen comes from the ocean. Phytoplankton and algae, they produce this oxygen for us, and the ocean is being completely polluted by plastics. You guys know about this plastic soup. What floats on top of the ocean is literally just the tip of the iceberg. As it photodegrades and it melts down into the water, it creates plastic smog that allows no life to live there. It's devoid, and it's creating these huge pockets of dead zones. So many people, I would talk about the recycling facts as well. When you get a bottle that says recyclable and you go put that in the blue can, what percentage of that is being recycled? And it might even be lower than this now. It's only 5%. And that does not include toothbrushes and bags and chips and the plastic thing or greens, spinach comes in. None of that is actually recyclable. And tons of this stuff is shipped to countries that can't do anything with it, and it gets dumped into the ocean or burned or buried. We've got to make a difference. My wife and I are on board with Zero Waste Outlet. There's a bunch of ways you can go plastic free and simple guides to do that. It makes a difference. Drinking from a non-plastic bottle. So we got to make a difference. These things, the earth is swimming in plastics and drowning in plastics. So I also wanted to go on and talk a little bit about what else is happening in the oceans. Animal farming is a major driver of ocean dead zones. Agricultural waste runs straight from the rivers and causes algae blooms. This is a picture of the Gulf of Mexico, major dead zones. Okay, so let's switch gears. We're going to talk about what's happening on the land. Most of you guys probably heard of the World Wildlife Fund. They do an exhaustive study every year called the Living Planet Index. They count over 5,000 species of mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles, and fish. They do an exhaustive study every year, and they come back and they show us how is biodiverse wildlife doing on Earth. And this is tragic. 73% decline in biodiverse wildlife just in my lifetime, just in the last 50 years. Animal agriculture is the #1 driver of habitat destruction. Millions of species are facing extinction. So this is tragedy happening right in front of our eyes. And it's being called the Holocene extinction. Scientists have determined we're in the middle of what's called the 6th mass extinction event in the history of the Earth. And the population explosion of humans is what's driving this event. So this is a chart from National Geographic that shows all of the cyclical events, right? So when people want to say these things are cyclical, a great comeback is saying, yes, there are cyclical events that have happened. They're called mass extinction events. And when ocean levels have risen and heat temperatures and ice caps and these things have been cyclical, they've been followed by mass extinction events. So saying these things are cyclical does not deny the fact that they are tied to mass extinction events. So, however, there are 2 unique features of the current mass extinction event. The first one being is that current rates of mass extinction are 1,000 times greater than what's seen in a quote unquote normal mass extinction. And more importantly, this is the only mass extinction event in the history of this Earth that's been caused by a single species. That species is us, human beings. So when we look at the Earth and we go back to the Living Planet Index, some of you guys have probably seen this. We look at the biodiverse wildlife of mammalian life. So when we look at all the mammals on Earth, and we break them into 3 categories: livestock, meaning cows, pigs, sheep, goats, any mammals that we farm for food, and humans, and biodiverse wildlife. Biodiverse wildlife is only at 4% of all mammalian life on this planet. You go back 100, 200 years ago, these numbers were the complete opposite. Humans made up a small percentage, and wildlife filled the earth. So while we sit here living our life, we are literally destroying the entire natural world. So the rainforest is where we get another 30% of our oxygen. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about land with animals and also what's happening in the rainforest. The Amazon, as you guys know, is being logged at an incredible rate, 1 to 2 acres per second. It's cleared for grazing animals and for raising soybeans. I think it's 96% of soy is fed to farm animals. Even fish eat soybeans now. It's not all the vegans eating soybeans. It's going to the animals. People often see this slide and say, okay, I'm going to stop eating beef. Beef is a problem. However, so many people are switching to chickens. It's incredible. So animal farming is shaping what lives and dies on the earth. 90 billion land animals are killed every year. And we have animal farming has almost doubled in the last 35 years, the number of people eating animal meat. But if you look at what's the predominant number, 90% of meat animals are chickens. On this planet, they are the least protected farm animal, and they suffer horribly. And they're breeding billions of them into existence. And the problem with all of this ties into many things, but the manure is one of them. Farm animals release almost twice as much manure as all humans annually. Chicken manure alone has permanently and completely altered the ecosystem of our earth. In 1,000 years from now, when they go back and look at the layers of the earth, chicken manure alone has created a permanent geological record. and it will show the time of mass slaughter of animals on this planet. We know this is not sustainable, and this will be shown to future generations what we did during this time. This manure runs off into the ocean and the lakes. It creates all types of pollution problems as well. So when we look at water usage, many people understand, oh yeah, hamburger is a lot of water. But when we look at how many chickens are raised and how much water goes into chickens, it is astronomical. Now, I took the numbers from these previous slides and added up how many chickens are slaughtered versus how many gallons. And this is the tally I came up with. Cows use an annual water usage of 176 billion gallons. Chickens, 4,000 billion, 5,000 million. The number for chicken usage is astonishing, and I don't even believe this includes chicken slaughterhouses, which use as much water as a small city. So while people go thirsty, we pour water into meat production, and it's just such an incredible waste. So, okay, so a lot of people have seen this slide. So there's a lot on this slide. I gave this talk, as I said, at the lighthouse, and I practiced this the other day to see if this would work on Zoom. Bear with me here. This helps. When I was at the lighthouse, I would try to give this part of the talk, and people would get lost with 70% and 30%. So I created a rope, and I'm going to stand up. I practiced this with my coworker the other day to see if this would work on Zoom, and it worked pretty well. So I want to show you guys a visual. So what I did was I got a 10-foot piece of rope, and I divided it up into the percentages of the Earth that we're looking at on this slide. Okay, so here is our little blue speck of dust, the Earth. The Earth is 70% ocean. Here's how much that is. All the way across, 70% of the Earth is ocean. As I already mentioned, this is suffering from plastic pollution and dead zones. That only leaves us about 30% of the Earth, which is actual land. Okay? But not all of this land is habitable. This is polar ice caps and deserts and mountains and rocky terrain humans can't survive on. So that only gives us even less land we can survive as human beings on. And what we're doing with the habitable land on Earth, as this chart shows, is we're using almost 50% of it to raise animals for food. This is what's causing the problem. We only have this much land to survive as humans, and we're using it for this. The destruction is incredible, okay? So I'm going to come back to this rope in a minute, and you can see in that small piece of land, we're only getting 18% of our global calories and 37% of our global protein. So we're getting most of our protein from plants anyway. We're using this massive piece of land that's not even efficient. Okay, here's the good news. Now, I didn't design this talk to be a downer. I designed this talk to be inspiring and hopeful. So I wanted to give you guys the heavy information, but I also wanted to give you the simple and perfectly easy solution that exists. And it's the good news, and it's not news. We've known this for a while. A plant-based diet can solve all of these problems. I've got a couple quotes from Oxford University. One of them is, avoiding meat and dairy is the single biggest way to reduce your impact on Earth. And another one, I give this talk in the Bay Area. So I quote Stanford and Cal. Our best and most immediate chance to reverse our trajectory is going plant-based. And why is that possible? Because it seems like a big thing, right? We're even looking at if we look at all of these universities, Oxford, Johns Hopkins, Cambridge, NYU, Harvard, the USDA, the US EPA saying these things. So why is this possible? Because you can feed 14 times as many people on a plant-based diet as on an animal-based diet. What that looks like is a 75% reduction in land use. So I'm going to go back to this rope one more time just to show you guys what this looks like with the rope. This visual is here. Okay, so as I mentioned, here's our Earth. We have 70% of the Earth is ocean. From this 70%, we kill 2 to 3 trillion marine animals per year for food, while the fishing industry receives global subsidies of $50 billion. Many studies have shown that with $40 billion, you could end world hunger. And we give $50 billion just to the fishing industries. Okay, we're going to go back to the land. As I mentioned, this is how much land there is on Earth. Not all of it's habitable, so we have about this much habitable land. We currently use 50% of the land on Earth. If everybody switched to a plant-based diet, you could feed the entire planet. A 75% reduction of land is this much land. To feed the entire planet, we currently grow enough crops to feed 10 billion people. But we feed them to the animals. Current animal agriculture practice. With this land, 90 billion land animals are raised for food and slaughtered every year, while worldwide global animal agriculture subsidies are at $540 billion. This entire system has to be propped up because it's so unsustainable. And it is literally funding the systemic annihilation of the earth and the destruction of our environment. We're paying for this with subsidies. And while we slaughter 90 billion land animals, 9 million humans die each year from starvation. A human dies every 4 seconds from hunger-related causes. So this is just tragedy. This isn't just a sustainability issue. This is an ethical issue. How can we talk about human rights while we're eating animal products and humans are dying every day? So we have to make a change, and we have to make it now. So I'm going to get into a little bit more good news. Bloomberg Financial has shown, you may hear, oh, whatever on the news. The facts are these. This is the numbers. The plant-based industry is growing incredibly. In the last 4 years, it's grown by 60 billion and is expected to grow by another 100 billion in the next 6 years. And this is something important I just read recently. Well, the plant-based lifestyle is considered the fastest growing lifestyle in history. 500% increase in the United States in the last 10 years, 370% increase in the UK, 50% increase in the EU. But I just found something recently. 86% of plant-based foods are being purchased by non-plant-based people. These are meat eaters who just want to eat something a little different. Maybe they feel a little like they want to buy a little bit of plant-based. It's not being purchased by the whatever percentage of vegans. We're buying that stuff, but this market is growing because 86% of these products are being bought by others. So that's something good to think about and remember. So systemic change always happens from the ground up. We can't wait for governments to make changes. We have to take personal responsibility for our own actions to make a change. And we vote with our dollars. And I tell people this all the time. You used to go to the grocery store 10, 15 years ago, and there was milk and soy milk. Now there's milk, soy milk, almond milk, cashew milk, oat milk. Who knew we could make milk from so many things? This is literally a passive change. Instead of buying dairy, I'm going to buy this other product. You can get all the taste, all the textures, all the flavors in plant-based products. You can get in animal-based products and make a more environmental and ethical decision and benefit your own health as well. So we vote with our dollars. And I like to tie this in a little bit right now with the supply-demand economics. When we go to the grocery store, we literally are paying for what we're voting for. It's a simple change. And I tie this into the Buddhist idea because many Buddhists say, well, I didn't kill the animal, this and that. They compare it to receiving alms. So I left this idea in here. We're not going out people aren't just offering us food. We live in a supply and demand economy where the consumer determines what is offered to us. The reason why there's so many plant-based offerings is because consumers are asking for them. The reason why there's eco-friendly products out there is because the consumers are asking for them. These giant global corporations are not offering eco-friendly products because they care. They're offering it because we are saying, hey, I want an eco-friendly toilet paper, right? I want an eco-friendly toothbrush. So they're being invented and offered to us, right? So with compassion, we can make a passive choice and make a big impact. So I get common questions. I like to address this because so many times I would finish the talk and someone would come up and say, yeah, I tried to go plant-based, but almond milk sucks. And I'm like, what? That because almond milks use more water, you're not going to try plant-based? So I had to put this slide in here. Okay, yes, almond milk uses more water than the other plant-based milks. But look at dairy. Emissions, land use, water. This is dramatic difference. Almond milk is a way better decision than dairy. And there's other options that are even better. I personally like oat milk and soy milk for the extra protein, right? So I had to throw that in there. And I also often get people would come up and say, what about regenerative agriculture or grass-fed beef? Well, I think it's three entire Earths, or I'm getting my number, maybe it's 14 Earths. I can't remember. If everybody switched to grass-fed beef, it is not sustainable, nor is it eco-friendly. It may be healthier for the cows to eat grass, but they live longer and they fart more and drink more water. It is not sustainable. And while regenerative agriculture has been branded a marketing scheme, it shows short-term benefits, but it is not scalable. You can't feed 9 billion people with regenerative agriculture. However, plant-based regenerative agriculture is where the money needs to be spent, because plant-based regenerative agriculture is even showing more results and more benefits. So, okay, so I crammed a lot in there and I went a little faster because of my Zoom delay, but I want to tie this back in now to what is your legacy? And this is how I like to finish the talk. I've talked about the people that logged the trees and hunted the whales. We look back at them and say, what were they thinking? I want to ask you, what are you thinking? What are people going to look back when they see us and they say, they had documentaries on Netflix about this stuff and they were arguing about it? I mean, what is your legacy going to be when this is evident? Everything I showed you today has never happened before. There's never been this many farm animals. There's never been this much land use for animals. There's never been this much plastic in the ocean. There's never been a mass extinction event in our current epoch. So these are things that are happening that have never happened before. These are factual evidence. What are you going to do, right? And each year, humanity kills over 90 billion land animals and 1 to 3 trillion aquatic animals. The suffering is beyond scope. And in Buddhism, we have a loving being called a bodhisattva. And I feel like if you're here today, you're already a bodhisattva because you care. And a bodhisattva is an individual who dedicates their entire life to helping other beings and helping in their suffering. And I love this idea of a bodhisattva. And may we all be bodhisattvas with love in our heart so that we can help change this story, so that we can shine a light that's so bright and have such love emanating from our heart for all beings that we can make a positive impact on this earth. There's an old story about Mother Teresa. She would never go to a protest, but she would go to a peace rally. And I think that ties in with our mission. If we can be peaceful and loving and powerful in our convictions, we can make a real difference. I didn't mention factory farming because I live in an area where there are no factory farms. There's farm to table. So if I mentioned factory farming in the area I lived in Marin County, people would say, I buy my dairy from Strauss. They ride out here in West Marin, the cows look at so I talk about animal farming. I feel factory farming just pushes people more into buying local. So let's talk about animal farming and the reality that every cow drinks water, every cow suffers, and they all have the same footprint. So I wanted to tie in just real quick a couple last things with Buddhism. I wanted to show a couple Buddhist teachers who are walking the path of compassion. One of my favorite Buddhist teachers is Thich Nhat Hanh. I put a little clip of a picture of his talk on YouTube, Why Everyone Should Be Vegan, from a Buddhist monk who's considered a very powerful leader. And here's some other quotes from a few other Buddhist teachers who say, meat is medicine for ignorance, and by eating meat, we're eating the flesh of our own children. So how can we still speak of loving kindness while we're still eating animals? So there are Buddhist teachers out there walking this path. And there is so much information. If you guys could take a screenshot of this, I'll also make sure that somehow through Climate Healers, this talk is available. I have it in PDF forms for anyone that wants to check it out or whatever. But there's so many resources, and you guys probably know about a lot of this stuff, but this is a little bit about some other things and Dharma voices for animals. And I just want to dedicate this talk to the benefit of all beings. And one of the prayers we have with Metta is that may all beings be free from fear, may all beings be free from harm, may all beings be loved and no longer forgotten. And I share this with you guys. This is my love letter to the earth and the animals, and I hope it is their cry for help, and I hope we can receive this as a species. We can do this. We can come together. History has shown us that we can come together. And us on this path that are here today, we need to be bright beacons of love. and bright beacons of light and shine this light of hope and optimism and caring. And I really believe it can help so much. So the last thing is DVA, DharmaVoicesForAnimals.org. Please look us up. We offer support to Buddhists. We offer support to Buddhists that are vegan. We offer support to anyone who might not even know what Buddhism is with our monthly Sangha where you can come and meditate. We have amazing resources on our website, talks from different monks and ways to go plant-based. And we can help you as an individual out or a Dharma center that you may be interested in helping out. So thank you guys so much. Wow, I got that in record time, I think, and we still have a few minutes for anyone that wants to share a thought or ask a question or whatever. So I am so grateful. I was on yesterday, and I got so intimidated. I was listening to Dr. Rao and Jane Unchained and Keegan Kuhn and everybody today, and I'm like, these are people I know and look up to, and I was like, oh my God, little old me. And my wife gave me a pep talk this morning. She's like, you can do it. So I was very intimidated, but I'm so grateful. I really am very deeply grateful that I was able to be here today. And the last thing I'll say is I watched Dr. Rao's the greatest talk, environmental talk ever heard. That was posted to YouTube. And then the next day I got the invite and I'm like, oh. Great talk, Dr. Rao. Thank you guys so much for having me and letting me share this story. And yeah, thank you so much.
Forrest, wait, let's see if we have any questions here. That was amazing, and I love your energy and your compassionate heart. So it all just weaves together. All right, so let me just remind the audience, we have two options for questions. If you want to come on video, and then please raise your virtual hand, and our tech team will ask you to turn on your video. And then we'll ask you to unmute. And if you don't want to be on video, please write your questions in the chat and Danny will read them. Danny has a couple of questions already. And let me see here. Did you want to shut down your slides first or stop sharing?
Yeah.
Please. Thank you so much. All right, let's get to the questions. Danny?
Yes. We have several here, and the first one comes from Michael. Can you say more about the permanent geological record created by chicken manure? How is that the case? And is it only chicken manure or other types of manure that are part of the permanent record as well?
Yes, it's all animals. I believe the number, I need to get whoever's asking this question, if you want to email me, my email is my first name, Forrest, at dharmavoicesforanimals.org. I found an article and it was called the time of the chicken or the era of the chicken. You might even be able to Google that and find it, but it was where I got all of this information from about the number of animals that are slaughtered are dramatic. But when you look at how many chickens are slaughtered and the amount of manure just from the chickens is what's causing that. It is all animals combined that's causing a permanent geological record. But because 90% of animals slaughtered are animals, they have a bigger footprint because of that, because there's just so many billions of them. So, but yeah, please email me and I could get you that.
And Brittany asks, there's a debate of buying from vegan-only stores to support the vegan economy versus buying from non-vegan stores, vegan products, to make sure that non-vegans have some options to pick from so they don't choose animal products. What are your thoughts on which might be better and why? And she also asks, is DVA a vegan organization? Thank you.
Yes, DVA is a very strong, ethical, vegan organization, and that's our stance. We stand strong for the animals. We're the voice for the animals, and so we're very committed to that. The second question, or I guess the first question in order, was a great question, and it's a supply and demand question that I was having a conversation with a friend about recently. So my wife and I are 17 years vegan, and we only eat out at vegan restaurants. We live in an area where that's possible, and when we're in an area where it's not possible, I don't like sitting in a restaurant that's serving animals while I'm eating my food. We were in Lake Tahoe recently, and there's a place that's gone half vegan. So it's a vegan family member that started their side of the kitchen in a restaurant that everyone sits together, but half the kitchen is serving plant-based vegan food that has no cross-contamination with the other side. And we were like, do we go there? We want to support the vegan. And yes, that's supply and demand. But then I also don't want to sit next to people eating the smells of animals. I cannot do that. So I shop at grocery stores that serve, I go to a co-op and they have everything there. And And I would love it if that was a vegan only store, but where I am, we do not have, even in California or in the San Francisco area, there's a vegetarian grocery store, but there's not a fully vegan grocery store. So that is a great question. And that's something I think everybody has to sit with. Like for years, I sat at Thanksgiving dinner with the family while they ate animals and found that they just wanted to attack me and make fun of me. And I finally decided, I took the Liberation Pledge, if you guys have heard of that, from Eric Bez, what's his name? Center for Effective Vegan Outreach, EVO. You can look him up. What's his name? Anyway, the Liberation Pledge is something a lot of vegans have taken to not partake in meals where animals are being eaten. And I wouldn't go to my neighbor's house if they're barbecuing dogs. So I won't go to my neighbor's house if they're barbecuing any other animal. So that's my personal belief. Other people feel going there and being a representation and taking a Beyond Burger and eating Beyond Burger and saying, hey, look at how good this burger is effective. If I could do that and not have it affect my mental health, I probably would. I've tried that at times, but I often get too activated when I smell the smells of animal flesh. It's traumatic for me because I've seen what happens. So that's a whole other, I love that conversation. So, but I'll stop there so we can get on to other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are we good to go for it with Deepak?
Yes.
All right. Deepak, please. If you're able to unmute. Okay.
Yes, I was just able to. Thank you, Marakita, so much. And thank you for us. What an appropriate name, right? With the talk you just gave. So, yeah, and I've been hearing this number of like 4% of the total biomass of wild animals left. I think I heard this figure was like 6 years ago, maybe. So I don't want to keep talking about the bad stuff, but considering the current rate of extinction at 10,000 times, 1,000 times the natural rate of past extinctions. So, like, that's my question, right? That is it still at 4%? Like how come? Like it's been, I think that report came at in 2017, if I'm not wrong, from WWF. And another little question on the positive note is how about we flip the table, right? Like we have heard this surcharge on plant-based milks from Starbucks and other large establishments. How about we? Because I saw this in one of the vegan restaurants recently, where they surcharge dairy milk instead. So what's your thoughts on that? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great questions. I gave this talk at the Lighthouse, and I had a slide that showed a 69% reduction in biodiverse wildlife. And then when I just looked recently, the World Wildlife Fund's newest number is 73% reduction just in the last, I think it changed from 2018 to 2022. So I'm sure that number of 4% wildlife has gone down even more. Yeah, and I would ask people that, do we wait until the current rates of extinction are 2,000 times greater? Like, and absolutely, the only reason, and I said that these animal products are even slightly affordable is because we pump $540 billion into animal agriculture worldwide. This is crazy. And then they want to charge us a little more for soy milk at Starbucks. I'm like, if you removed, I don't know what the number is. I heard if they took away subsidies, like a hamburger would be $100 or something like that. I might be exaggerating. I'm not sure, but yeah, it is crazy. This is the insane world we live in, where they're charging for a plant-based milk that has, you just saw the chart, that much less land use and water use. And I mean, so, but yeah, I love that. Flip the script and let's charge for dairy. Yeah. Let's charge them $5 for a sip.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or at least, remove the subsidies. At least that's true capitalism.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for it.
Thank you, Deepak. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy?
Thank you.
We've got a couple minutes, so yes, we just have some quick questions here. Thank you. You're muted.
There we go. Thank you. So Hello, and thank you. My partner and I really, really appreciated your presentation and your passion and your connection with your presentation. It was deeply connected. Thank you so much for that. So many of us are grandmothers without vegan grandchildren. And it's, when we're talking about compassion, we're not going to love them less, and we're not going to make them allow them to grow up feeling shamed, because it's often their parents' choice, right? And a lot of us didn't raise vegan children. So I guess I'm playing around with that. I think we can stop eating with people that, we don't want to sit at the same table while they're having burgers, while they're having cows and chickens. But what do we do about our deep, deep, fierce love for our grandchildren?
Thank you, Tammy. That's a great question. I know we have like a 1 minute left. I'm sure you guys, most people have probably heard of Melanie Joy. She has a great Beyond Carnism website, and there's a YouTube playlist called the Center for Effective Vegan Activism. You can watch those. I watch those, and it helps me so much with my own family, because these questions are really challenging. I have such deep affection and love for my family. After 17 years of me living this vibrant vegan life, I'm running up hills and lifting weights. My parents have continued to deteriorate, and they will not listen to me. And my dad is just admitted to a nursing home just recently with heart disease and strokes, and he won't listen to me. So what do you do? And I tried in different ways, and be an example, and then shut up and don't talk about it. And then I think we each have to find our own path, and ultimately have the conviction that what we're doing is the right thing, and we're standing up for the animals, and I'm not going to support it in any possible way. So maybe when you get the grandkids, say, hey, would you guys want to eat the way grandma eats? I'll make you yummy. We're staying with friends right now, and I just got the kids some ice cream sandwiches from So Delicious, and they loved them. They're coconut ice cream. They didn't. So, there's so many options to make. Oh, we cooked them Beyond Burgers. They had no clue they were eating plant-based burgers. It's like, so there's so many ways to do that. But I thank you for sharing that struggle is real. And as vegans, these are things that really are heartbreaking for us, to love animals and love humans and have this struggle, So I know we're at 11 o'clock, and I'm really so grateful. I wish I would have stopped talking sooner, because this is even better than my talk, getting to meet with you guys. So thank you so much.
Forrest, where can everyone get a hold of you again?
Yeah, so I think someone might have put it in the chat. Hopefully, my first name is 2 R's, Forrest, at Dharma Voices for Animals, all one word.org. Please reach out. I love talking about this stuff. If you have any questions, or I could get you a PDF of the presentation, or anything you want to connect with DVA. Thank you for Dharma Voices for Animals for encouraging me to do this. And thank you for Dr. Rao and Climate Healers for picking me to come today. I'm honored and grateful. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Forrest, and everyone for your questions. All right, I'm looking for my friend. It looks like we're going to have to move on. Very, very powerful segment. I'm looking for my friend, Rebecca Allen. So she will be coming up here shortly, but definitely make sure you give us your comments and your feedback about this amazing 2-day event. One of the best things I ever did was become a certified climate healer, and look into that, because we need you. All right, there she is. Welcome, BJ Rebecca. You're muted.
Okay. You're muted, Rebecca.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Marikita, where are you? I wanted to say thank you so much for your being here and emceeing and sharing this MC with me. That was so lovely. I've been very moved by this, and now thank you, Marikita.
Thank you. It's a blessing.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. And now we are getting ready for our next one. So we'll bring up the next people. We'll bring up Lisa and Judy. There she is. Hello, I am going to introduce you, and I wonder if you want to bring up or have it be a surprise who your announcement is. Let's make sure. Are you able to speak, Lisa? Are you
Yes,
there?
yes, I am. Why don't we go ahead and bring up our special guests?
All right, so let's bring up Victoria.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Okay, so I'm going to do a little introduction to Judy and you, Lisa, and then let you take it away. Does that sound good?
Great, thanks.
All right, wonderful. Well, welcome everyone to VCOP 22, the Vegan Convergence of the People. And the theme is Thriving on Planet B. I'm so pleased to introduce to you these wonderful people. Lisa Levinson directs In Defense of Animals, Sustainable Activism Campaign, offering emotional and spiritual resources for animal activists, and co-directs the Wild Animals Campaign, advocating for wild animals. She founded the Vegan Spirituality, exploring veganism as a spiritual practice, and co-founded the Interfaith Vegan Coalition, providing resources for faith-based vegan advocacy. We also have the wonderful Judy McCoy Carmen. MA is an author of Homo Ahimsa, Who We Really Are and How We're Going to Save the World, Peace to All Beings, Veggie Soup, and the Sick and Whole. Chicken Soul. Oh, goodness. Well, thank you so much, and I'm going to let you introduce our other speaker, and we're just so pleased to hear from you. And this is the Homo Ahimsa Awards.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. I really appreciate you all hosting this wonderful award. We're so excited to be here for this. I'm Judy Carmen, as Rebecca said. I'm the co-founder of the Interfaith Vegan Coalition along with Lisa. And we created this award a few years back to be given annually to a person or persons who beautifully exemplify the traits of compassionate, vegan, ahimsa living. If you're wondering what Homo Ahimsa means, and I know that that's still kind of a new term out there, I coined it in my book, Peace to All Beings, a few years back, and then I thought, I need to really explain it more. So I wrote Homo Ahimsa, who we really are and how we're going to save the world. And so there's a lot of information in that book, but basically ahimsa is the Sanskrit word for non-harm.
Might not even know what Buddhism is, with our monthly Sangha where you can come and meditate.
Oh, can we mute that? Thank you, whoever did that. So ahimsa is the Sanskrit term for non-harm. It's also been described as the highest expression of selfless service, awareness of the diversity of all life, and divine unconditional love. Homo is, of course, Latin for human. So I love how East meets West in the term Homo Ahimsa. We've got Sanskrit and we've got Latin, describing who we really are deep inside ourselves. So, as I say in my recent book, bears and alligators did not do the damage to the earth that we're seeing. And Forrest certainly described a lot of that very well. And he also talked about needing bright beacons of love. I wrote that down because I love that. And that's what award winners of Homo Ahimsa are, bright beacons of love. So Homo sapiens are the ones, as we all know, who've done all this damage, not the animals, of course. So rather than continuing with Homo sapiens' violent domination of life, we need, as a species, to develop into our true nature as Homo Ahimsa. And that takes some work, some inner work. which is something that our winners have been doing for years, working on that on themselves, but also teaching it. The nonviolent, kind, and loving partner with all life, that's who Homo Ahimsa is. When living from our true nature, then that's when the inspiration comes for how to heal. How do we stop the extinction and all the suffering that Forrest was talking about and that Silas has been talking about all these years? How do we stop it? We need inspiration, and we're going to get a lot closer to that as we approach our true nature as Homo Ahimsa. So this is what Victoria Moran and William Melton have done as they light the way ahead for all of us. They are demonstrating every day the ethics, every day, the ethics and beauty of Ahimsa and living by the golden rule. And wait till you hear of all the amazing Homo Ahimsa things they have created. Sri Swami Sivananda said that Ahimsa is, quote, abstinence from causing any pain or harm whatsoever to any living creature, either by thought, word, or deed. Victoria and William live by that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about William. And so you all, if you don't know him, can get to know him a little bit. And then when I'm finished with that, Lisa is going to tell us all about Victoria and some of the things that she has done. So William Melton, MSJDOMBLCE, is the co-founder and board president of the Compassion Consortium. He's an ordained interfaith minister. He's an ordained animal chaplain. He's an animal Reiki master, has the animal Reiki master certification. And he also the Shelter Animal Reiki Association certified practitioner. He is a fear-free shelter certified practitioner. And he's also learned about canine massage. And he is a vegan lifestyle coach and an educator. And not only that, a Juris Doctor. William was, in his first career, an international business and technology lawyer, living in 7 countries and working in more than 30 others. This gave him exposure to myriad cultures and religions. In 2019, he decided to shift gears and pursue a ministry of compassion. And that's what we're talking about. Dedicated to healing the suffering of animals, the environment, and the human heart, which is a big key with Homo Ahimsa, because we're talking about doing the deep inner work to become Homo Ahimsa and then know what to do, how we're going to resolve these problems that Homo sapiens caused. William left his 30-year legal career, enrolled in and was ordained by One Spirit Interfaith Seminary in New York City, and co-founded the Compassion Consortium, all in his quest to extend to all living beings the same compassion that is a foundational element of all religions and faith traditions, which, as we all know, don't normally extend that compassion to the animal world. William is an ordained animal chaplain, ordained by the Compassion Consortium. And that is something some of you may want to look into. And the Compassion Consortium itself has a monthly a church service, basically, a worship service that you can sign up for. And they also have a number of other offerings. So that is definitely worth looking into. William also is a level 3 animal Reiki master, and I did already tell you that. But he is the author of 2 books, including The Complete Idiot's Guide to Playing the Harmonica. I don't have that book yet. I need to get it. And 3 not yet produced screenplays, including Miss Liberty, which is the compelling story of a fictional cow who escapes from a slaughterhouse and the human drama that ensues. And that film is currently in development. So now, without further ado, I will introduce my dear co everything, Lisa Levinson. We put the Interfaith Vegan Coalition together, and she's the one who started vegan spirituality years before that and inspired me so much. And I'm just so thrilled to see her beautiful face, and she is going to talk about Victoria.
Yes,
Lisa?
yes. Hi, Judy. Thank you so much. Yes, it was such a treat. We actually met at our vegan spirituality retreat in 2013, which was so much fun. And since then, as you mentioned, we put together the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. And one of our most favorite events every year is our Homo Ahimsa Award ceremony, which we're doing right now. So it's my pleasure to introduce Victoria Moran. At 14, Victoria told a pen pal that she wanted to be a mystic when she grew up, and she spent the 60 years since on that mission. Moving to London at 18, she discovered yoga, vegetarianism, theosophy, and a magical bookshop called Watkins that inspired her writing career, resulting in 14 books to date. Her first, Compassion, the Ultimate Ethic, an exploration of veganism, came in 1985 and was possibly the first book traditionally published on vegan philosophy and practice. Other titles on both veganism and eclectic spirituality include The Love Power Diet, Shelter for the Spirit, Creating a Charmed Life, Main Street Vegan, and Age Like a Yogi, a heavenly path to a dazzling third act, with a foreword from Jivamukti Yoga co-founder Sharon Gannon. Praise for the book includes a sought-after speaker at venues including Unity Village, the Omega Institute, the Theosophical Society in America, the Integral Yoga Institute, the Parliament of the World's Religions. Victoria has a degree in comparative religions from North Central College, and she is a certified life coach, holistic health coach, and registered yoga teacher. She is a co-director of the Compassion Consortium with William and also Reverend Sarah Bowen, who you'll hear shortly, an interfaith center based on the principles of Ahimsa, and she was a lead producer of the 2019 documentary, A Prayer for Compassion. Listed by Veg News among the top 10 living vegetarian authors, voted PETA's sexiest vegan over 50 in 2016, and inducted into the 2024 Vegan Hall of Fame, Victoria hosts the award-winning Main Street Vegan podcast. She is the founder and director of Main Street Vegan Academy, training and certifying vegan lifestyle coaches and educators since 2012. She lives in New York City with her husband, interfaith minister William Melton, Rupert, a Chihuahua mix rescued from a hoarding, and Thunder, a largely blind pigeon rescued from the streets of Manhattan. Some high points in her life include when she was 17, Paul McCartney, not yet sir and not yet vegetarian, bought Victoria a drink. In the 1990s, she traveled twice to Tibet. And in the days when inspirational authors wanted nothing more than to appear on Oprah, she did twice. So it's my pleasure to introduce Victoria. But before we have Victoria and William speak, we'd like to invite Sarah, Reverend Sarah Bowen, to join us and to talk about her experiences with Victoria and William as a co-founder of the Compassion Consortium. Let's see if we can add Sarah.
Sarah, is your camera on? You know, she probably can't turn on her camera. Just a moment.
Mm.
Maybe she can turn on her camera. We'll bring her up.
There she is.
Yeah.
Can't unmute. Ah, there we are. Yeah, I was stuck in that place where you're trying to press all the buttons and nothing is happening. So thank you for getting me out of that limbo, folks. I am so delighted to be here with you all on this day. And thank you, Judy and Lisa, for this beautiful kind of setup. So I'm Reverend Sarah Bowen, and I have this distinct honor of working alongside Reverend William Melton and Victoria Moran at the Compassion Consortium, which has been mentioned, which is a non-sectarian spiritual community doing interspecies activity and support. So it is my deep honor to celebrate with you with all of you, these folks who I consider two extraordinary individuals. They're not ordinary. They are extraordinary. They exemplify the spirit of homo ahimsa that Judy talked about through a couple of things that stood out for me: visionary leadership, compassionate advocacy, and unwavering devotion to multi-species justice. I remember the moment I met William Melton, and I may embarrass him here for a moment, but isn't that what award ceremonies are for? We'll see. I remember precisely the moment I met William, and it was at the Interfaith Seminary where I teach. And what I remember about this moment was William's fortitude and his solidness. And I don't mean physically, I'm talking about his resolve. He sat through every talk that we had from a guest conversationalist who was talking about some sort of topic, some religion, was giving it to all the folks there in the seminary who were not animal focused, right? We're interested in becoming clergy. And he would thoughtfully listen, and I could almost see the gears going in his head, right? And we'd open for Q&A, and he was never the first to ask a question. He would wait for the right time. And then he would ask a very precisely worded question about animals, using a steady voice that you could tell had a lot of power packed underneath that question. And it was about to ripple on the surface. And I remember thinking at the time, wow, I wish I could do that. The way he asked questions of speakers was something to behold. Over the next 2 years, I would learn about the things that Judy just mentioned, his long career as an accomplished lawyer in 30 countries. And I'd also learn about his unwavering call to become an ordained interfaith clergy member, specifically to advocate for animals. And I'd learn about his philosophical perspectives as a Stoic agnostic. William intrigued me every step of the way. He would find useful text, sometimes very obscure, to support his points. He was a voracious reader, and we had many, many thoughtful conversations. And at some point, William let me know he was married to the well-known author Victoria Moran. And I confess that for a moment I was starstruck. I had one of Victoria's books on my bookshelf. It was well worn with a ridiculous amount of post-it notes all over it and highlighted passages and questions to myself. The book was The Good Karma Diet, and it changed my life. Victoria's gentle way of speaking to all of the readers, which felt personal to me, about the harms being done to animals in our so-called food system, had a profound effect. She was non-judgmental. She moved slowly on the topic so I could absorb the information. She provided practical solutions that didn't seem insurmountable. Has anyone ever felt like what we have to deal with is insurmountable? I did, but Victoria gave me things in chunks that I could deal with. And it wasn't until I met William that I understood Victoria's brilliance after having read her book. Soon I learned about her impressive impact with the vegan and animal rights community, all of the things that Lisa just mentioned. I won't go through them again. And all of the forming of the Main Street Vegan Academy, that she had students of her own, creating an innovative vegan lifestyle coach certification. PETA's sexiest vegan over 50, I admit, caused me to say, I really would like to meet this woman. And she had been a producer on a film that I had seen. So I was now further intimidated about meeting Victoria. Would I be a good enough activist? Would I break down and confess that despite all of her excellent animal-friendly and human-friendly health guidance, I still drank Diet Coke every morning and my family members were omnivores? In hindsight, I think this nervousness is something that many people experience when meeting someone they perceive as further on a journey that they're on. When you're 2 steps or 10 steps into a lifestyle change, it can be nerve-wracking to talk to someone who seems like they've made it further up that mountain, or maybe are at the top of that mountain. When the moment came to meet Victoria, I understood that all of my self-doubt was moot, because Victoria is the kindest and most gracious human I have ever met. I'll say that again. The most kindest and most gracious human I've ever met. And I'm not alone in this observation. In fact, her personal conviction that kindness should extend to animals has inspired thousands of people to rethink their habits and their beliefs and their choices. And William's vision of a spiritually based interspecies community soon became real. The Compassion Consortium now includes over 1,700 people in our community in just a couple of years. We've matured into a global space where people from all faith traditions and people who are unaffiliated too can find interspiritual support for activism, for grief, for healing, for growth. By mentoring activists and creating meditations with animals and rituals for animals, and offering chaplaincy training and book nights and film nights and all of the very busy things that we do, and weaving vegan principles into interfaith services, we help shift others from domination toward more relationships that are just with other beings. William and Victoria are also the creative brilliance behind the new film. Was anybody curious when the new film was just mentioned? Miss Liberty, A Taste of Freedom, is currently in pre-production. And they noted of this project, Miss Liberty is entertainment for families. It's not a juvenile movie. There are no talking animals. The plot is sufficiently sophisticated to mesmerize adults. It could be, and will be, they project, a date movie. Or it could be for the divorced dad who has his children for the weekends and thinks, we could go to McDonald's in a movie. And then sees a movie about a cow that changes, perhaps, the way that he views that animal and that McDonald's burger he just had. They say this is not someone who would look for a vegan or animal rights flick, but they will see this one. And I firmly believe in that, but they will see this one. Miss Liberty has the potential to open so many minds and hearts, so many more than these two have already opened. It's another example of when William and Victoria get together, there's something going on that transcends what we see on the outside. So let me wrap by explaining that. We are a species who loves to accomplish. We've just told you all of the things that these two have accomplished. But sometimes we can forget what matters most, the essence of the people, when we strip away all they've done and all they may do in the future. Each of us has a beingness in our core, which attracts other people to want to spend time with us, not because of what we do or how accomplished we are, how well known we might be. I'm talking to all of you right now, folks. The world's spiritual traditions tell us we have a value beyond doingness. Our worth is not determined by status or wealth, but because we each carry a spark of aliveness. Some might call it a soul or sacred breath or a divine spark, but a spark of aliveness. We're each precious. Isn't that the thing we're trying to get people to realize about other species? That each animal has a value not for what they do or the product they can be turned into, but because they have an inherent value. Why is it so hard to remember this about ourselves? So today we remember it about Victoria and William. Victoria embodies kindness. William embodies fortitude. He is courageous in the face of fear and suffering and temptation and all of the mess in the world. As we were forming the Compassion Consortium, we encountered so many challenges, and at every step, William reminded us of why we were doing what we were doing. He continues to be courageous with all the things that life throws at him. And Victoria reminds us all along to proceed with kindness, that it's essential to act with compassion and empathy and a desire to help others without expecting something in return. Victoria Moran and Reverend William Melton are not just award recipients, folks. They are signposts pointing towards a world where our humanity is measured by compassion. Their lives remind us that compassion is not passive. It's not passive. It's active and embodied and purposeful. So please join me, in celebrating their examples. Enjoy them and celebrate their example, their courage, their leadership. May their journeys inspire each one of us to live as Homo Hemsa, people who seek to minimize the violence we see in the world. May their journeys inspire us to ponder the role of kindness and fortitude in our own journeys as well. In the closing to her book, Homo Hemsa, Judy Carman reflects, "The future for my precious children and grandchildren and yours and everyone else's too depends on what path we choose, what vision we hold, and what we do from here. And as Victoria says, compassion is a decision. So let us all choose compassion."
And so beautifully said, Sarah. We really appreciate your personal reflections on both of our award recipients today. And now we have the opportunity to hear from our award recipients. And we'll start with Victoria Moran. Hi, Victoria.
Oh, hi, everybody. This is really a moving and amazing experience. And I'm reminded in the moment how spending a life in animal rights is a little bit like taking a lot of improv classes because it trains you to be up for the unexpected. So I spent the last few minutes listening to the beautiful remarks from Judy and Lisa and Reverend Sarah, while also trying to help people get the right link and passcode to get in to our group here, and at least a couple of them did. So I'm happy for that. So thank you to the Interfaith Vegan Coalition, Lisa Levinson, Judy Carman, Reverend Sarah Bowen, Dr. Silas Rao, and Climate Healers, and everybody who's taken the time to be with us today. So I've been in animal rights 55 years. That's longer than I've been vegan. And I remember the first animal rights demonstration I ever did. It was in my hometown of Kansas City, Missouri. And there was a livestock and horse show there, the American Royal, that happened every year. And the whole city was flooded with future farmers of America in their blue jackets. And in 1971, I just got together a group of people and we protested. That was so unusual at the time that the newspaper there, the Kansas City Star, covered it. And it was picked up by the wire services. And I didn't realize until decades later, when I was playing online, that an article about that demonstration landed in the LA Times and the Boston Globe. Now, that wouldn't happen today. And in a way, that's good because it means that we have so many protests and vigils and actions for the animals that we have to be really out there to make it big news. But it does kind of show me the history and the progress that we've made. And one of the wonderful things for me in all this time is that I have been surrounded and motivated by incredible people, and I just want to acknowledge a few of them here. First is Dee Dee, Adeline DeSoto. She was my grandmother-age nanny hired because my parents both worked in the days before daycare. Now, she was part of Unity, which is a lovely Christian denomination that was founded in the 1890s by ethical vegetarians. And so she told me early on, I was 5 years old, that there were people in the world who never ate any meat. And we'd been learning in school about the 4 food groups. And I was starting to see that you can make choices about food for nutrition, but then Dee Dee showed me you can make choices about food for so much more. And later on, when I was 20, I met Jay, the late Jay, and the very much alive Freya Dinshaw of the American Vegan Society, who introduced me to veganism. I had already made it to vegetarian. In those days, we used to do it in steps like that. And oh, I had a hard time being vegan. I mean, I stumbled and tripped and fell off the wagon for quite a few years, but I'd always get back on, and largely because Jay and Freya always treated me like a vegan and never gave up on me. And then there was my beautiful first husband, Dr. Patrick Moran. Now, Patrick was attempting to be vegan when we met in 1972. So if you're a single person out there thinking how difficult it is to find vegan guys, I actually think that in 1972 in Kansas City, I may have found the only one. And we had a beautiful life together for some 15 years prior to his death. But before that, I was in college. I went in my late 20s and had earned a fellowship for foreign study, and I didn't know what I was going to do with it. And one morning, one of these very busy mornings, you know, the type where you can't find your keys and one of the cats gets out and we're trying to deal with all this stuff. In the meantime, I'm saying, I don't know what I'm supposed to do this fellowship about. And he said, oh, I just thought you'd go to England and study vegans. And it was like, well, of course I'll go to England and study vegans. And that became my first book, Compassion, the Ultimate Ethic, an exploration of veganism, the first, blessedly, of 14. And then I was inspired by my daughter, Rachel Adair. As I told you, I'd been slipping and sliding with the veganism. I'd be vegan at home and I'd fall off at restaurants, or I'd put half and half in the coffee. And then I had this beautiful baby girl, and I knew I wanted her to be vegan, but I had to be vegan first. And she inspired that. I was dealing with a binge eating disorder, and I got real serious about that after she was born. And once I had that interchange so that I could make choices about what I was going to eat, of course I was going to choose vegan. I didn't want to hurt anybody. And Adair kept giving that back to me all through her life. Children who have been vegan from the very beginning are such great teachers. I have so many great stories. One was when she went to Sunday school with a friend, and I said, did they give you anything to eat? And she said, well, they had crackers, but I didn't have any because the teacher wouldn't let me read the label. And Adair is still very much vegan, and she works as a stunt performer and aerialist. So all those people that say the muscle people who are vegan now built the muscle when they were eating meat, not so, because she's never had any meat or anything from an animal. And then there is Patty Brightman. I met Patty at a vegan conference in 1989. She was one of the few people on earth who had actually read that first book that I wrote. And lo and behold, she was a literary agent, and she became my literary agent. She gave me my life's work, which is something I can never repay. And then she went on to be the agent to the vegans, and she was representing so many amazing authors in our movement, and has done so much in her own right for the animals and for veganism. And then the last person I'll mention, but there are certainly dozens and dozens more that I ought to be mentioning, Thomas Jackson. The person I didn't know, he called into my podcast back when it was still a radio show because he had won a book, and he left his phone number with the engineer. And when I called him back, he said, would you like to produce my documentary? And I'm thinking, I don't know how to produce a documentary. But then he said, it's about veganism and spirituality. Well, then I figured I can learn how to produce a documentary because those are my two great passions. So, to all of them and to all of you that are here supporting us and didn't get mentioned, thank you. I love you. So, where we are right now, as I see it in our movement, is that we had a peak. We had a peak there in 2019 when it was Year of the Vegan, and we were trending. But the problem with trending is that before long, you are going to untrend. And that seems to be what's happening in the outer world right now. I think 6, 7 years ago, when you told people you were vegan, chances are they'd say something like, well, I'm not quite there, but I see that that's a really good thing to do. Or as one person said to me, well, my food isn't vegan, but all of my cosmetics and toiletries are vegan. It was like this was so much a club that people wanted to join that they'd figure out a way to get in the back door. It's a little bit difficult now because what's trending is backyard chickens and raw milk and super high protein, can't get enough. Well, one thing that I can say from having been around this for so long is that the super high protein thing, at least, cycles around every 5 or 6 years. It's kind of like the return of the cicada. It will run its course and it will stop. We'll have a little more opportunity to get out there with the wonderful scientific research on how terrific this way of eating is. But regardless of what's happening out there in the world, what's happening internally is that this is truly a spiritual decision and a spiritual choice. At least that's how I see it. I'm sure there are many wonderful vegans who see it differently. But for me, what we're trying to do is impossible, or at least highly improbable. And I see that with a commitment to this beautiful way of life, the highly improbable happens quite a bit. It happened once for me way back in the 1980s. The phone rang, and it was a college student who said, I found an article that you wrote in my college library, and I'm going vegan. And I thought, okay, except his name was Bruce Friedrich. And if you're part of this movement now, you know that Bruce Friedrich has gone on to do tremendous things in this movement for decades now, and he's currently heading up the Good Food Institute. And then a little bit later, 2011, I had sold my book, Main Street Vegan, to a publisher. With nonfiction, you do it from a proposal. That's what they buy, and then they own it. They can name it, they can do whatever they want with it. My editor, they didn't like Main Street. They thought it sounded politically conservative and that it would be divisive. And I'm thinking, but doesn't everybody want to be Main Street? And then we had one of those vegan miracles. William and I were walking up Broadway, and there was somebody so famous, you could recognize him from the back. Michael Moore, the filmmaker. He'd liked one of my earlier books, so I said hello. We had a conversation, and it came out, my situation with my book title, and he said, let me talk to them, because everybody does want to be Main Street. Well, there was this magical three-way call with an Academy Award winner, my agent, and me, and that resulted in my getting that title, Main Street Vegan, which has led to everything that I've done for the past 13 years. Highly improbable, impossible even, but not for God. And I believe that this is a godly mission. And right now, as you've heard, William and I are involved once again in the maybe not impossible, but highly improbable and very difficult situation of trying to make a feature film. Whenever you want to do something that takes $3 million and you don't have $3 million to spare, well, highly improbable, but not for God and not for this beautiful divine way of life that we are all trying to get out there more into the world. So as I turn this over to a very wonderful person, my husband, William Melton. I just want to say that because every being matters, my prayer is that we can all be the humans that the animals are waiting for. And here's a human like that, William Melton.
That's me?
That's you.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And this is when you'd like me to do this. Okay. So I'll be reading my remarks today. It's because I have aphasia, which affects the brain centers of my brain. And so it makes it very more eating for me to teach it more cuffily. So I'm trying to do that. So I'm just going to start and kind of write to you what I'm trying to tell you about this. And it's so I've always been a private person and am not used to receiving words. In fact, I've told Victoria that when our movie, Miss Liberty, is up for Academy Award, yay, we can accept that without me. So since coming to understand what happens to animals in farming, I've left some of the privacy of this behind. So like many of us, I had my early experience that had planted a seed of compassion. I was 12 and visited relatives who wanted to go hunting. And I went along and I thought a little bob-wired quail. And when I realized what I had done early, I felt awful. I promised myself that I would never kill any feature again. Of course, I didn't make the connection of what I ate from that. So as an adult, my lawyer at that time took me to learn over 30 countries. But it was not until my mid-40s when I got to know Victoria and her daughter, when I met any vegans or vegetarians. And that's when I made connection to that livelihood incident, and I stopped eating meat. And vegan would take longer with me since I understood the whole picture. And I was up in New York, separate New Stork, and I got the idea for this book, Miss Liberty, and I spent a month and learned how to take cows, and I lived at Farm Sanctuary at the Farm Sanctuary with Gene Cower, and basically they liked this book, and so that's where I became. And then later, as I was semi-retired, I decided to go back to school to study ethology. And it seemed to me that most of the religions of the world had failed about animals. And I enrolled in a 2-year interfaith ministerial program at One Spirit Seminary. And I was lucky enough to have my dean, Reverend Sarah, a vegan who had vegan one of my wife's books. So I was inspired to create the Compassion Consortium. And I did that with Victoria and Sarah. And early on, I was a very, very vocal person. And I, unfortunately, with aphasia, I was not very vocal at that time. So I often hear that animals have no words, and that's why we need to speak with them. These days, I don't have access to a lot of words myself. Because of my aphasia, I identify with the animals even more. Sometimes I feel that I can't do nearly as much for them as they deserve, but I do all I can, and I keep trying, and I always try to celebrate all of you who here for you, and you will not stop. So I'm extremely grateful for this award because it tells me that my work, as imperfect as it is given my limitations, it has value, and it has value even now. So thanks to the Interfaith Vegan Coalition and to the climate healers and to my wife, who got this boy from a boy in Kansas to eat tofu and helped me to see that animals are worth something. And thank you. I got through that. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Okay, so that's it. Okay, thank you.
Bravo.
Oh, wow. That is absolutely amazing. Thanks to both of you for sharing a little bit about your journeys with us. We're so thrilled to have both of you here and to hear your words and what inspired you. It's so great. I would like to just take a little moment and share what the Homo Ahimsa Award certificate looks like that Victoria and William will be getting. So I'm going to share my screen really quickly, and then we'll tell you a little bit more about Homo Ahimsa Day and Homo Ahimsa Awareness Week. Let's see if I can find the right page. Try one more time to see if the page will come up properly for me. Okay. Okay, I think it's not going to show today. I'm so sorry. But we will put a link to it in the chat so everybody can see it. I'm going to go ahead with a little bit more about the Homo Ahimsa Day. And just to let you know, this is in honor of the award that we've been doing for a few years, but we decided that this year we'd do something different and commemorate the day we give the award, which is today, as Homo Ahimsa Day. And then this will kick off a week. And we decided to do each day of the coming week to be a special act of compassion, kind of like random acts of kindness, but these will be random acts of compassion in honor of Homo Ahimsa Day and Awareness Week. So what we've done is curate 7 daily practices for living with Ahimsa. And the first is to join the Homo Ahimsa Award ceremony, which you're all doing. So everyone here is accomplishing the very first random act of compassion by attending the ceremony today. And then the next day, on Monday, you can download and share In Defense of Animals Vegan Starter Guide. On Tuesday, you can eat a vegan meal, or if you're already vegan, take someone out who is not vegan and share a vegan meal with them. You can make a vegan meal from the starter guide that we shared, and we'll put the link in the chat, or you can find a local vegan restaurant using Happy Cow, a wonderful app. Then on Wednesday, you can watch A Prayer for Compassion, which is the film that Victoria produced and shared a little bit about how that started with you today. And on Thursday, you can read one of these amazing books on compassion for all beings. You can read Homo Ahimsa, which Reverend Sarah Bowen shared with us a couple moments ago. You can read her book, Sacred Send-Offs. You can read Victoria's, one of her 14 books, Main Street Vegan, or Age Like a Yogi. Then on Friday, you can read, and also on Thursday, a chapter is fine, just a chapter of the books, and then you can read the rest of it later. On Friday, we encourage everyone to participate in Respect for Fish Day, which is an initiative by In Defense of Animals to encourage people to consider fish as sentient beings. Then on Saturday, teach a child how a mother cow's milk is created for her baby. And you can watch the Dairy is Scary video, which encapsulates everything about that so that you can be informed when you share this knowledge and awareness with a child. So that is what we're offering for Homo Awareness Week, and you can stay tuned to In Defense of Animals, our social media. We're going to be putting together a little post or two all about that. And then Victoria was kind enough to gather some wonderful quotes for us and also some images that could accompany each action for each day. So just wanted to thank you, Victoria, for doing that. I don't know that we'll share it today, but if you'd like to, you're welcome to. If not, we will encourage people to visit In Defense of Animals social media to see that. And then from here, what we'd like to do is thank everybody for joining our ceremony today and see if any one of the people who have spoken have anything else they'd like to share with us. And if not, we can move on to one of our closings.
Beyond asking everybody to do like a huge celebration thing wherever you are, folks, a woohoo or a hands up or whatever you do to celebrate. I know we can't see everyone, but just take a moment to celebrate these two. Yeah.
Woohoo! Yay!
I feel like we should have some sort of something that shoots, something that's earth friendly, but we don't. So there we go. See lots of Zoom. Yeah, there you go. Lots of Zoom things. Yeah. That was it for me, Lisa and Judy.
Well, thank you so much, Reverend Sarah. We really appreciate you sharing that with us today. And then just seeing Judy, was there anything that you wanted to share?
Well, thank you, Lisa, for talking about this being Homo Amsa Day. And so next year, it'll be the last Sunday of July, will be Homo Ahimsa Day again. And we'll have new recipients for the award presented that day. And then we'll have the 7 days following, a week of compassionate acts that'll be a part of Homo Ahimsa Week. So now I believe Sarah has a wonderful closing prayer for us. Is that right, Sarah?
I am always willing to drop a prayer for everyone. And when we say the word prayer around here, folks, we use that in the most expansive possibility. So whether that is, I have prayed with atheists, I've prayed with Buddhists, I've prayed with any kind of tradition, right? So if the word prayer is one that's prickly for you, just think about this as mindfulness or a moment of getting centered or a moment of getting grounded or a moment of intention, whether you're going deep inside or you're going outward, whatever your thing is, we'll do your thing. But we'll start with the breath because that's what connects all of us and connects us to the animals, connects us to plant life, connects us to waters, to clouds. Just take a deep breath. And exhaling, grateful for the spark of aliveness that is in us right now. Taking another breath. Exhaling, grateful for the spark of aliveness that is within us right now. And in this silence, reach out or reach in to that which grounds you. I invite you to take a moment of gratitude for this time together right now, as well as this time together on these 2 days. A recommitment of our goals, our desires, our intentions. And just let that sink into your soul. Taking another breath. Exhaling, noticing the aliveness of everyone who's here together and everyone in your habitat. And breathing your eyes open. Feel free to add your closing word, whether that be Om Shanti, or Amen, or that's it, folks, like that fancy rabbit said.
Thank you. That was lovely, Reverend Sarah. We so appreciate you giving us the closing today, and want to especially thank Victoria and William for your incredible work and your compassionate acts. And you are truly embody the nonviolent human that we're here to celebrate today. So we are so excited to see what comes of the film and other things in the future, and look forward to staying tuned to the Compassion Consortium, where we can see you in action on various occasions during the Sunday worship service and other times. So Judy and I are very, very grateful to you. And as we mentioned, this was a unanimous vote for our Homo Ahimsa Award. And we're just thrilled to celebrate both of you today. Thank you.
Wow, that was so beautiful. And just the meditation I needed, and just the inspiration and gratitude for you both, for all of you, but for you winners. Yeah, John and Victoria. Oh, all of you, it was so lovely. Thank you. Wow. All right. That was so wonderful. And now for those of you who have joined, I want to say, if you're just joining, you missed a beautiful session. If you're rejoining, welcome. And if this is your first time, we're very glad that you're here. Welcome to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Thriving on Planet B. I'm Rebecca Allen, your Climate Healers MC, and I'm very pleased to introduce to you our climate healer friend, Deborah Grenard. She offers body spirit of connection, personal development, and spiritual transformations. Deborah Grenard on Eating for Your Body. Please welcome Deborah Grenard.
Thank you, BJ, and thank you to all of the climate healers who helped to put on this amazing event, and everyone who is here in support of the mission. That was a beautiful, I'm not able to be here for the whole thing this weekend, which is sad for me, but boy, coming in on that ending meditation was really powerful. So thank you for that. I usually like to start my sessions with a centering, grounding meditation as well. So I'll just add to that. I am going to speak on eating for the body today, which is it is assuming veganism and then taking it beyond into some really powerful practices that are very healing for the body. So if you have dealt with disease, or if you know someone who is struggling with disease, these can be really helpful practices. And also, if you've met those people who say, oh yes, I tried veganism once and it made me sick, I got this, or had indigestion, or felt weak, and those kind of things. These are some practices that could help, and perhaps you could speak with them about trying it this way, right? What I'm going to share with you today, as BJ mentioned, my practice is with the food body spirit connection, recognizing our bodies are nature, not separate from nature, and must align with what the earth gives us and provides for us to sustain ourselves. And we have a mutual respectful relationship with the earth, with our bodies, and with our spirit. It's all got to be aligned because it's all one. There is no separation. So I'll begin our session today by just inviting everyone, just imagine us all in one large circle, sitting side by side, and you've got someone to your left and someone to your right, like shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, knee to knee, coming together as one in a circle. And we're making one big circle. And imagine as we form this circle that the planet and her environment are centered, like we're surrounding the planet and her environment. The planet and her entire environment are centered at the center of our circle. And let's bring all of our focus and attention to face our Mother Earth, facing the planet, surrounding her environment, all of the parts of her. And just bring your eyes, your ears, your nose, your mouth, your breath to face toward the Mother Earth. And take a breath and just breathe the air, breathe her air. And as you exhale, drop down and really settle into your body. And then bring your throat center and your heart center to face toward the Mother Earth, and just feel that heart connection with the heart of your spirit, with the heart of her spirit, this connecting in, being present with her vibrations, her energies, and feel the love, feel the nurturing of the mother who cares for and contains and holds and provides for all of her inhabitants. And take a breath in, breathing that love through your heart center. And as you exhale again, drop down and land into your body, land into your hips, your pelvic bowl, and bring your belly, your whole hara, that belly energy in the front of your belly and your hips, and turn that to face into the Mother Earth as well. And just give your whole body permission to be completely present and rest into this space of nurturing, of love and compassion. And BJ, is it okay if I share a PowerPoint presentation?
Absolutely.
Okay. I did put one together for us. There we go. All right. So you should be seeing the full screen. So our presentation today is eating for the body, and we're going to talk about habits that support digestive function through all of the phases of digestion. And yes, this is a mind, body, spirit presentation. There is a quote from one of a Sufi mystic from long ago, Muhyiddin Ibn Arabi. It says, "We are in the earth, not on the earth. Our bodies are from the earth. We cannot exist in human form outside of the earth. We are an integral part of the earth's ecosystem." Right? We tend to think of ourselves as on this planet, and so much of our culture is about dominating, controlling nature, bending nature to our will, and making it work for us, rather than recognizing that we are not separate. We are in the earth. There is no separation, period. And I know I'm speaking to the choir here, but just a reminder, setting the tone. The human body is made of earth, water, air, and spirit, right? The body is from the earth. The spirit gives life force to the body. When the spirit leaves the body returns to the earth. The body is made of earth, water, and air. Therefore, it needs food, drink, and breath. And in today's presentation, we're going to talk about 3 phases of digestion, because we tend to think of eating. And of course, if we have problems with elimination, we certainly think about that. But we're going to talk about the 3 phases of digestion and tips to support us through each phase of the digestion, and really eating as a self-care for the soul, and balancing the physiological needs of the body with life and our emotional needs. Because if we didn't have all of the pressures of life, which I know is a very real thing, it's something we all have. We have the pressures of life. We have our demands that we have on us to get along in this world, as well as our emotions. So we're going to talk about all of that. And I want to just give you a little background, some sources for this information, because I think you probably don't know me and where I've been, but this will hopefully help. So in my personal healing journey, oh boy, it's been probably 30 years ago at least. I struggled with ulcerative colitis, hypoglycemia, and fibrocystic disease. I was given the typical, diagnosis. These are things you live with, and you just, deal with it. I heard the people your age get these things, and when I was in my early 20s, and people your age in teens, some of it in the teens, some of it in the early 20s, people your age get these things. You just live with it. Eat a diet that has no fiber in it whatsoever, so you don't disrupt your ulcerated colon, and then take these steroids, and you'll adapt, right? Which honestly is a death sentence. So if you have heard that death sentence and you want more information about this specifically, contact me. So my own healing journey, I decided, okay, that to me just fortunately did not resonate. And I decided to find other ways. So I found books, and I really embraced natural hygiene. And I think that was a huge key to healing my physical body, the practice of my natural hygiene. I became involved in spiritual teachings and found prophetic medicine. I incorporate some prophetic medicine principles with the natural hygiene. And I've been a long-time student of Sufism, and I've studied spiritual healing and the spiritual studies. And so the healing practices and spiritual connection and meditation are a large part of the source of information, if you will. I also was a certified colon hydrotherapist and a cleansing coach, and I studied holistic nutrition. I came just short of getting my PhD. Unfortunately, I was in a relationship that decided to dissolve, and I ended up moving and didn't finish that PhD in holistic nutrition, but it's in my heart and in my body and my soul and in my life. So I want to say, first and foremost, food is meant to give us pleasure, because sharing food is an expression of love. It's a symbol of loving care, kindness, community building, and ritual. And there is a mutual give and receive cycle when we share food with each other that builds connection and community and trust. So I want to say that first and foremost, because sometimes we get into those places where, like, okay, wait a minute, I'm going to give you a bunch of rules today that might sound a little rigid, but we hold them in the context of we don't live in a vacuum. We don't live independently. We do interact with others, and there is room. There is lots of mercy built into our physical existence. And, we see that. What is sickness? Sickness is the body's attempt to compensate for something that has gone awry, right? And not always, right? But generally, our diets and our lifestyles contribute to the disharmony in the body. And the body, when the body gives us symptoms, it's a signal that something needs to be adjusted and brought back into alignment. But the body can, there's a lot to be said about the things that give us joy, that give us love, that give us loving and kind relationships, and feed the spirit and feed the soul. So I want to put that into context, the following that I'm going to share with you are guidelines that support the physiology. And let me say one more thing about the importance of supporting the physiology, because 8 years ago, I returned to my childhood home to live with my father, who at the time was 94, and his partner had passed away, and he was living alone. He had congestive heart failure, and his doctor said, prepare for this is his last year of life. Get all your family together at Christmas. He, won't be around much longer. There's not a lot more that we can do for him. And I will fast forward 8 years later. He's about to turn 103. And so many of his symptoms from the congestive heart failure have been reversed. And a lot of it is due to, now he's not going to go vegan, right? But I have put a lot of these things into practice, put him on an anti-inflammatory diet with just, he still has certain things. I will not let him touch dairy with a 10-foot pole, but he still does have some animal products in his diet. But he has almost no, if you know anything about about the congestive heart failure, it's really tough. There's an incredible amount of inflammation and mucus in the body and fluid retention. His legs were, just huge, and his ankles were huge to the point where his skin was splitting open, and he was getting what's called venous stasis ulcers. He couldn't lie down because he was choking in his own fluids in his lungs. He was in really bad shape. And so this, as I said, it goes beyond veganism. It's really about living in harmony with what your body needs and in harmony with the earth. And it heals so many things. It's incredible. So that's a part of a passion for sharing this as well. If you have elderly people in your life, we don't have to just write them off because they're too old to heal. Okay, so I want to talk about the 3 phases of digestion. It's more than just eating and eliminating. We have the ingestion phase, the assimilation phase, and the elimination phase. And each one has its own needs, and we can choose our foods and our food habits, right? I'm not going to talk to you so much about the foods today because you already got that part. But I'm going to talk to you about the food habits that support, how we ingest our foods, supports our body's ability to assimilate and absorb the nutrition from the food, and to eliminate and release anything before it becomes toxic to the system. So this is a cycle, and I'm giving you very, very high level basic stuff here because it's, it may vary according to your needs. And so I'll preface with that. But the bottom line is according to your circadian rhythm, the ingestion phase is typically, give or take, between 12 p.m. and 8 p.m. That's the time that our bodies are most suited to take in food and ingest the foods. Assimilation between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. And that's when we're not eating or drinking. That's typically when we're resting. And the body is it's breaking down the foods, absorbing the nutrients into the system. The body knows that whatever it comes into it is either nutrition that can be absorbed and used to support the body, or toxins that need to be eliminated. And so the body knows how to do that. We don't have to tell it how. We just need to give it the proper conditions so it can do what it knows how to do. So there's that assimilation phase, and then the elimination phase. Right. And that is the time where the body is releasing what it's done with and can no longer use. And we're going to get into the organs of elimination in a little bit here. So I want to start with ingestion. Ingestion, the vagus nerve is that it's the longest nerve in the body. It's cranial. It's a set of cranial nerves, cranial nerve 10. And it is called the wanderer. Vagus is Latin for the wanderer, and it's the longest nerve in the body, and it innervates all of your digestive organs all the way until almost to the end of the colon, not quite. And there is a The vagus nerve is responsible. We talk about the fight, flight, or freeze when we are in trauma response. The vagus nerve is responsible for the opposite of that, which is the rest and digest. And so when we eat, like when we're in fight, flight, or freeze, our digestive system shuts down because it needs all of the energy in order to respond to trauma. So if we're in fight, flight, or freeze, our digestive system gets shut down. So we need to give ourselves breath, ease, and settling into our bodies, right? Our bodies speak to us about what they need, how they need it, and how much. And so often when we're in that fight, flight, freeze, we're just shoveling food down as fast as we can so we can get on to the next thing and not really connected with our bodies. And our digestive organs are not in a space to really receive the incredible gifts from the earth that we are here to give them. So that's an important thing to tune into. And we ended that last meditation with a prayer. And so setting an intention, being in gratitude, or beginning with a prayer is a beautiful way to set yourself into that rest and digest state so that your vagus nerve can get into its communication and tell all of your digestive organs, hey, we're getting ready to do something really beautiful, pleasurable, and enjoyable here. So this begins the cycle for your body to receive, which is very important because we have to be in that receptive mode in order to receive the nutrition from the earth that's here for our body. So I have this little food, what I call the food, body, spirit prayer that I like to begin my meals with. If I'm sitting down to have a meal, and if you can remember to do this with just about anything, of course, as Sarah said, prayer, intention, however you make this work for you and your belief systems. If your language doesn't jive with my language, then no pressure here. I'm not trying to convert or anything like that. I just want to give an example of something that hopefully you can take the spirit of it and the energy of it, and make it, put it into something that works for you. But this is an example of one that I use with food. Starts with gratitude. I give thanks for this food that comes from the sacred earth. And I ask for blessings on this food to make it holy, to like, just, you can call it cleanse the food and really build the positive energy to nourish the body, mind, heart, and spirit. Again, make that work for you. And then receive the food. I receive this food. I'm making the intention that my body will receive this food as a gift of nourishment for my body, love for my heart, and reverence for my spirit. To receive and recognize this is nourishment for my body, love for my heart, and reverence or respect for my spirit and my connection with the all that is. Being in the earth, not on the earth, a part of the earth ecosystem, really in respect, reverence, connection for that complete cycle with the earth. And then as you are sitting with this food in front of you, and you're making this intention, what is the first thing that's stimulated? Your senses, your sense of smell, sight, and that invokes memories and connections with food. Smell is the most powerful memory that we have that stimulates memories of our connections with food. So remember, food is meant to be pleasurable. So we want to have things that are going to put our body into a state of receptivity and pleasure and rest and ease. This is going to stimulate the digestive system before we even begin to put food into the mouth, right? The mouth starts watering, the stomach starts growling. And this is really important because the saliva in the mouth, the salivary glands actually excrete enzymes, which begin to break down the food. The chewing, well, the digestive system will start, it'll activate the peristaltic action, right? That expansion and contraction that moves the food. Gastric juices start flowing. And, that's that stomach gurgling. And again, give your body what it likes, the smell, the taste, and the texture that gives you pleasure. And think about this. How much pleasure do you get from your food, right? Your pleasure with the food comes from being with the senses. Like as your senses are taking this in, once you swallow the food, then your body takes over. Your autonomic nervous system takes over to do what it already knows how to do with the food in whatever state that it's in. So to spend that time allowing yourself to smell and taste and feel the texture and chew is like, that's where you really derive the pleasure and the satisfaction and that sense of like a sense of fulfillment and satiation and completion with the process. So let yourself have that, because it's more than just filling up the stomach until it feels like it's going to bust and we can't breathe, right? That's actually doing harm to the body. So when we allow the senses to really take everything in, it supports the digestive system, and it's like physiologically supports the digestive system, and it gives us emotionally a sense of fulfillment. Now, like the earth, water, air, we want to have our foods as close as possible to their original form, how they come from the earth. We want high water content within the foods, right? Because foods contain their own, fresh foods contain their own water. They're a complete package. Whole foods, fresh foods are a complete package with their own water content, their enzymes, minerals, and fiber. So, if we're eating things that have been processed, then there's something of the enzymes and the minerals that have been stripped out, often the fiber, and then the digestive system, in order to break down those foods into nutrients that can be absorbed into the bloodstream to feed the cells, it has to take the calcium from the bones or the, whatever's missing. It has to get those minerals from other places in the body. And when we are, like you take too much calcium out of the bones, you end up with something like osteoporosis, or it can affect blood pressure or a number of things that are actual mineral deficiencies in the body. Enzymes, when we don't have the enzymes to break the food down, then, we're passing through undigested foods. And when we pass undigested foods through our body, through the stomach, after it leaves the stomach, after it leaves the stomach, if the food is no longer digested, we think of yeast as a bad thing, but the system has yeast intentionally. If the food is not digested when it leaves the stomach, the yeast can try to start to break it down. But if there's too much undigested food, then the yeast can get overgrown, and then it can get into the intestinal walls, cause leaky gut. All kinds of fun things can start to happen to the body that makes us sick, that are outside of the food choices that we make. And I'm saying this for, the people who say, oh yeah, I tried veganism. It was too high carbs, too much sugar in the fruit, too much blah, 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 blah. And, this happened. So a lot of what you're here today will address some of those issues. Again, it's about how we take the food rather than as much as the food that we take. So, of course, we want foods that are free of pesticides, chemicals, not altered to, quote unquote, improve upon nature. Because the body, now, at this day and age, I think it's pretty much impossible to avoid toxins, which is why when we get to the elimination phase, we're going to talk about ways to support the elimination channels, because we are going to take in some toxins, and the body is going to, the body has a natural systems in place to eliminate toxins. So we'll talk a little bit about that too. Okay, the 1/3 rule of ingestion, where your stomach is not, this is referring to your stomach. Your stomach is not meant to be overfilled. Your stomach should contain 1/3 for food, 1/3 for water, and 1/3 for air. And why is this? Because when the stomach, we have to leave room when we're filling the stomach. We have to leave room for breath and eat to abate the hunger, not to feel full. So, when I've done classes, I've taken people through, I have a class that is really an awesome class, I will say, called I Love My Guts. I haven't taught it for a long time, but it's really getting into so many components of the body and being present with and learning to listen and clearing out our emotional baggage that we hold in those places and really getting into that relationship with body, food, earth, spirit. And if you can just sit, like when you feel hungry, sit and do some diaphragmatic breathing, like breathing into your diaphragm. So you really feel, because your stomach sits right under the diaphragm. I'll show this in a minute. But feel that, like, feel how your lungs move when your stomach is hungry, when your stomach feels like it wants food. And feel that, like, just feel the stomach as you inhale and your diaphragm depresses down onto the stomach, and just get used to that feeling. What does it feel like? Right. And I think we all know what it feels like to be over full and feel like, oh, I can't even get a full breath in because I ate too much. Right. Or I've certainly done that a number of times myself. But, like, how does it feel to just have that feeling of comfort, that place in between being hungry and being super full? How does it feel? And can we signal to ourselves that we can be okay in all of these states? Most of us, for the most part, it's like, I can be okay in whatever state and whatever state of fullness my stomach is in, and just be present with, and, like, rest into it, lean into it, allow it, and explore that state within your body, right? Because your stomach, and I want to say this, when you are taking in food into your stomach, it has 3 different motions that your stomach must be able to have space for in order to digest your foods. One is to expand to receive the food as it's coming in from your esophagus into your stomach, and then to churn, to mix the foods with the gastric juices, and then to expel the foods from the stomach into the first part of the small intestine, which is the duodenum. So I want to talk about drinking. So I mentioned 1/3 for food, 1/3 for water, and 1/3 for air. But drinking, if we can, of course, keep our drinking to drinking water, natural juices, smoothies, things like that come from the foods that we ingest. And with water, we want to make sure that we are not having any water. Like, if you drink water, then wait about 30 minutes before you eat a meal, and then wait about an hour after your meal to drink more water. And this will prevent diluting the digestive enzymes in the gastric juices, so that your enzymes from your saliva, from your stomach, from your pancreas, from your duodenum, your enzymes, your minerals, your gastric juices can act upon the foods and properly break them down. You have different levels of pH balance in the different parts of your digestive system, and we don't want to alkalize everything, right? When we talk about alkalizing, what we're really talking about is the blood, and the alkalization, the pH level of the blood is very different from the pH level of the digestive system. And that's one of the things that I think we get confused about when we start talking about alkalizing, and, I have an acidic stomach. Well, your stomach's supposed to be acidic, but the acid's got to be contained in the stomach, and it breaks down the food. And the body is so wise, it knows what to secrete in order to do what it needs to do with different things. So you may want to eat different things that don't cause the stomach to produce so much acid, like your proteins and things like that are going to, of course, animal products are going to have the stomach producing very acidic acids to break down the foods in the stomach. You may change what you're eating, but you don't want to alkalize the stomach when you're eating, or too close to before or after you're eating, because that acid is needed to break down the foods. You may need to do some work about strengthening the sphincters between your esophagus and your stomach, and between your stomach and your duodenum, so that the the acidic solution stays within the stomach because the stomach's very acidic. But as soon as the food leaves the stomach, the pancreas secretes all kinds of minerals there to neutralize the acids so that it doesn't burn up your intestines before it goes down. So you've got all kinds of things at play. What is important about pH is that your blood needs to maintain a certain pH level, and it's got a very narrow window there. And if it goes outside of that window, you can die. So if the blood is not getting the minerals that it needs from the foods, it's going to, again, that's where it starts robbing things from other places in your body in order to maintain that pH level of the blood. So if you're giving your body foods that don't have the alkalizing minerals naturally in them, it's going to take from other places in your body. And when your body gets deficient in minerals in other places, that's where you start to see disease. So we don't want to necessarily change the natural pH level of the digestive system, but we want to give the body alkalizing minerals that are naturally contained within our natural foods so that the blood can maintain its pH level and not have to rob the body of other nutrients, other parts of the body from nutrients. And I hope that makes sense. I'll open for questions. If you have questions, feel free to write them down. And if they don't get answered here, then I'll take questions afterwards. And so when eating, sometimes we feel that need. We need to get a sip of water, and a sip of water now and then to wash down the food. I don't think I think it's okay. But mostly we want to get moisture from the natural water content in the foods and from chewing. Chewing, produces the saliva. We swallow the saliva. The saliva has enzymes in them. The enzymes in the saliva are really where the enzymes that break down carbs mostly come from. So, I'm going to talk about chewing in a minute. I think I have a slide on chewing, but it's really, really important for a number of reasons when it comes to breaking down the foods so that the body can absorb the nutrients, so that the enzymes can then act on the food and the body can absorb the nutrients in the way that it's designed. Coffee, caffeine, sodas, these tend to be diuretic. They tend to be dehydrating and a stimulant. And I know sometimes, especially a lot of people will say, I can't have my elimination moment in the morning until I've had my coffee or my caffeine. Again, eating in this way really naturally supports the elimination. So we can start to cut back on the stimulants and the diuretics. Hydration is so important to the body. Natural hydration, right? Not just from water, but from the natural water content in our foods it's going to be the best health aid for the body. And alcohol also. A diuretic, it's dehydrating, it throws off your blood sugar because it is basically sugar that gets metabolized in the brain, and it destroys the intestinal flora. So we want to stay away from these things or limit them and stay with the natural foods as close as possible, again, as to the way they come from the earth. Now, again, with ingestion, there is what's called a 3-finger rule. And you see right there holding that little bitty baby plum with 3 fingers. This refers to the size of the bites. There is if you hold your hand like that and you hold like your thumb and your first finger and your middle finger out, that gives you a size. And that is a proportioned size that is just right for picking up food and putting it in your mouth. It gives you just the right amount for satisfaction and pleasure so that you can really get a good taste and texture and feel of the food You can move it around in your mouth and really get a good sensation, derive the pleasure and the satisfaction from the food. Any less than that, it kind of leaves you wanting, and like you didn't really get your needs met there. And so it leaves you unsatisfied. And any more than that will crowd your organs, make it hard to swallow, make it, again, just you're not able to chew thoroughly, which is very important to the digestive process. And here's the slide on chewing. So the carbs, the enzymes to break down carbohydrates are in the saliva. So chewing is very important for breaking down the carbs. It also increases the surface area of the food. Whatever food you have, the enzymes have to coat the surface, right? The enzymes coat the surface of the food and they begin to break it down. If you do that, the chew, swallow, and you're swallowing big pieces of food, the enzymes can't get all the way into the foods. The more you chew, the more surface area is created, the more the enzymes can act on the food and break the foods down into nutrients that your system can absorb. Your digestive system is porous, and you're absorbing nutrients through your digestive system into your bloodstream that can then be transported throughout your body. So you want to increase the surface area of the foods. Again, if you have undigested foods, you're swallowing whole foods that you haven't chewed, and they go through the stomach. And say you've got some carbs, and the stomach's not really doing the breakdown of the carbs, or it's not able to completely break down the foods. The enzymes don't have enough surface area to break down and the foods into the parts that your body can absorb. Then it leaves the stomach and it goes into the first part of the small intestine. And this is where, that as mentioned, the yeast, where the yeast lives, and it can then further act on the foods to try to break it down. And again, if you're eating a lot of stuff that yeast is going to feed on and it still can't break it down, it's going to produce more, and you get a yeast overgrowth or SIBO, and leaky. It can make its way into the lining of the intestines, grow into the lining of the intestines, and you get leaky gut. So all of those things are really, chewing makes a huge difference. Plus, that's where your senses get to derive the pleasure from the foods. Once it's been swallowed, you don't have that sensual pleasure. And we are sensual creatures. We are meant to derive pleasure through our senses. So take advantage of that. Be with the smell of the food, with the sight of the food. Let your mouth water, let your stomach churn, let yourself taste it, feel the texture, enjoy it, love it. It is we are meant to have pleasure, to derive pleasure from foods. So give yourself that gift. Okay, and a breath between bites. I mentioned this earlier, feeling the stomach as your lungs sit on top of your diaphragm. As you breathe, this diaphragm pushes down, it makes contact with the stomach. Feel your stomach. And you take a breath right now. Just sit up, upright your spine, and feel this diaphragm is just beneath your rib cage. It goes up under your rib cage. And take a breath into, and feel your lungs push down on your diaphragm, and your stomach will expand out. Your belly will expand out, and just feel that connection with your stomach. And make that contact, make that intention, kind of lean into your body, lean into your stomach, and feel that. And just play with your breath. Oh my goodness. Excuse me just a second. Okay. I don't know if you saw that, but I just had a message pop up. But let's see. So feel your stomach. And this is important to take your time as you're chewing, take a breath between bites, feel your stomach. It gives time not only for you to feel that connection with your stomach and be in that listening and connection with your body, but also for your stomach to send signals to your brain, letting your brain know when it's had enough. One of the reasons why our stomachs can get overfilled is because we eat fast, and the stomach, it takes time for the signals to get to the brain to say, okay, we're good now, right? And so we end up eating to the point of overfilling rather than just abating the hunger, eating till we're no longer hungry. And then I want to say a word about transit times. Now, and this has to do with sequential eating. When we eat things like fruits digest in about 20 to 30 minutes when they're eaten on an empty stomach. So we always want to eat fruit on an empty stomach. And if you want to eat something before that, 12 p.m. time frame, the best thing that we can have is fruits or a fruit and veggie smoothie, something like that. And taking that in on an empty stomach, the fruits are just like perfect little packages. They're like little wrapped up gifts that have been placed on the earth for us. And we can, just think of it like a little wrapped gift. It's got its wrapping, it's got its, its skin, it's got all the phytonutrients and all the enzymes and all the hydration and everything perfectly in those little package. And when eaten on an empty stomach, our bodies can get everything that they need to absorb the nutrients from those perfect little packages. But we want to eat them on an empty stomach, and then we want to give about 30 minutes before we eat anything else. There are some things that can be combined with fruits and or like vegetables. Carbohydrates take about 2 to 3 hours. So when we eat carbs, we want to give, they're going to sit in the stomach for about 2 to 3 hours before, and again, it depends on what kind. So give or take on this, it's about two hours before they are completely eliminated from the stomach. And the proteins, especially if you or your friends are eating animal products, those are going to take 3 to 5 hours and sometimes even longer to be in the stomach. And so we want to eat sequentially so that, fruit, the first meal on an empty stomach, wait 30 minutes. I already said these parts, carbs with veggies, we can have veggies with all of these, right? Veggies are those perfect little packages as well that seem to combine well with other foods, with everything, and proteins, within. So we want to eat in this, if your morning times, you want to have your fruit meals in the morning. You want to have your carb meal at lunchtime and your protein meal at dinner time. And because at dinner time, well, let's just talk about what happens if you don't, right? If you eat a big heavy meal and then eat fruit right after, then the fruits will ferment. So say you got something really heavy that's excreting a lot of heavy acid solution in your stomach, and then you eat a piece of fruit, the fruits will ferment. And what happens when things ferment, like wine, it starts bubbling up, right? And you get that indigestion. So when your friends say, oh, I tried that, it's too much carbs, it's too much sugar, I ate this fruit and blah, blah, blah. So it's like gave me indigestion, it made me feel sick, blah, And so think about it, when your stomach is full and it's digesting like proteins, which need to be broken down with the high acid solution from the stomach, then the fruits will ferment. You miss out on the nutrition from these perfect little packages because now it's fermented and it's giving you gas, it's giving you indigestion. Fats will get rancid if they sit in the stomach too long. Your animal products will putrefy, and they become, that's just nasty, right? I can say that to this group. It's putrid, right? That becomes putrid, and that, if they sit in the stomach for too long, it's bad news. So then it becomes a situation where instead of absorbing the nutrients from these perfect foods that we get from the earth, our body has to manage toxins. So we miss out on the nutrients, and then the body has to manage a toxic environment, which again, the body knows how to do, but it can only do so much of it, right? The body knows how to make you a beautiful, healthy human being if you know how to give the body what it needs. So just a simple word about food combining. We want to eat like foods together and no more than 3 types of food at a given meal. And we want to avoid things like too many different kinds of spicy foods together, or too many hot warming foods, too many cold cooling foods, too many viscous foods, too many loose foods, costive, which means like constipating foods, laxative foods. We want to avoid having like too much of one thing when we're combining our meals. We want to balance our warming and cooling, dry and moist. And of course, if your body is out of balance and you're trying to correct for an imbalance, that's different. But on a normal day-to-day, we want to balance. We want to balance the different types of foods in our systems that we're giving our systems, but basically eat like foods together and no more than 3 types at one meal. Because otherwise it just gets too confusing for the digestive system to know what to do. Now, posture. Posture is very important as well, because, we don't want to like lay on the sofa eating our foods while we're watching television. Okay, even though that's fun and comfortable sometimes and can feel nourishing, we want to be upright and give our digestive organs the proper alignment, right? So there's no constriction. I mean, it's like a long tube, right? We don't want to have constrictions in the hose as the food is going through. We want to be present and in reverence and respect with what's in front of us. That's that connection with the body, connection with the earth, connection with the gifts from the earth, being present with. I want to remain upright for at least 2 hours after eating, and ideally have a little walk after the evening meal, even if it's just 100 yards, but just to get some movement in the body. And, that's like helping with the movement of the body, with the lymphatic system, with the digestive system, supporting the body's functioning. And when you go to sleep at night, you can start out sleeping on your right side, because when you sleep on your right side, your stomach doesn't have to fight gravity to continue to empty. And so whatever's left over in your stomach can continue to empty out. So start out sleeping on your right side. And then, after you fall asleep, of course, you can move back and forth between left and right and support the functions of your body. But starting on your right side gives your stomach that ability to empty out without having to fight gravity, which is important to your assimilation, your body's ability to like move it through the small intestines where it is assimilated. And then elimination. I'm just looking at the time here, so I'm going to go through these somewhat quickly. You have 7 channels of elimination. You have internal filters, your liver, your kidneys, and your lymphatic system. All of these are very important to maintain health. And then to exit the body, you exit toxins, leave your body through your skin, through your pores, through your lungs, your breath, through your urinary tract, and through your bowels. So with just a couple of things, I just have a few things here, and of course there's more. For your lymphatic system, movement, exercise, walking after the evening meal, these are things that can support your lymphatic system. Having a rebounder to jump on is really good to support your your lymphatic drainage. If you're a centenarian like my father and your circulation is not so well and you have a hard time with movement, elevating your feet, and getting your feet above your heart at night when you sleep is very important. And, this is the thing, when he had the congestive heart failure, to try to lay down, he was drowning in the fluids and he couldn't lay down without feeling like he was dying, literally. And he was, because he was drowning in his own fluids. So he couldn't elevate his feet, which is why he had the huge legs and the venous stasis ulcer. So, getting the fluids off of the body naturally through an anti-inflammatory diet and through observing these principles is really important. It's amazing now. Amazing that he has normal size legs and doesn't have he can lie down at night. He can sleep lying down. Chi machines are great, and dry brushing. Dry brushing is phenomenal. It's great for the lymphatic system. It stimulates the circulation. It opens the pores. It's also good for the skin. The dry brushing is good for the skin, opens the pores, and helps with that elimination. So it helps the lymphatic system. It helps the pores. It stimulates circulation. It gives you that feeling like you just had a great workout. So I highly recommend dry brushing, avoiding soaps and lotions that clog the pores. Let yourself sweat. Don't be afraid to sweat. Whether it's out, if you I live in Texas, so it's like a sauna just to walk outside, and but don't be afraid of the sweat. And sunshine, getting that natural vitamin D within reason for yourself. Lungs, deep breathing, sound and breath exercises to get a full movement of your diaphragm and your lungs, and really building your lung capacity through physical exercises, through sound and breath exercises. Really oxygenating your system is really healing. Elimination for your urinary tract, water hydration through the natural high water content foods, avoiding excess caffeine and alcohol, eliminating for your bowels, that rest and digest mode, relax, meditation, and really releasing the tension from the hips, the glutes, and the pelvic floor is really important for proper elimination, for just letting things drop down and let go, right? Drinking water in the morning. If you want to drink a glass of water in the morning, it helps. That diaphragmatic breathing. And there's a practice where you can lie on your stomach and put your arms up like Superman, like you're lying like Superman with your arms out in front of you. And you can even put a pillow underneath your lower abdomen for support, and then do some deep diaphragmatic breathing and releasing that tension from your pelvic floor as you're giving that, you're kind of massaging your abdominal space in your colon, basically, with the diaphragmatic breathing, that pressure from being on the pillow, that movement, right? Massage is like breath is like giving yourself a massage from the inside out, and just letting that go. It's amazing what that will do if you're constipated, if that will help to release that, and you're going to have a beautiful, natural, celebratory elimination moment, as we say, as a colon hydrotherapist, I can celebrate those moments, because, if you've ever been in a situation where things were not flowing as you needed them to, and you felt the effects of that, you know that those can be celebratory moments when that clears. And then elevating the knees to create a better angle for evacuation. So, when you do eliminate, we in the United States like to sit on thrones, but if you put a stool there and elevate your knees, it creates a better angle for evacuation, and you can have a better evacuation for your body. So again, remember, everything in balance. Food is meant to give us pleasure. Sharing food is an expression of love. It's a symbol of loving care and kindness, community building and ritual. It's that mutual give and receive cycle. When you give someone something, you want them to receive it, and to receive the love loving care that you put into it. When someone offers us food, I say this because sometimes we might be in that situation of oh gosh, wait a minute, this isn't going to support my digestion right now. If your body is fairly, healthy, the love and the exchange that you receive from building that connection and that trust and that community with someone, so long as it doesn't, totally go against your beliefs. If somebody offers you a steak, I don't recommend taking it, but just if you're saying, oh, gee, I don't think I can take this. Of course, listen to your body, honor your body, but also honor the connections and the love in your life too, because it is also very, very important. And these guidelines support physiology, heart, and connection are important too. And the food, body, spirit connection is meant to bring us home to our bodies, to find connection, grounding, centering. So tune into your heart's needs, tune into your body's needs, and give yourself what is optimal for your body and your health. And I want to share this one more quote from one of my Sufi teachers. It says, "The day will come when the earth bears witness to everything ever done to it by humankind. Each and every one of us carries an individual, non-transferable responsibility for their deeds. May our deeds and words bring light to this world and to its creatures." And that is from Rosina Fawzia Al-Rawi. So I'll leave us with that, as remembering we are not on the earth, we are in the earth, we are a part of the earth ecosystem. We do not exist in this physical form, in human form, without earth, breath, earth, water, and air. So we are very much a part of this earth. All right. And with that, I thank you very, very much. And I'll stop now. Love and appreciation for the body, connecting with food and earth with gratitude and reverence. All right. I think I got in right under the wire. I know that was fast, and I apologize if I was dumping too much information there too quickly, but I thank you for being here and for listening, and I hope you receive something that can help you and your loved ones.
Thank you so much. And I do think we may have a question from either someone in the chat, or maybe Susan will raise her hand. If you have a question, we have 2 minutes. And so raise your hand, Susan, if you have a question. Or Danny, do we have anybody in the chat? Any questions in the chat?
I don't have any questions from the chat.
Okay, no questions from the chat. All right, and I apologize if you were trying to write questions in the chat. We had that accidentally off earlier, so I think we're good now.
Okay, one question just arrived in the chat.
Okay.
And we want to know if Nancy, if you would raise your hand and come on screen.
Yeah, we only have a minute, so if Nancy...
Okay, here's the question. What do you think about fasting to overcome compulsive overeating?
Yeah, very good question. And
could you repeat that, because it was hard to hear?
What do you think about fasting to overcome compulsive overeating?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it totally makes sense. I'm a huge fan of fasting for health reasons. I honestly, I think it can be hit or miss on the emotional eating, depending on the source of like where your compulsion comes from the root cause of it. And so, I don't know that there's a one size fits all for that. I've worked with a lot of people who have trauma. And, I myself, when I healed ulcerative colitis, fibrocystic disease, hypoglycemia, I did fasting, juicing, cleansing, and I was on a mission. Then, get into a different situation, and where then, I started to eat some of the addictive foods again, and, sugar and processed foods, and then the compulsions came back. So, fasting it just kind of depends on what your roots are. If you're a person that has experienced trauma and you've got trauma held, all of these things that we heal, they're multi-layered, right? So you might heal something and you're like rolling with it for a while, and then all of a sudden something kicks up to trigger that, like a deeper part of that wound, something you thought you healed, and it's back again, and then you've got to deal with it again. So it's fasting can help, but it doesn't always get to the root. I guess that'll be my bottom line answer on that. That's my experience of it, and I think everybody's going to have their own experience with that. But yeah, trauma is a deep-seated, can be deep-seated, and often need a little bit, or significantly different approach.
Wow, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That was a good question to get in here.
Yeah, thank you.
Beautiful and wonderful. I learned a lot on your presentation, and I have questions, and I will ask them at another time, but I loved it, and thank you again very much.
Thank you, BJ. Thank you, everyone, for staying on here. And yeah, you're welcome to reach out to me through Climate Healers or in any way. if you do have any questions.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, Paige.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Paige.
All right. So now Paige is going to be here. Yay. There you are. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to say a few words about you, wonderful Paige. We're all glad to see you. And I'm going to introduce this session. All righty? Okay. Welcome to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Thriving on Planet B. I'm Rebecca B.J. Allen, and a climate healer that's happy to introduce to you another climate healer. Give a big welcome to Paige Parsons Roach. She's a certified climate healer, a fierce voice for the planet, animals, and social justice, along with being a producer of events, educator, and public speaker. Paige is a campaigner for the Plant-Based Treaty and a lifelong advocate turning compassion into action. Her title of her talk is Plants, Purpose, and Planet, a journey of fierce compassion with Paige Parsons Roach. Welcome, Paige.
Thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca, look at this.
Yes.
Everyone. I
Yes,
found
I love it.
from the very first Convergence of the People, y'all, in 2026, Vegan World. And now check this out. Prevent Year Zero.
Yes.
I wanted to bring us back to 2018 and start from there. So, hi, everyone. Welcome to VCOP 22. If you're just joining, if you're in the room, it's wonderful to be here with you. If you're watching this on the replay, thank you so much. And just so you know, when we were in a lockdown, we brought these convergences to a virtual experience so more people could enjoy it around the world safely. And we actually have an upcoming conference in Toronto, and our last October we had one in person as well. But back to 2018, and 3 years before, when I went vegan, I found out about what goes on behind the closed doors to get food on our plate, and I was shocked. I did not know any of this, and once I started to learn more, I said, oh my goodness, I really need to get active. So this conversation is an opportunity for those of you out there to get active in whatever way, in the kitchen, in whatever skill set that you already have. And let's hone in on those. We have people who are producing movies and other content. We have book writers. We have spiritual leaders who are bringing plant-based food to their congregations. So this is an opportunity for those of you, but also to learn a few things, because I am an expert composter. So I did want to say that too. That's going to be included here. Let me take us to the plant-based treaty real quickly, because so many people don't know what this is. And we're actually going to look at a little bit later, a little more detailed, but I wanted you to know that you can all endorse the plant-based treaty by going online to plantbasedtreaty.org, and you can scroll down on the front page and it'll say endorse as an individual, or endorse as an organization, or as a business or a city. So many opportunities. So it's a public information campaign. That's what we're doing also. And I love this new plate chart. This new plate chart shows you how you can get plants from protein, iron, calcium. That's asked of me a lot when I'm out here in the public informing folks, and lots of opportunities for people to see and have resources for bringing more plants on their plates. So taking also us back to 2018, VCOP, the convergence is, I've done some work with Unchained TV. I just wanted to share that. I wear many different hats. I'm a volunteer with this amazing food outreach organization called Support and Feed, who Billie Eilish's mom and Phineas's Maggie Baird started. And it's a beautiful, check it out. If you have a chapter near you, you can get involved and do food outreach for people. I know we have our climate healers food outreaches for our food healers.
And then also, this is another outreach organization called Vegans of LA that I've been involved with as well. So taking you a little bit on the journey. And you might wonder out there, well, how did you find out about veganism, right? How did I learn? Well, my 13-year-old, who's now 24, came home and said she was going vegan. So you can imagine my world. I was feeding my husband and my son, plus my daughter and I, meals. I was very committed to having sit-down meals. And now all of a sudden, it's like, wait, I don't know if I want to be making all these different things. Let's figure this out together. Then I sat down and watched an incredible movie called Cowspiracy. Out there, if you can in the chat, tell us if you've seen Cowspiracy. Now, Cowspiracy is all about sustainability. And I had been moving in the spaces of the environmental sustainability community, right? I was part of the Heal the Bay, cleaning the beaches, organizing beach cleanups. I was part of the Let's Ban Plastic Straws across the world, and particularly here in the California where I live, right? I was also part of the Ban the Plastic Bags. So with all that information about how to help animals, I was still going and having sushi. Even though I was helping animals of the sea in one way, I was still out there consuming animals and didn't realize. So, as many of us know already, so much of this information is hidden from us. It's not out in the public. So I made it my personal mission to see how I could get the information out as far and wide as I possibly could. So that's where we're going to take you to Plant-Based in the Burbs, which is a cooking show. My partner and I, Sherry Cherie, Partner in Plants, we have cooking shows on Unchained TV. You can go over to YouTube as well. And we do some fun things on Instagram, and we're exploring other options. But we bring on different people on our Instagram live show who are doing great things so that people can see. And if they resonate with the message, maybe they'll go and look a little further. So I'm about getting the message out as far and wide, right? Okay. That brings me to composting. You're like, what does composting have to do with veganism? Well, it's helping the planet. And to me, it's an inroad. I'm always looking for ways to bring up how do people get more plants on their plate, right? So I'm in conversations with people who are in the composting world, and I'm bringing forth information about veganism and plant-based lifestyle. Okay, so watch this. Those of you, maybe you're already composting. What that means, basically for the regular household, anyone can do this, is taking your food scraps out of the landfill, out of the trash, and putting it into a system that can make nutritious soil, a resource, okay? Simply put. So, for instance, we don't actually add our pits to our personal compost in the back because they're very challenging to break down. But in the state of California, it's a law that we do need to take our food scraps out of the trash. So this is just one example, but you could fill this up. And I'm not going to tell you where to go with it. You can DM me, but you can look around locally in your area and see where you could put your food scraps. Maybe you already have a system set up. Maybe you have a place in your backyard that you could bury. Maybe you could put this into a plastic bag and freeze it and then take it over to a sanctuary or a place where you could compost, put it into a larger system. So I'm going to let you figure that out, but taking the food scraps out of the trash, why do we need to do that? You've heard of methane, right? You've heard of stinky trash, stinky gas. Guess what? That's what happens. When you put your food scraps into the trash, which we've all gotten kind of accustomed to, right? And the trash is going to be taken away somewhere, magical fairyland, and be taken care of. Well, no. The methane is the smelly gas that comes off. So my trash don't stink. I don't know about you, but you can also get a fancy little compost situation. And let me tell you, I know many of you already know this, but coffee grounds going in there, banana peels, tea bags, not the wrappers. All kinds of food scrap, meaning the tops of your carrots and things like that. Okay. How many of you are growing anything at home? Maybe you don't have space. Okay. Maybe you don't have a green thumb. Maybe you could put something in your windowsill like basil. I bought one of these plants. Now it's going on 2 years. It's doing great. Oh my goodness. What about taking the bottoms of your green onions and putting it in a jar? See how it's already starting to root? And then now I'm growing green onions. Now I could put this in a pot and grow more, but I kind of like it simplified in my windowsill. Okay, now check this out. Here's another one. Cilantro I'm growing. I took some of the cilantro, I put it in a jar, and here you go. Okay, so that's one way I'm being sustainable. Let's figure out ways you can be more sustainable as well. Now, I'm trying for the first time sprouting some sunflowers. Now, I teach children how to grow a few things and to compost, right? So we're sprouting the sunflower seeds that are then going to be put into the big barrels to grow sunflowers. So this is already starting to happen. I started to munch on them though, because I love, my favorite sprouts are sunflowers. If you want to learn about sprouting, go for it. There are tons of people who are getting lots of lessons on how to sprout. I'm not your girl, but you can find it. You can find it. Okay, let's talk about what happens when you go into your produce drawer in your refrigerator, okay? Those of you, or cooler box, whatever you want to call it, and something's looking a little wilted or sad, okay? Or you go to your fruit plate. All right, so let's talk about that. Oh my gosh, I have a little on there, okay? Instead of putting this even in compost, I'm going to cut her in half, see if I can repurpose and use that lemon, the half of it, as a resource, either putting it in water. I clean my sink with the lemon, get a nice scent, lemony scent, right? So instead of just wasting it, see how you can actually work with something, okay? I got some mangoes here. These are going to be fine. I may not eat that just as is because it's getting a little wrinkly, but what I'm going to do is cut it up and freeze it and put it in a smoothie later. This one's looking good, but some people would throw this away. They would say, that's too wrinkly. No, thank you. Delicious and juicy on the inside. If it has a funky flavor, definitely put it in your food scrap bin. But okay, let's talk about something like this. She'd be like, oh my gosh, I'm going to stay so far away from that. Well, maybe this one, but I'm going to explore and see if there isn't some of that tomato I can work with, right? Now, I might not put it on my salad, but I'll put it in my tomato sauce, right? Maybe it's a little squishy. That's okay. We got to stop thinking that food is bad and rotten and see how we can work with it. That's what I say. Now, I see some of you hearting me out here. The same thing with this wrinkly one. I mean, this would not be sold at the store. And by the way, 80 billion pounds of food is wasted every single year in America alone. That's a stat. That's a lot of waste, 80 billion pounds. So if we can figure out how to work with things, now that goes into the landfill. Here's what I'm saying though. We can perhaps repurpose and not necessarily compost. What can we do with what we've got? This one, again, would not be sold on the shelf. It's got a little wrinkly to it, right? And I'm going to tell you about this cutie. I was doing some work with Support and Feed, some food outreach, and we were not giving these away. But I pulled it out and thought, what could I do with this? This was going to go into the compost. And I grabbed it and I thought, I'm going to work with this. I'm going to freeze with onions, so then they're ready to go when I'm ready to cook them up and make it like a yummy stir fry. Okay, now, spinach tends to be some of the worst little offenders for getting wrinkly and green and weird. So instead of throwing out the entire bag, which this only took me about 5 minutes, I went through, because the bag was looking wilty and gross, like toxic, and I found this, plus I found more that I put into my delicious green smoothie. And I'm going to give a shout out to the green smoothie. This smoothie was developed by Dr. Brooke Goldner. I don't know if you know who she is. Maybe you do. Goodbye, Lupus. Check her out. And the Plant-Based Treaty got on board with her protocol. Anita Krantz, who created the Animal Safe movement and the Plant-Based Treaty as a campaign out of the Animal Safe movement, she went on the green smoothie, felt better than ever. And so we encouraged people to be on the challenge for 90 days. And I'm still going, or 30 days, I'm still going. And I think it started in January, if I'm not mistaken. I lost track. But, oh no, it was April. It was April. But I love this. Let me tell you what's inside, okay? And you can also look this up. I put spinach, you put greens, water, greens. I also put kale in here. And then some pineapple, some mango, a banana, chia seeds. That's it. and I've got a healthy, delicious, nutritious. Please look up Dr. Brooke Goldner to find out more information. We also have info for her on the plantbasedtreaty.org website, okay, which we're going to look into. So let me just take a little sip. It's hyper nutritious. Okay, now we're talking about what we're growing. So we're growing some tomatoes. I wanted to show you. How cute are those? They're kind of the easiest to grow. Now these cucumbers got a little, what do you call it on the outside? Like a little bit slimy. So I'm going to work with these and see what I can do. I might have to put them straight into the compost, sadly. So sometimes if things come in the bags that they're in from the market, which I try not to use any plastic, I really do. Sometimes though, family members, whatever, buy things. But you kind of need to take them out of that and put them into another source that can contain them and keep them fresh, keep your items fresh. So we are using this. Sometimes we do, and we wash them. We wash the berries. Okay, just going to show you really quickly. Then we put a paper towel down. Okay, and I'll go ahead and compost all of this afterwards, except for this will be recycled. And then we wash them and then set them in there, and they last a lot longer. So there was also some raspberries in there too, but these haven't been washed. I got this at the farmer's market last week. Look how big that blueberry is. Oh my gosh, that is farmer's market quality, right? Straight from a farm. Look at that. Can you see that? You can't get those at the general market. I really don't think you can. All right. Let's take a look at our timing. If you have questions, you're going to put them into the chat. And oh, yeah. So we're going to talk about how to store things and how to go about that. All right. So, woo, come on over. All right. So these are great storage bags. I love them. I also will sometimes put a brown paper towel in there because again, I can compost the brown. The white is dyed. So you want to go with the browns on the napkins and the paper towels. Those are the ones you can compost. You can't compost the white. Okay, so I'll use one of these and put it in. All right. I also have, which you can get online somewhere, or maybe you have a little shop near you. And this is like a reusable Ziploc bag. So this is fantastic for traveling, going on an airplane, having some snacks. It's great. Several of those. And then this is really great. Non-beeswax bees wrap. It's a vegan plant-based food wrap that you put on the outside of a bowl or something. I also have these cute little covers that are very like 1960s that somebody got for me. That's like you just put on and then you can travel with it and go to potlucks and things like that with these cute little covers. So there's that instead of saran wrap or even foil, right? Let's get creative. Okay, now I'm sure you have one of these, but just in case you don't, y'all, please get a reusable straw. Stop sucking, and get a reusable straw. You can do it. And then carry with you some reusables. They don't have to be bamboo. You can, however your system is, get a system going so that when you leave the house, you're sustainable because you say so. Why not? It's better for the planet. It's better for you. It's better for the animals. Because look, that plastic is going into the sea. It's going onto the beaches, and the birds are grabbing these plastic pieces and they're eating them, and it's digesting. It's coming into their system. It's not digesting. And let's take care of our planet, our beautiful Mother Earth. We only have one. So Mother Earth, and we're creating a planet B, right? All right, so carry that with you. Bring that with you, please. And what else do I want to share with you over here? Oh, yeah. So sometimes you buy something and it comes in a jar, and maybe you want to get something bulk. So I got my bulk chia seeds. I also have lentils in jars too. And I have my bulk hemp seeds, and I'm saving the jars, and I can reuse them, and I keep these in my refrigerator, right? So reuse your jars. That's so obvious, right? The other thing I do is I carry one of these. I have one in my car because inevitably I'm going to go to an event or I'm going to go someplace and they're going to serve me water. Maybe there's water or a drink. I have my own. And the other thing is I can just bring it home and wash it rather than them having to worry about it. But a lot of times, I'm surprised people are still using plastics. They really are. And another note, which I don't always remember, but please bring your own set of quote unquote Tupperware, right? You can get the glass Tupperware so that if you have leftovers, you're putting them in them and bringing it home. I know people who have cooler bags in their car at all times that they can put things in. So that's really next level. All right. And then finally over here, I want to say that if you can find some kind of sustainable flour, these are sustainable flowers I bought from the farmers market, supporting the farmers. And they told me that they like repurpose and redo and compost and do all kinds of things. I usually don't buy flowers because I feel like, aren't we kind of putting those onto I don't know, but there's also the idea of planting more natives, which is important because the natives we have a ton of monarch butterflies right now flying around. And that's because a lot of people consciously planted native plants here in California. So we're seeing life come back. We're seeing nature being nurtured into existence again. The things that we've kicked out, we get to own back, bring back in, invite back in, allow for, move out of the way for, right? That's what we're doing here. We're creating a new planet that we can all thrive on, not one that we're extrapolating and taking and dominating, right? We're creating an environment where things can thrive and joy can be reproduced, right? So that's what we're about here with this Climate Healers Convergence. Okay, I'm going to share my screen now. Let me know if there's anything that I need to do differently, but I'm pretty sure I can share. So just one moment while I go to share screen. Let's see. I might need some support from you, Rebecca. Let's see.
I'm here.
Is there a button where I share?
The bottom green.
Okay, I think I did it. Did that work?
No,
Oh,
not
wait,
yet.
here we go. Boom. How's that?
It is there and it looks great.
Okay, so this is, I'm going to take you into the Plant-Based Treaty portal, the plantbasedtreaty.org, where you can go and really explore. So a couple of things. First of all, I want to invite you in because there's so much here, but also we are inviting people to participate with us. We are inviting people to get active with us. Whatever city, state, village, we have campaigners around the world. Okay? Uganda, Edinburgh, Scotland, France, Italy. Let me just take you down through this portal, okay? Over 244 others have signed the plant-based treaty. So I'm going to go through what happens once you sign, okay? So essentially, you can endorse as an individual, an organization, a business, and a city. What? Okay, now when we go down here, look at the numbers are just moving. I love that. 43 cities around the world have endorsed the plant-based treaty. 244,000 and counting individual endorsements, 1,685, nearly 2,000 organizations, and almost 2,700 businesses. Now, what does this mean? Let's go through this. Let me just do one thing. Boom. So, what is the plant-based treaty? We are urging individuals, groups, and businesses and cities to endorse this call to action to put pressure on national governments to negotiate an international plant-based treaty as a companion to the Paris Agreement, okay? Modeled after the fossil fuel agreement. This treaty would put food systems at the heart of combating the climate crisis, aiming to halt the widespread degradation of critical ecosystems caused by animal agriculture, to promote a shift to more healthy, sustainable, plant-based diets, and to actively reverse damage done to planetary functions, ecosystems, services, and biodiversity, right? Core principles: redirect, relinquish, restore. I'm going to let you go through all of this. There's the green smoothie and the challenge. So we talked about the greens, the flaxseed or chia seeds, water, banana, mango, pineapple. Just takes 5 minutes. Why do we need a plant-based treaty? Fossil fuels in animal agriculture are the driving force behind runaway global warming, as well as extensive biodiversity loss, right? many of you already know this, large-scale deforestation, species extinction, water depletion, soil degradation, and ocean dead zones. Some people who come on here have no idea. So this is, the basic information that many of us already know, but this is an opportunity for people to really kind of get into the tent, right? Addressing fossil fuels alone isn't enough. We've been screaming this since 2018, right? With Greta Thunberg and the whole team. It's like, wait, we gotta bring in animal agriculture. Dr. Rao's white paper, right? I mean, let's go. So Jane's movie, Countdown to Year Zero. You know what I'm talking about. This is where the plant-based treaty comes in. The three main greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxygen, are devastating high levels and rapidly accelerating. So you can go through all of this. I'm going to take you back up to the top because I want you to see how you can get engaged in this conversation. Now, we pitch ourselves. I go into city councils and meet with council members and others and talk about how we invite them to endorse our treaty. Okay, that's one thing we do. And we say, you as a city have greenhouse gas goals. You have goals, sustainability goals. Let's talk about your greenhouse gas emissions goals, how you're committed to lowering them, because and let's just say I'm gonna stand that every city is on board with needing, especially here in the United States, but recognizing and realizing that we got to do something. Okay. Now, not everybody's taking action or willing, and that's why we have all these, COP this and all these structured conversations to talk about, how they're going to be making changes. Well, we got to make the change. We got to get in there, and we also need to inspire the change. Okay. I mean, it's a possibility, right? I'm inviting you in. Now, let's say you're like, what does that even mean? You can click here. You can come on to what is called a welcome call. Welcome you in to learn more. Okay, sign here. Let's say you're in a city that there is a chapter already active, like in Los Angeles. I'm in the San Fernando Valley, so I'm activating out here. I also go into Los Angeles, and we do a lot of work with restaurant partners and organizations, and we're being invited to be on panels about sustainability. We're at the table with people, and this is happening around the world. Plant-Based Treaty was at the Bonn conference recently at the United Nations, has been there alongside Silesh at these COPs years ago, right? And we're continuing to arrive there, show up, and ask for meetings with people to talk about this, to put the food system into and animal agriculture into the conversation forefront, and explain and share and encourage and inspire. So when you endorse the treaty and you encourage others to endorse the treaty, it's a buy-in, a bottom-up pressure campaign for governments to make these changes. That's the idea here. And things are changing, I will tell you that. So the other thing is, I want to just mention a couple of our campaigns, okay? We have a campaign called the Hundreds Cafes campaign. Now, I'm just going to touch on these, but in the welcome call, we go a little bit more into it. Imagine walking down the street and seeing plant-based stickers in storefronts everywhere you go that has plant-based options, okay? So what we do, I don't know if you, I'll show you later, but we have window clings that we can give for folks to go in and talk to people. This is part of the campaign. So there's the Hundreds Cafes campaign, where we either encourage the restaurant to drop their surcharge on plant-based milks, add plant-based milks, right? Add more plant-based options, vegan items on their menus, right? And acknowledge them for what they've already done. Because many restaurants here in the United States, I'm speaking where I live, do have plant-based options on their menu. Some restaurants, not vegan restaurants, actually call it a vegan item. They actually use the word vegan. So let's acknowledge them for this. Hey, would you be willing to put this window cling up? We want to acknowledge you for the work you're doing. That way, other people who are out, walking by can see that you have options, that you have something that they will want. And it's a more inclusive conversation, right? Because if you don't have plant-based milk, if you don't have a plant-based option, you're excluding a large portion of the population. And when it comes to milks, which we're working with Better Food Foundation on oat milk by default is that you're actually not in, you're exclusive. By many people, a large portion of the population is allergic, right? And then there's the folks who are of, you know, that are allergic, and it's like detrimental for them. So there's those pieces, right? You got to include others. So we talk about that as well. Now, let me just take this up here. Cool, cool, cool. And I hope you're asking questions in the chat, or you're at least thinking about how, The other thing we do, okay, so for city campaigns, I just want to go over that really quickly because I think it's pretty awesome what we're doing with cities. And then you can get involved. So let me just talk about what we're doing here in our city, right? We go to public events and we table, and we have a table and we share the information, and we also collect endorsements on the spot. Now they can pull up their phone, sign in. That's great. Wonderful. And I'm also having people sign so I can take those papers when I go in and have meetings with council members and talk to them about how these folks at this event in your city said yes. Excuse me, that they want more plant-based options in their city, that they want to see more changes happening for their sustainability goals of their cities. Okay. All right, let's go back over here because there's some cool things that you can do. You can explore in here. You can see our Safe and Just report. You can also see who's endorsed, what cities, and general inquiries, media, etc. And then you can also, in the campaign hub, now this is pretty cool. Let me go back here for a second. So city campaigns. Let's say you are living in Argentina. I'm just going to click on Argentina, okay? Wherever you're living, click and look. Okay, it's in Spanish, so I can't read this. But you can sign up. You can also, there's a way in which you can click and send an immediate letter to your council members, to your to the folks who are in power of whatever city. The thing that happened in Edinburgh is someone went on, sent it to them, and they endorsed the treaty right off the bat. It wasn't a whole lot of work. So some of this is just folks who are, they put your zip code in and it pulls out and gives you a list of who, and you can send it directly through. So I think that's pretty cool. You can get active as soon as you want. Okay, so I'm kind of popping around here, but you can just go and explore and see, but also come to a welcome call, because on the welcome call, you will definitely experience straight up, heads on, the opportunity that you get to get active right then. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Did that work? I think I'm stopped sharing, right, Rebecca?
No,
I think
let
you just
me
see me.
help.
Do you just see me?
Yes, I can see you, but the screen is there. It is. It's
Okay, good. Perfect. Okay, so let me show you some fun things. We also, with our public campaign, we have some great graphics. A gentleman out of Portugal created these beautiful graphics, and he is just so talented. And we, hand these out to people. And they love it. It's very eye-catching for them to see these, and they get touched and moved and inspired to learn more. Okay, so we have that. We also have these cool cards, which talk about plant-powered protein and calcium. So these are available for folks. This is something we put together in the city of West Hollywood. We put together a food policy day, and we had over 400 people come and attend and eat plant-based food and participate in a conversation for how we can make changes. The mayor of West Hollywood came, spoke on stage. We had other amazing, powerful people. We had 3 different panels going. But this is also really great. How much does your food cost the earth, right? Coming from a sustainable perspective. People don't realize when you're eating plant-based, you're using 75 to 95% less water, 93 to 95 less land, and 87 to 90% fewer emissions. So informationals are very important. You know how we talked about plant plant-based milk by default. Yeah. So we're working with the Better Food Foundation. We created this for the Hollywood Climate Summit, or they did. And I'm trying to get the best. Yep, there we go. And, oat milk is 85% lower in greenhouse gas emissions than dairy milk. So that's something that we show people. We also have these, and we're working with them to change out. And look at this. This is who dropped the surcharge on plant milk. There's plenty of folks that haven't, but you can see here Dunkin' Donuts, Panera, and some of these other places in Starbucks, Pete's. If maybe you don't go to any of those places, but some people do. So that's good, especially the general population. When you tell them that they drop the surcharge and they can get plant milk and it's a better greenhouse gas emission solution, right? It's better for the planet. You can encourage people to get those plant milks instead of getting cow's milk, right? All right, so we showed these. Oh, I want to show you the window clings because these go up in our windows. So we have vegan options. We endorse the plant-based treaty. We have plant-based milks available. And we also have, plant-based options. And there's others as well. Another thing that we do here in Los Angeles and all over the world is we find restaurant partners that want to collaborate with us. So one of the things recently with the horrible fires throughout Los Angeles, we went into Pasadena, across from the Pasadena Civics Auditorium. They had we were doing plant-based meals for folks. We found out who needed them. We spread the word and put out incredible plant-based foods for people. And we got some partners helping with that. So this is a great restaurant out there. They have an incredible guide. It's like pages and pages, really cool. And they featured plant-based treaty right there. Wow. And even that, 230,000, this came out, months ago, and so much is happening. Really exciting. Oh my gosh. And one of our main campaigners who started here in Los Angeles, now in Pittsburgh, her daughter went to school, she's 6 years old, and came home with a very sad coloring book that came out from the dairy industry. And so her mother, Ellen Dent, worked with Switch for Good, as well as wellness content contributor, Food in a Flash, and the Plant-Based Treaty, and created this coloring book. This just came out. It is so cute. And this character here is inspired by Aria, her daughter. So, and they all have their Switch for Good, power parts on their, and they have capes, and it's just so cute. And they even have like activities in the back. So we're looking actually for some support to give these away. So if you know anyone who would want to donate to make this happen, to get the copies made, and then we can give them out, we'd really appreciate it. So you can talk to me about it, and I can put us in touch to make it happen, because I personally want to make sure these get out to all the kids at the kids that I teach. And I don't know, I love a word search and it's just so fun. But yes, so this is, I don't know any other, I think PETA has one too, but come on now, this is our new one too, so it's exciting. There you have it, Plant-Based Treaty. Now, I talked about the welcome call. You can come on the welcome call. They're Friday mornings. Let me tell you that. Friday mornings at 7 a.m. or 11 a.m. Pacific. Okay, so for those of you in other parts of the country, you can join at your time zone. Those are the time zones and times that are available. Okay, so 7 a.m. and 11 Pacific. So like I said, we have this out. You can QR code it. I don't know if you can QR code that right now, but then we also have the signed sheets. Look at this. We have so many locally that have signed. We go to college campuses. We go to the local cities and have concerts in the park. We're going to farmers markets now. And we're essentially saying, hey, we'd like to give out public information. We're a public information campaign. So that's one of the aspects by which we are activating. Oh my gosh. Wow. Isn't this exciting? All right. Well, we have 20 more minutes. I could talk your ears off. I know I could, but just in case you have any questions, I do want to leave time for that. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Rebecca. And we can talk about how any of the questions in the chat or anything else for you and me. Cool.
All right. Well, thank you. I really want to get that coloring book. I sometimes come across people that need it, and I was thinking about our church and other places like that, maybe taking it to some other vegans who are more in touch with children, and I think that's a wonderful idea. And did I hear that right, that it's about mostly dairy?
This is not about dairy.
Oh.
It's the dairy, it's the antithesis. It's basic, come fly with me up and away, and I'll show you how to start my day. Talks about plant milk. It doesn't talk anything about dairy.
Oh.
It's like the flip. It's just talking about how to power up with plants. Yep. It's plants help my brain feel its best, focused and sharp on every test. So it's because right now in the United States, they are giving away, the dairy industry goes in, they even have days about dairy. I think Liz Gary's talked about this because I think she was doing that before. She was an educator. So this is the antithesis. This is a coloring book that just talks about being powered by plants. Nothing in here about going vegan. It's like, oh, look at this. Look at all the rainbow of fruits and vegetables, right? And then look at, oh, I'm super powered by almond milk, right? Tofu. How cute is this?
Right. And it's wonderful to color. I mean, plants have come in so many colors. It's going to be a very colorful book.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's great.
Now, I see Alyssa has her hand raised.
Okay, this is wonderful. If you have a question, please raise your hand and or put your question in the chat for the speakers. All right.
Hi, Alyssa.
Hi, thank you so much for that wonderful talk. Did you say that book was produced by somebody or written by somebody in Pittsburgh, or was I mishearing you?
You got that right. I don't know if you've met Ellen
Dent. Who is it?
Her name is Ellen Dent.
Ellen Dent.
She's a campaigner.
D-E-N-T. Okay.
D-E-N-T. Let me tell you, she's a campaigner for Plant-Based Treaty, one of the originals, but she also heads up what's called Animal Alliance Network. So if you go on to
Animal Alliance Network. Okay.
Yes.
I don't have my notepad, but I'm gonna do that.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, because I'm in that area. I'm right around there.
Oh, I love that. Okay, well, yeah, she lives there. She does a lot of activations. If you see a plant-based treaty table at the Veg Fest and so forth, that'll most likely be Ellen heading that up.
I think I've met her and her daughter.
Aria.
I don't recognize her name. And then I'll contact you at a separate time because there's a project going on in southwestern PA, the redevelopment of a mall in a suburb of Pittsburgh. And I want to get plant-based in there and on the consciousness of this $500 million project. I'm not going to mention what giant corporation is involved right now, but we kept them out of the community 20 years ago, but they're here now and we're going to work with them and we're going to have plant-based at the center of it. So I will reach out to you and a couple of others that are here.
Okay. Love that.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Cool. I love it. Pittsburgh in the house.
That's wonderful. Yeah, that's great. I wanted someone from our team to look up that QR code and put it in the chat because I'm not sure it came across on the video.
Oh, on the screen. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, there. Now, if you hold it still, I bet that works. Okay, thank you. And plus, you can look it up. It's easy to find it's got a great website and it's easy to find that way. So
yeah, you can go to plantbasedtreaty.org and then go to volunteer. I think that's where it is, or get involved and then volunteer. And you're basically just signing up to be a volunteer, but you're not committing yet. You can come to as many welcome calls, ask as many questions as you like. There's no commitment. You just, jump in when you're ready and when you're inspired and you go, okay, I think I can do that part. That's the idea, is that just getting people. And hey, if you want to sit and do the clickable activism, yes. Jane was saying, like, I forget what it was yesterday, but it was something like, yeah. And my head kept thinking, tap, 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 right? So if you agree with something, you're like, yeah, tap, tap, tap. You can get busy by doing clickable activism, I like to call it, right? We're not saying you have to be out there tabling and doing all the things that I do. I'm in a phase right now where this is what I'm doing, but it may not last forever. I doubt it will. And It's what works here in Los Angeles for me to drive an hour and go places and make things happen, or 15 minutes. So, hi, Danny.
Hi, sweetheart. So, let's see. We have one question for chat, but just before I read that, what did you put to grow cilantro? Like, did you start with coriander seeds, or how did you do that?
I took cilantro that I had bought and just put it in water and some dirt, some soil.
But mostly water?
Yeah.
Okay.
It started to root up.
Yeah, that's great.
Right? Look at this. And now it's still popping.
Yeah, that's great. And at what point do you transplant it into
Well, I'm going to keep it in the windowsill for now because I just
with
think
the water?
Yeah, but I'm in my area. It's really hot, so we haven't figured out how to kind of work with that. We did buy an above ground planter box that critters came and ate everything last time. So
Okay.
we're trying it again with strawberries and tomatoes. So we're gonna try again. It's like I'm determined to grow some more of my own food. All windowsill things that I'm doing, right?
Okay, yeah.
Basil, but listen, this is all the basil I need. And then this has been 2 years. It keeps growing back. So it
Okay.
does need the light and needs to stay watered and needs a little support. So I use one of these purpose little situations.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from somebody called Ray Kowalchuk. I think you know who he is.
Hey, Ray.
He wants to know, who is the plant-based treaty member in Toronto or nearby who is your Eastern counterpart for compost and waste reduction? Might they do a similar presentation at VCOP 23 in Toronto?
Ooh, let's find that person. I can ask Adrian, Adrian George, who's on our communications team, marketing communications team, if she knows someone. I don't know, actually. That's really interesting to think about. But I love that because I do believe having it in person is a really good way to bring about the vibe, you know? Because let's see, I mean, it's one thing to like, you know, I like to have more active participation. I'm just more of an artist that way. And I appreciate everything that we have seen so far. Oh my gosh, all the work that's gone into this VCOP. Thank you all so much. I've been getting so much value. And I can't wait to go into that Trello board and listen to all the other things and watch the other things, y'all. So just so you know, it doesn't end here, right? There's a couple things about this. It does not end here. Our VCOP does not end here. We can go into Movement Mondays and be live with all of us. It's so much fun on a call, on a Zoom. You can have your screen on, your screen off. You can be taking a bath, taking a shower, and just listening. I'm always doing all kinds of fun stuff while these calls are going on because my life is happening, right? And yours is too. But you come in and be with us because look, I've met so many beautiful people. I did not know these people. I knew Rebecca only. Now I know Danny, I know people from around the world. And I know people from Peru, like my friend Allison.
Yes, and
You, Allison.
yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, Allison.
Hey, Paige, Rebecca, Danny. I wanted to put a plug in. You clicked on Argentina a few minutes ago, and Peru was one of the options. Mexico was one of the options. Of course, they're all in Spanish, but I wanted people to know that the plant-based treaty is real, and they've worked with a lot of different efforts. They are very cooperative with all of the different vegans, whatever their projects are. They're on the forefront, working with universities down here. It's a very active community, the plant-based community, in at least those three areas, Peru, Mexico, and Argentina. I don't know why Brazil wasn't there in Latin America. I'm not sure. I thought they were very active also in Brazil. Of course, they speak Portuguese there. But anyway, if anyone knows a vegan in Latin America, especially Peru, Mexico, or Argentina, encourage them to get involved with Plant-Based Treaty in South America. They're wonderful people. They're very warm and very passionate and very active. So we want to grow that. We want to build that.
Yes, I love that. And the thing that I've learned that is so special when I'm on these, once you come to a welcome call, you're welcome to the 8 o'clock every Friday global call. And when I hear, I cry every single Friday when we have our calls. It's every other week because I hear people they're speaking in English, but they're speaking as their second language, and they're sharing the movement that they've made around the world. I feel like it's like a climate healers moment, and you feel like you're not alone. You are with other people who are doing this work in real time, real time changes, things happening where the endorsements are happening. But we also, because Los Angeles endorsed the treaty back in 2021 when it was started, or 22, and we realized they did not take any actionables. They were the first city. And so now we talk to the cities about actionables like labeling things plant-based by default at their events, dropping surcharge, encouraging the city to drop the surcharge, having the staff maybe do a veganuary or a vegan month, plant-based month, those kinds of things. So we talk to them about their proposals for things and motions. So it doesn't just become like a proclamation situation, like, okay, we did this, we're done. No, we want to work with your city to help. And many of you are already doing this. So that's the other thing that I found what's so lovely and amazing about Plant-Based Treaty is it becomes a hub for all these other projects. People are still doing all their other projects, but you can bring this in and give as much time or as little time as you're able. Maybe I'm thinking about doing either a music event or there's a huge event being prepared in Portugal. I believe it's Portugal that's being prepared right now, a music event. And I'm thinking about doing something like a Veg Festy type music event type thing out in my area.
Wow.
So I'm about an hour, hour and a half from like the hub of Los Angeles, the LAXE and near there. So I'm on the tail end. There's 88 cities just in this county of Los Angeles alone. So, okay. I want to
Well,
give.
I can speak for Plant-Based Treaty Peru, that everywhere I go, everything I do that has anything to do with veganism, Plant-Based Treaty is always there. So, yeah.
Really cool.
Yes.
Hearing that. I love that.
All right, so we're going to bring up Nancy, and I want to say, go Toronto. We need to, while people are there, make that strong event.
Absolutely. Excellent.
All right, so we're bringing up Nancy, who has a question.
Hi, Nancy.
There we go. You can hear me. Thank you.
Yes.
It's always great to see you at every event that I see you, and your energy is beautiful and inspiring every time and now. Wanted to just share something. The coloring book was inspiring to see. Yeah, I think that's great. Now, I'm the kind of person who my son said, you've got to like take those advertisements off of YouTube, and so I didn't. And a lot of them pop up, and one of them is about using AI on Kindle to make your own books. And since I'm writing a book, have been for the last 3 million years, and I thought, oh wow, I could get my book on Kindle. And for the YouTube, it's all about, getting their email address, your email address, and then sending you a million things to charge you money. But there's what it is basically is like instead of a book that's like what I'm writing, an actual a lot of content, either fiction or nonfiction, you can make sort of what they call non-books or non-content books, which are really just coloring books or their word search. And what they said is because there's not a lot of competition, because there's a little thing where you have to do a little extra, but like YouTube, you could just say, or how do I get AI to make a word search little book for me? And we could put in either plant foods or, all the herbivorous animals on the planet. There's so much possibility, or all the different ways that eating plant food could save our planet,
Sure.
and there you have the word search. And not only do you get this kind of exciting, like you mentioned, word search, right?
Yeah.
And so not only can you get people thinking in those terms and trying to figure out what the words are, but they sell very, very well. They really do. I mean, children and adults love them, and then you get royalties. And I give a lot of money to like plant-based and sanctuaries and VCOPs and everything. And for me, it'd be like, oh, I could give even more money and etc. So
I love this. Well, here's the beautiful thing about VCOP and these convergences when we come together. We love to hear all the juices flowing for people because it's like, oh, you're getting ignited to go out and take action on something really exciting. So hopefully you'll come to the next one with, some of that already created. And I know we only have 3 minutes left, so I know I want to let other people, but thank you so much for sharing that. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
you're welcome. I have one more thing to say, which is New York City is mandatory composting. And they give every single building a brown little bin, and we have to compost. And I think it's great. And we're going to hopefully get Zoran Mamdani as our mayor, and VFAR, Voters for Animal Rights, has endorsed him, and he signed this whole big animal rights vegan questionnaire, and he's very much on board to and open to plant-based everything.
Oh, that's good. Well, okay, I'm going to reach out to you about that myself.
That sounds wonderful.
I just want to say, I know we're wrapping things up, and I just want to say hi to my friends out there that are here, that have been here the whole weekend. And those of you that are just joining, I just really appreciate us from around the world coming in, being a part of this, and joining us for our VCOPs. And I see Tammy here, and I mean, it's like so cute to just see. I see Nancy, and I see some other friends that just jumped in. I see Dakota. I see Kelly. Oh my gosh. And of course, Deborah was just here. Oh, and there's somebody named Cynthia and Deepak and Dawn and Bev. Oh, hey, Donna. And we got Alyssa and Dr. Akil and Gabrielle and Jay Kalina and Judy. Hi, Judy. And Catherine, Ken, Linda, Mark, Michael, Nancy, Nicole, Susan, who's here in Los Angeles. I saw her yesterday. Taisha, Willow, and Wilton. Welcome, everyone. I just want to say we see you and Ray. Did I say Ray? I hope I said Ray. and
We love
Dan,
that they're
of course,
here.
and Alyssa. Okay. So anyway, thanks everybody for watching and staying tuned and watching a replay if you are. And please share Climate Healers out there. And we can't wait to see you for
Thank
more
you so
goodies
much, Paige.
for the rest of the day.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Paige.
See you soon, everybody.
Fabulous.
Bye.
Fabulous. Bye-bye. It was wonderful. Thank you. You're always so upbeat and cheer us up. And I think at the next one, we're going to have some of the things that people suggested, and we'll have even more plant-based treaty volunteers and maybe some more of those little coloring books or word search books. So I'm excited about that. All right. So now let's bring up Tammy Hay. Yes. Okay, Tammy, I'm going to introduce you by saying, welcome everyone to the Vegan Convergence of the Peoples number 22, Thriving on Planet B. I'm your host, Rebecca Allen, and I'm here to introduce to you International Calf and Cow Mother's Day with the Million Vegan Grandmothers, and this is Tammy Hay.
Welcome, everyone. Oh, it's been a great convergence. It's always a time to connect and really deeply open our hearts. And it always reminds me of the grandmother energy of just like that unconditional love and maybe some gaps that get filled because our parents were busy, in this system of making a living. And I would really love everyone that identifies as a grandmother or in the grandmother community to join me up here. Judy's going to come up and read the declaration and the pledge that we formulated about 3 years ago, at least 2 or 3 years ago. I see Gabrielle's here and Salesh, if you'd like to come up. But we can just leave it with Judy and myself for now, while all the other grandmothers that would like to come up and the grandmothers that are part of our community, whether you're male, female, young, older. And maybe raise your hands, and Judy, in the meantime, will read the declaration and the pledge. Thank you, Judy. You are my mentor, my beautiful vegan friend.
Well, you're my mentor, so it goes both ways somehow. Thank you, Tammy. And I do love the Million Vegan Grandmothers. It's such a great idea, and it's, I think it's true. I think there probably are a million vegan grandmothers out there. We just haven't found them all. So the pledge, here it is. I pledge to honor and protect all the animals, peoples, and Mother Earth herself by joyfully embodying and promoting an infinitely sustainable, cruelty-free, vegan lifestyle that heals the climate and restores right relationships in the true spirit of Homo Ahimsa for all generations to come. And do you want me to read the declaration as well?
Yes, please.
All right. Here we go. The declaration. We, the million vegan grandmothers and wisdom carriers, join together using the power of love for the children and grandchildren of all beings and for Mother Earth. Welcome our all people, regardless of gender, age, and official grandmother status, who align with the values of veganism and this declaration. We affirm the right of all beings to live in a natural, toxic-free environment which allows all to thrive and to lead sacred, liberated, sovereign, and joyful lives. The power of our love is unstoppable. We do not allow this planet and all who live here to be destroyed. We are creating a vegan world of peace, freedom, and loving kindness for all. We believe that the true nature of human beings and our highest calling is to be kind, compassionate, nonviolent, and partners with, not dominators of all life. We believe this is the time of the great awakening of humanity, to leave behind the destructive nature of Homo sapiens and become who we have always been destined to be, Homo Ahimsa. As vegan grandmothers, we are here to midwife the birth of the new compassionate human and bring in the new era of a vegan Ahimsa world so that our children and grandchildren and those of all species can thrive and be free. Thanks.
Every time I hear it, I almost cry. The grandmothers formulated that together. So thank you.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. So true.
Beautiful. Yeah.
So real.
Donna.
Hi, Donna.
Hello, Salash.
Hi, Sash.
Allison. I'm going to bring my partner in. He's part of our grandmother community.
Hi.
Yeah. Gabrielle, I think she was raising her hand.
Gabrielle, I don't think has video. I'm not sure. We tried to get her to come on screen. Yeah.
Okay. She doesn't have a video to come on screen. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. So we are still building our community of the grandmothers. So if anything that we say resonates deeply with you and you want to join us, go on to climatehealers.org and scroll down. You'll see where to join the grandmothers. And right now, what we're doing is we're building what we hope to be a movement, an annual movement that is sustainable, as a sustainable practice towards dismantling the dairy industry. And the vision is International Calf and Cow Mother's Day 2026. So we're using the calf and the cow, the mother cow and her calf as a representation of all the mothers and and the young, the offspring of all species, to bring awareness to what's happening. And, and to really reach out for that deep compassion in all of us. When we think about a mother, when we think about a mother nursing her baby, it's just so incredibly connected and intense and natural, so natural for us to hold and feed our young. And sometimes this movement can get a little overwhelming, but I really do feel that coming forward with compassion for the mother of all species will ignite something in people if we can bring this campaign to a larger movement. So the vision is, right now we're building a website, and it's we've been given a name of a website, mums.co. And so the mums, of course, but the co, we're going to use the words to represent the remembering of co is mums for compassionate offspring. Compassion for offspring. And that pretty much says it all. We have some really great ideas for this website, but we want it to be an interactive website that reaches all communities that we can reach. We want to do it together. We want to build this website together. We want to build a website that is going to have an ongoing essay submission, letter submission, visual art submission, whether it's photography, whether it's paintings, whether it's videos, documentaries that people want to submit. And we are going to build this together as a community.
Did you say poetry?
We really are. Sorry?
Did you say poetry?
And poetry. And what else? What else am I missing? Did I say photography? And I think we had said one other thing on our last meeting, Allison.
Recipes.
Yeah. Recipes. Yeah.
And we're hoping by the end of this year, we'll have a grandmother's recipe book together. Maybe I really love what Freya said when we invited her to come and do a presentation. She calls it the milk of human kindness. So that would be a lovely name. So the grandmother's recipe book, the milk of human kindness. And we would have all these dairy-free or these rich, creamy recipes that are comfort food, that we've loved, with the milk of human kindness. So I'd love some feedback on that title. If anybody has any idea how to tweak that title. And we want to start building recipes. Everyone's going to have lots of recipes for dairy-free and milk alternative food, whether it's on I know Silesh makes his own oat milk. I was there visiting him in Phoenix one time, and he made me oat milk for my coffee. And I was trying to find a recipe for something that was similar to Cheese Whiz that I used to have as a child on celery, because I love Cheese Whiz on celery. So I'm calling it Cheese Whiz. And I made a really good recipe. Wasn't it great? And it was just with some sweet potatoes and some cashews. And if I don't have cashews, I use sunflower seeds and hemp hearts, because those are what grow in my region. So we can also do it that way. And then we can reach out to grandmothers around the world. And that would be so fun that they take their traditional recipes and turn them into plant-based food. My goal for this, our goal for this, is to have all our recipes accumulated by the end of this year, and then we can have it formatted before International Calf and Cow Day. And then people, as part of coming to whatever event we have, we on a little card, they can have a downloadable link for our PDF, and we can just give it to them as part of the gift giving of this movement. And maybe some of the demos that we're doing at the different venues will have some of the recipes. We'll be making and providing some of the recipes. Like, here's a downloadable link. You have to try this. And one of our other grandmothers, Liz, she almost finished a pamphlet, and I don't think she ended up finishing it. She wanted to get it into schools. On one side, it showed how cow's milk is made, and then on the other side, it showed how soy milk was made. And to have that done at the same time. So we're looking for ideas today. I'd love all the grandmothers to share. Maybe we'll just kind of go around, and then I'd love to have it opened up for ideas, because we are hoping to have the website done within about a month, definitely before the next convergence, so that we can have not art contests, but we were thinking something to the degree of art submissions, and the award, the gift could be the kids get so many trees to plant, or they get some food to donate to a vegan food bank, or maybe they're given a gift certificate for a plant-based restaurant, a vegan restaurant in their area. But we can start to fundraise and build that way too. It can be really, really fun. So I want this to be really fun and really reaching out for compassion. So did you want to share anything, Paul, while we're on?
I don't really have anything to add at the moment, but I will if something hits me.
I've been doing the newsletters that I've sent out over the last little while in regards to Catholic Cow Day. Paul's done such a great job editing my work. So it makes such a difference. And so thank you for that. Okay. Okay. Just jump right in if you would like to share.
I can share something that's really fun and exciting that's happening here in Peru. I've been working with the Climate Healers Food Healers group for, wow, a year and a half, I guess now. And we prepare meals with the women in the different community kitchens and the barrios around the city. And most of them are way up on the hillsides that you can only get to by climbing these enormous stairways that go up the sides of the hills with no rails on either side. And the women that prepare the meals are learning how to prepare vegan meals. So we're teaching them how to change from the traditional recipe and to make those vegan. And one of the groups this week coming up will be bringing all the women, 10 of them, 10 of the women in these community kitchens in this one area, will be bringing them into a vegan buffet in Lima. They'll all be coming in, and they'll have a buffet, and it includes a buffet of desserts. And their work is being celebrated this month, starting this week in the London Museum of Science. So they've sent in one of their long cooking spoons that they use to stir the food in these huge pots. They've sent that to London to be part of the exhibit. And they've taken photographs of the women and interviewed the women, and they'll be part of this exhibit on the future of food at the London Museum of Science. So coincidental with the inauguration of this exhibit in London, we'll be celebrating this luncheon with the women, where, you know, these women have never gone together for a meal anywhere. And it's very uncommon that they would even go to a restaurant. They're all busy in this community kitchen cooking for other people. So they'll all be put in one van and brought to Lima and have the option to try all of these different vegan recipes and celebrate the work that they're doing. So I wanted to share that kind of a victory and celebration story of what we're doing.
Thank you, Allison. And you were talking about this movement in Lima or in Peru, how, you know, mothers are held in such high regards, and grandmothers, and
yeah,
bringing that awareness to the mothers of all species can have such an impact there, because that is so foundational, where sometimes maybe it's broken down a little bit in some of our Western world.
Yeah, I've said this before. Mother's Day is the biggest holiday in Peru. If you don't spend Mother's Day with your mother, something's wrong. It's the biggest holiday of the year.
Thank you.
I'll share a little story. I had a son, Stefan, who was a strong vegan for many years and vegetarian before that. And his grandmother, my husband's mother, made pizzelles every year for Christmas, and everybody loves them. And one batch takes 8 eggs. And so he experimented and played around and came up with a fabulous recipe using, I think it's applesauce instead of eggs. And a lot of people prefer his vegan pizzelles. So I'm glad you reminded me, Tammy. I'll be putting that into the thing with a little story. Another little story about him is that he died of anorexia about 4 or 5 years ago. And I think it's because he was not allowed to be in the rehab program for people with eating disorders because he's a vegan. And I decided to approach the legislators and have them write a bill that would not allow that. And I wish I had known at the time that my legislators found out it is against the law. They're not allowed to, turn away people because of their ethics and beliefs. And I wish I had known that then, and wish I had known that I could do something about it. But so they are the legislators. Their chief of staff are having a letter written by the state's committee for government and health to send to Johns Hopkins and say that's not permissible. You cannot be licensed and turn away people who need your services. So anyway, so that's an ongoing campaign. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Grandmothers would love to support that too, if you want some written from the grandmothers as well, Donna. And anyone else here that's listening that want to support that. I think multiple letters and can be really supportive.
So I wanted to share some of the details of creating the website. So there is a form we have created. I'll show you that momentarily. So this is a Google form for getting submissions of art, letters, poems, photos, short videos, or recipes to be featured in the global gallery. And so it begins with what type of submission are you sending? Art or illustration, photography, video, short film, essay or poem, personal letter to a mother or child, vegan recipe, or other. I'm sure we have missed some category here, so people want to submit something else, should be open to that. And then we ask for the title of your submission. And just like what Donna just said, a description of short story, a story behind the work. Why did you create this? What message do you hope to share? So that'll be a long answer text, so you can write as much as you want. And then the uploading of the file. So there's a limit of 1 gigabyte for the total submission. Then country of residence, age, school or organization, your email address, name or artist alias to be credited. And then finally, permission to publish. So this is what the form is going to look like. And then there'll be a submit button. And the settings, I've set it up so that they can edit the response if they feel like they may misedited something. Or, yeah. And then limit, they can submit as many responses as they want. There is no limit because some people may have multiple recipes they want to submit. Okay. So that's what I had. Of course, I'm open to suggestions.
Donna, can I unmute?
Oh, sorry.
There we go. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's why I put my hand up. Is age, I noticed that's required. Do you need to put your age there?
It's sort of on the 18 or under or 18 or over, something like that. We have to put something like that. Because then you
Okay.
need
It would
guardian
help if you would
permission.
say that. Yeah, you would put it in categories because
Hmm.
right now there's a big required age.
Okay.
I'm thinking,
Yeah, that's a good point, Donna. So we can say under 18, or especially if it's a child submission, it would be neat to know if they did a
Yeah.
paint drawing that they were 6 or 5. Mm-hmm.
So how would you change that?
well, what do you want to know? If it's over 18 or what would be useful to you? But why,
Minor or
we could think about why we want to know the age and then come up with categories, and probably we could do that.
maybe it's minor or adult, something like that.
Yeah,
or
there
we
you
can
go.
say
Child or adult.
child or adult, yeah, and then maybe
Mhm.
and they have an option of saying how old they are as a child. They might want to let us know how old they are. Children love to let you know how old they are.
Or I don't know if this might be discriminatory about being a grandparent, or that would be, no, let's not go there.
I was just wondering, Sailesh,
Hmm.
if we could maybe include, along with organization, school, we have a category for just individual, just because some people might be accessing the site. They may not belong to an organization. They may not be in school anymore. And so we wouldn't want them to feel somehow excluded.
How do you mean?
Sorry?
How would you word
Well,
that?
just a separate category for just, you could call it something flattering, like, committed individual, or, you're not necessarily part of an organization.
Right.
So that you feel like, oh, well, I'm not in school and I'm not part of an organization. I guess I can't contribute to this site. It'd be nice to just have that category for people who aren't affiliated in any way.
Yeah, let me check what we have now. We have school or organization as a short answer text.
What you could do is just make it not required.
Yeah.
Same thing with the age, not require it. And then we can just submit it and say.
Yeah. Age also, I could just, make it age and not required.
Also, Silas, what if it was something we'd already submitted somewhere else, or had been published somewhere else? Would that be all right?
So long as they have permission, right? So it's like the permission to publish. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if they've submitted it to something else.
Or if they wanted to publish with you with Million Vegan Grandmothers, but then share it somewhere else as well, would be okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I guess the thing we just have to be careful about is if someone uses someone else's art or work and, uploads it, presenting it as their own. I don't know if we
Correct. Yeah.
actually purify all that, but
the assumption is that they have the permission to submit. To share my submission. Should we include that as well? I have permission to submit this.
Yeah.
It kind of puts the onus on them. And yeah.
There is somebody on here right now, Anne, and she lives in Sweden, and she's writing a book right now on the dairy industry, doing some beautiful work. And so one of the asks are, other than hopefully what we can brainstorm, and maybe we can, like the Homo Ahimsa Award and week, maybe part of the Homo Ahimsa week, maybe there's one thing in each category that we can bring forth for this. So maybe the submission might be, maybe we can connect it in. Definitely letting one child know, how dairy is made, how the calf makes dairy for the calf, how the cow makes dairy for the calf, might be a really easy way to fit it in and be part of this. Might be a creative project that comes out of that. But I know for myself and my history, and most of us having a pretty full plate all the time, if we don't write it down as a committed creative action, it's really hard to get it done. So my ask is that we find maybe one way to support this website, and whether it's reaching out to a school or an organization or a church and ask them if they want to submit some art on a calf and cow and the bonding of a calf and cow or anything. Yeah.
Kailash, can you put the form on the screen again so people can,
okay.
At least I'd like to see it again.
Gabrielle, did you have something to add?
Oh, just a little, yeah.
Please.
After Silas puts up the form.
Okay. There we go. International Calf and Cow Mother's Day submission form. Okay. Celebrate the sacred bond between mother cows and their calves as a symbol of the bond between mothers and children of all species. Submit your original work, art, letters, poems, photos, short videos, or recipes to be featured in the global gallery. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Be nice to have the little symbol of the grandmothers at the top someplace to inspire. Yeah.
I'm happy to put that up.
Or maybe a calf and cow, the one that we're building.
Oh.
We still haven't found a branding photo or a submission. I was hoping we could find that out of one of the pieces of art or photography that we get, that we build our own brand based on our community, our own branding photo. That would be neat.
We have you had sent me one that had a mother cow and a calf.
Mm-hmm.
It was beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we have quite a few photos from Louise Jorgensen, who is running the Cow Save movement in Toronto. She's a beautiful photographer.
Tammy, I have
Mm-hmm.
a quick question. Rebecca asked if she could submit songs or music.
Yeah, we should get that as, we said that we were going to have that as a category too. We missed that.
Okay.
Really? One more, music?
Yeah, music or a song. And Gabrielle Gabrielle wanted to share something. Go ahead, Gabrielle.
Oh, just briefly, I haven't been in the Climate Healers rooms lately because I have been advised by a dear friend and spiritual advisor to get off of Zoom and into the world. Because I live in where I live in Canada by myself, no family, and I really needed to start creating some friendships around me so that I can bloom where I'm planted. But I just wanted to say that I continue to be in the world as a vegan, and I speak with anyone that gives me the opportunity. Any little opening to talk about veganism, I do it. Unfortunately, most of the people that I do come into contact with, or I'd say at least half, are my age or older, and I don't mind saying that I'm 72. But most of them do not want anything to do with changing to veganism. They just don't. And so I just, I say a little prayer for them, and I just hope that maybe that one day they will, that I've at least planted the seed, because like with so many things in this world, we have to kind of get used to these ideas and hear them from a number of sources, not just one. you know, and and I am not a prophet in my own home. I'm telling you, I've been a vegan now since I watched Dr. Rao's one of the films that he produced called With the Health. And I went vegan overnight and joined the Climate Healers. But I have been an example of a vegan to my family ever since then. And all I can say is that they're making a little bit of progress. They consider themselves to be plant forward, they have no intention of going vegan, but they are eating more plant forward. Even the meat eaters, the ones that never touched vegetables, are now eating a few, you know, so it's a little bit of progress. And I have all these wonderful recipes that I would like to share for the book. Today I made this wonderful Thai curry tofu, and it was so good that I think I'm going to have it again and again, probably tonight and tomorrow. And yeah, so I'll be happy to share some of those things. And I just, yeah, this does sound like fun. It really does sound like fun. So I hope that we get a lot of participation with this.
I like what you said, Gabrielle, about talking to people your age. I fall into that category. I think it makes a difference when somebody like us, older, does talk to older people, because they're shocked. You know, no, it's supposed to be the kids that are going vegan, not us.
Exactly.
So I think it makes an impact. I really do. So good for you for getting that out. But I wanted to mention something else. Art-wise, PETA just came out with a little book about the cow sanctuary is what it's called, that Helga runs on the East Coast somewhere.
New Jersey?
Yes, it is in New Jersey. And I've actually been there a couple of times, it's just amazing. But the little book tells Helga's story about the cows whose mothers died, and she didn't want them to go to slaughter. But she was a kid, you know, she wasn't sure how to make it happen, but she raised the money to save those cows. And she's run the cow sanctuary ever since. And so she also has raised money by making these stuffed animal cows. And so PETA has now, you can buy the book with the stuffed animal cow, which I know Helga's not making all of those. But anyway, there ought to be something there that we could link to on the website, that because it's all about cows, and her love for the cows is extraordinary. And not just cows. She has lots of other animals too there. We actually had a rental car, and the pigs were eating the bumper, so we had to get away from the pigs really fast. But anyway, she's got all different kinds of animals, and has a hard time saying no. She's just got such a loving heart. And so that's the other thing, is anybody who buys the book and the little cow, some of the proceeds go to Helga, to the cow sanctuary. So there's got to be a place for that on this website, I would think.
Yeah.
I think that's really important, to have a place for donations if people want to donate to different things as well. I think that's great, and that we can support other sections as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
And that that reminds me a little bit about what we were saying that we wanted to create around that. But I see that Elsa, is it Elsa? Elisa has her hand up. And if everyone is okay, do you think we could make it interactive so we can get some really amazing feedback and ideas at this point? Everyone okay with that? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, they can all, do you want us to put it in gallery view or no? Keep it
Yep.
spotlighted?
That'd be great. Thank you.
So I just wanted to express a few things. One is that I don't know why this background is here, but I do like San Francisco. The other is that in my screen, at least on my phone, I'm not able to chat. It's not open. But Tam, I'm glad to see Tammy Hay and Silas Rao and Judy Carmen in the same screen right now, because Judy told me I should meet Tammy. And Silas did this Pinky tour. I don't know what year it was in Pittsburgh. We did it virtually, I believe. But yeah, so I'm just really honored. But my ideas are this. In terms of recipes, I published a book last year, which isn't obviously a vegan book, but it has 5 chapters out of 17 about stepping into healthy veganism. In the whole nutrition section of my book, I would be happy for any of those recipes to be published. One of them is very similar to what I think it was what you said earlier. Somebody said it about the sweet potatoes and cashews making like cheese, like a macaroni and cheese thing with that. So that's one of the recipes. But anyway, that could be the one or some other one or two. Or there's only about 15 recipes. There's recipes for how to sprout on the countertop, and for my favorite green juice recipe. And then the other thing is that I've had this idea before, but I didn't know how to implement it. The images that are in my book, there's many animals. They're black and white, and they could be made into a coloring book. There's only 9 or 10 images in the whole book, because that's what my publisher said I paid for, and I wasn't putting any more. And they're in black and white, and they're pretty detailed. So if a child, I don't think children are even taught handwriting anymore. So, and I'm an eye doctor. I've always specialized in natural eyesight improvement. It would be good for people that I work with too. It would be good for everybody for fine motor control. And anyway, yeah, so those are 2 ideas. And I just love, I'm not officially a biological grandmother yet because our 2 daughters are not quite there, but I'm considering myself an elder. So I'm going to look you all up and step in when I get the chance later today or tomorrow. So thank you. Those are my contributions right now.
Beautiful. Thank you. The one thing I was going to mention is that as we're building this website, the first thing that people are going to see is a video on the front of it with a young running to its mother, or the mother going to its young of all species. And then some nursing that's going on, some feeding that's going on. That's how we're going to start. And then there'll just be a couple shots of the opposite of what's happening, maybe the calf being taken away, but not much of that. It'll just be the beautiful connection, the nursing. And so the other ask is if anyone knows or has any footage from sanctuaries, maybe Helga has some stuff. But many of us are in touch with different sanctuaries. We have another grandmother that comes in from Australia, and she's been taking care of thousands of animals over the last 50 years, and for the last decade by herself. So she's going to send in some photos and footage. So we really want to see if we can get this website built in the next couple of months. So if anyone wants to submit that directly to Silas or myself, if you don't have our email address, we can put that in. But it's just grandmothers at climatehealers.org, grandmothers at climatehealers.org. And if you have something you want to share that you're not necessarily submitting on the website, so we can get this website built, and then we can continue adding to it. But we really want to have the opening video to be a beautiful connection of the mother of all species. I would love to have, I'm going to reach out to Captain Paul Watson's team and ask if they have some videos on a calf and a cow swimming.
Yeah,
And
because it's not necessarily a cow and a calf. It's any species, mother and child,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
right. Yeah. So I would love some whales and some, it would be beautiful to have all species on there. Anyone else like to come up and share some ideas or any contributions, what they're working on right now?
I have something else, which is that I came into veganism in 2012 through the health direction. And so at first I didn't really resonate with the animal part of it. I didn't understand it. I didn't resonate with it. But what's coming through me right now is not just the animals, but the human animal, and showing images of mothers nursing their children. I've studied with and teach the work of Bonnie Bainbridge Cohen, who was an occupational therapist, but then became she developed body mind centering. I don't know if any of you are familiar with her. She's 83 now. She's amazing. Somebody just put a heart up. Maybe Deborah knows who she is. But in her book, which was published in 2018, and she's like 83 now, she has an artist that she used there that just has beautiful images of babies. But I don't know that that would be the artwork, but I think that that's really important. I mean, I understand animals now completely, and that's not an issue for me. But sometimes because of the intensity of those that have been that have come in from that direction, that don't take care of their human bodies, it doesn't resonate necessarily, at least to begin with. They will develop into it. At least that's my testimonial. But I think coming in from the other direction, which is how do you nurse your baby? And do you understand what formula is? And do you understand what cow's milk in formula is? And I don't know, maybe these campaigns have already happened, but I am speaking at an international conference in September in Spain, the International Somatic Movement Therapy Education Association, on the neurodevelopmental roots of visual development. And I'm going to seed in some veganism. I only have an hour, but I'm going to seed it in because a lot of people that are in they think they're in wellness in the health professions. They have no idea how to take care of themselves. And veganism is the farthest from their minds. And so they may be movers in terms of being able to move well, but they're not taking care of their bodies, their somas. So thank you so much, all of you. I was just going to come on to hear Victoria Moran and her husband receive the award, and I can't turn the thing off yet. But I really appreciate all of you because kind of your gentleness and heart just like is seeping all around the world right now. And it's just so beautiful. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
I see in the chat that Danny's mentioning the PETA video that I think most of us have seen of the truck driving away with the calf and the mother following behind. Yeah, she put the link in the chat.
Yeah, in the chat, Willow is asking, Donna, can you repeat the name of the food your son prepared?
Yeah, Pizzelles, Pizzelles. It's an Italian cookie that my German mother-in-law made every year.
There's a wonderful story that I've got in one of my books about a cow that stands in front of these water trucks. This is in like Vietnam or someplace like that. And the water is being rationed, and this cow stands in front of the trucks and will not move no matter what they do. I mean, they really hurt her to try to get her to move. And finally, this one driver says, I don't care if we come up short on the water. I'm going to give her some water. So he takes a quart or something of water and puts it there for her. What does she do? She doesn't drink it. She goes and gets her baby and has her baby drink it. And then off they go. It's a really precious story. And I think I can just paste and copy it into your websites. I mean, your thing that you're developing, the where I can submit that.
Right.
Because it's a wonderful story. Yeah.
It's beautiful. That's
I know. Yeah, it makes me
our,
cry to think about it.
Our Google Doc, our work, yeah. All of ours. Yeah. Wasn't there a story recently about I thought I heard a story about a cow that, was it a cow? I'm sure it was a cow that had twins and hid one of the babies. Was that a cow or was that a pig? Well, did I hear it from Ed Winters? I was telling Paul about it, and I thought it was a cow. She hid one of her babies because she knew that they would take one. And yeah, I have to find the source of that story. But it really does speak of sentient beings deeply. Yeah. Anyone else would like to share anything in the chat or Emma to share? And thank you. I know we all have stuff to share about the mother-child bond. And Elisa, I think it's really important to bring in the compassion by connecting non-vegans with the mother-child bond of humans. Absolutely. That's how we see in this movement for sure coming forward. Mm-hmm.
In the chat, there's a link to the PETA video about the cow running behind the truck that's carrying her baby.
Mm-hmm.
I was mentioning something that I saw when I was, I don't know, I was probably in my early teens to Tammy this afternoon, and what kind of prompted the memory was Judy talking about. I think Judy, you were the one who was encouraging everyone on Friday to think about the fish, and I remember being at my grandparents' lake in the shallows and seeing a mother fish basically shepherding her little fry, or I don't know what to call them, little guppies, little fish, baby fish, from one place to another, because there was a little obstacle on the bottom of the lake, and she was kind of guiding them, and she went back for each one and brought each one separately. And I, up until that point, I had no idea that fish had those sorts of maternal instincts. I always assumed, fish would probably eat their own young. I mean, that happens, I guess, with some fish, but it was just a real epiphany for me, recognizing that maternal instinct extends to fish as well.
It would be a good story for the Homo Ahimsa week. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
For Fish Day, yeah. In Defense of Animals is doing, yeah.
And please reach out to other people, whether it's just, I don't mean just, but any children in your life, any families. We don't have to keep this as a vegan submission. Just be like, oh, we love our mother so much, and we share, I mean, it might be a really good way to bring people in to talk about the compassion of the mother offspring bond of all species. Go ahead, Ray.
Hey, Tammy, I was wondering if there was an opportunity to take some of these projects that amplify the mother-child bond with the next VCOP, which will be in conjunction with the International Vegan Film Festival. There's some films that come immediately to mind, short films that would make it easy to play them, or even excerpts from films. and some of them are by Switch for Good. Are they a partner? Have they been reached for
Yeah, we'll be
involvement in
reaching
this?
out to them, with, yeah, all the people who are already co-sponsors, we will be reaching out to them.
So the next VCOP may be an opportunity to play some of what people have discovered.
Yeah. Yeah,
Are you
absolutely.
offering to do a short film for us, putting together some of the art and the poetry? That would be another beautiful way to submit a poem, is to read it. And there could be poems as we show some art, that the individuals are reading, or an essay, or the photography. Yeah. Yeah. So if you do subscribe if you do come on and join our community, you have access to the newsletters. I'm really calling on the grandmothers and everyone here, if you want to submit a newsletter, essay or article. It's really lovely to read different people and different movements that are going on and what people are doing. One of the newsletters we've sent out recently, since we decided to have an International Calf and Cow Day, was promoting what Dotsie Bosch was really asking us to support her on. It was the fiscal act to try to get the milk out of school programs and to really bring the awareness of how most children are allergic to milk. And so we're supporting each other and other movements on this as well. But sometimes movements are so full on with their own stuff. We have to make it easy for them. I took a marketing for hippies a few years ago. And I was telling Paul about this on a walk today. And I said, hippies don't make it easy for people. We have these great ideas and we're, walking barefoot on the earth and eating, as my brother calls me, the weed and seed girl. And we don't make it easy for people to find us and to be able to organize around us. And we have to make things easier for people. I'm not saying everybody on here's a hippie, but we all certainly have our own thing going on. And it's really important to make it easy for them to join us. So how can we do that? How can we reach out to Dotsie and say, hey, this is what we're doing, and we want to add some art submissions for your children's program, or, here they are.
No, I think it'd be good if we reach out. Sorry, Tammy.
No, go ahead. I was done, Sailesh.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to reach out to them and say, how can we add your material on our website and support you? So that people come to see that Switch for Good is working on this, and Sanctuary is working on something else. So this way we are supporting others, through their submissions.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it goes both ways. We were talking about that, right? When we were talking about building the website, is we were going to have a menu of just our teammates, our co-conveners of this movement, who are doing that as well. Yeah. Awesome.
I'm hoping we'll have submissions from India.
Be beautiful.
Yeah.
So the ask is if everyone here could reach out to one person, and just even one person or 3 people, 1 to 3 people, after you get off this meeting sometime in the next Homo Ahimsa week. And if it fits into the Homo Ahimsa week, and if you want to share that with us, the other ask is if you would be willing to help us go through some of the essays and art, and there would be lots of thank you letters submitted. That's going to be a big project once things start coming in, reading the essays, sharing the essays. Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to, if it's okay, we're almost out of time here. There's no other questions or comments in the chat, Sailesh?
No.
I'm just going to end with a poem I put in one of my newsletters. That that I was very inspired to write because I didn't raise my children vegan. They were raised eating dairy. And sometimes it's a little bit of a challenge, but sometimes writing things down, poetry, writing has been art, has been a big avenue for a lot of people, filmmaking. The arts have been a really healing way for us to express all kinds of things. And so here I go. A reflection on maternal bonds, human consumption, and the path of remembering and creative action. She wandered through her memories, baby suckling on her breast, her most tender memory of this life until her grandchildren were born. She knew less then about other baby animals and all the newborns that could never suckle because her children ate cheese and coffee had cream. And oh, yes, that constant children's pleas for summer ice cream. She just did not know. Yet once she did, she could not unknow. And the heaviness of carrying this knowing and the throwing of caution to the wind, of sharing this with her own grown daughter, now feeding her offspring unsuckled death stuff, and the trampling of pearls and the unfurls of knowing anger, the anger of knowing with nowhere to come up for air. Thank you, everyone, for this beautiful interactive time. And we're all coming up for air in between our knowings. And please submit and be part of this movement. I was just sharing with Paul last night. I can't do it alone. I got a full schedule like everyone else. So we really want this to be a community, an enriching community experience of sharing and celebrating the dismantling of the dairy industry and the deep awareness that comes from what's happening to the mothers of all species. We're going to be able to collect so many stories that are going to make people so much more aware. I was just recently, and I'll end with this, our new climate healer friend, Dr. Anya Heister. She's a biologist, and she was sharing on the last convergence that they allow so many bears to be killed in the spring in Montana, and a lot of them are mother bears that are kind of unaware. They're just really hungry, and they're coming out to feed their cubs, and they have a quota of so many they're allowed to kill in the spring in Montana. And who knows that the cubs are starving in the den because we allow this still. So this is the awareness we want to bring to the world so we can stop it, because once we know, we can't unknow. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. The poem was beautiful. Thank you for bringing us together for this.
Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you, everyone. Beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful. We'll be taking you off the screen. Feeling the love. Moving the spotlights. Wow. Well, I love your poems, Tammy. I always do. And so I'm glad there's going to be a poetry section for sure. And I'm not a songwriter or a musician myself, but I love them. And so I was hoping there might be a little something.
Alexa, stop.
Oops. Okay, now it's time to turn off the mute. I will do that. And I will fix that. So if everyone will mute, except for, let's bring up our next speaker and I will introduce her. Let's bring up Jane. Jane DeMarinis is going to be here. So Jane, you are a co-host, and so all it takes is for someone to spotlight you, and then you'll be able to unmute and do what you need to do.
Rebecca, are you going to show my PowerPoint, or
Yes,
do you?
yes, I am. And I'm supposed to be up here also with you, so you can see me
great.
and I can see you. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, there you are. And I'm going to, I've got the PowerPoint that you've done right there ready to go. I will just need somebody from the tech team to tell me when I show it if there are little squares of gray that pop through. But I hope there are not. So we'll see. All righty. So let me do a little introduction to you, and then I will go off screen and you can begin. All right.
Thank you.
You bet. I'm so glad to see you. Welcome, everyone.
Likewise.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Thriving on Planet B. I'm Rebecca Allen of Climate Healers, and I am very pleased to introduce to you Jane DeMarinis. She is a 20-year vegetarian and award-winning executive fundraiser, advocate, and builder of partnerships and memberships dedicated to advancing causes related to environmental conservation and green community developments. And let's see, the title of hers is Cooking for the Climate, Climate Armageddon, and she may have some adjustments to change to that, but I'm just glad to welcome Jane DeMarinis. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you so much, BJ. And I thank Salish and Climate Healers and all of you for giving me this opportunity to share some of the things that I've learned over the years about being a vegan, and I am a vegan. And Rebecca's right. I was a vegetarian for about 18 years and then became a vegan about 4 years after that. So 24 years in this space. I've learned so much over the last couple of days. I wasn't able to be here today because of another commitment, but such great programs. So I'm really happy to be a part of this group. And Salish, I certainly appreciate his leadership. He is on Climate Diets Advisory Board, so we totally appreciate his knowledge and sharing that with my organization. It's been interesting listening to, I don't know if you want to put the slides up.
Okay.
Interesting listening to some of the conversations today in the next generation. There is an adjustment. I'm calling this the power of food. This program is something that I've been funded. Rebecca, how do I get the slides to move forward?
You'll just say next slide and I will do it.
Okay. Sorry to have to bother you for that. So next slide.
Okay.
The Power of Food is a program that I've been funded by Montgomery County, Maryland, to use in the public schools of Montgomery County where I live, to teach about the connection between climate and diet. So I was thrilled to get a grant from them, and I thought I would share how I teach it to those students in Montgomery County. I've only been doing it for about 4 months now, so it's still new. And next slide. So one of our motto is eat smart to save the planet. And when I talk to the students, and we're teaching it in middle school and high school and even one elementary school, I think it's important to kind of see where they're coming from. And I ask the students, well, how are you making your decisions about what you eat? Is it just listening to your parents, or do you have some impact? Do you know about the effect of your diet on the climate? And what about your own school? Are they teaching you anything about what you eat and the impact on the climate? I'm sure you have health classes that get into nutrition, but do they talk about the climate? And mostly the answers there are no. We do sometimes have a vegan, and that's always a thrill. And we ask them about what are they eating in their cafeteria, and do they have plant-based options? And sometimes they do. So happy about that they can, if they choose to be a vegan or plant-based or want more or move in that direction, that they do have an opportunity to do that. I'm not sure they're getting plant-based milk, but I think there's been some move in that direction to try and do that. So next slide. One of the ways I think it's instructive to teach is to kind of let them see where they are and use the questions to just create awareness at the same time that we see where they are and where their knowledge is. So we use short quizzes, like 7 questions, and we offer prizes for those who get 100% correct. So we have 3. One is called Meet IQ, and then we have 2 that are about the environment, world environment. And we asked questions that stimulate, we think, both finding out how much they do know, and then teaching them some things that they don't know because they find out the correct answers or they have a wrong answer. So if we take the correct, at each venue, we take the correct winners from 100% correct quizzes, put those in a lottery and give away 2 $25 gift certificates to the students that are winners. So there's an incentive to do that. So they definitely like that. So next slide. So, and one thing we start with is about a 15 to 20 minute academic portion of the program. The quizzes stir up a lot of energy, and they're often using Google to try and get the right answer. And we don't say too much about that because, again, we see it as a learning experience. But after we get them settled down, we go into a bit of an academic program. We say, okay, well, what's happening out there? And these are things you all know, but I'll go over a few of these. We just had the hottest year on record in 2024. 41 additional days of dangerous heat worldwide. I think Lisbon had a temperature of 116 degrees this summer. The Arctic heat wave, sea level rise, the wildfires in Los Angeles, thousands of people losing their homes. Those forests and trees were like tinder because of the lack of rain. And it happened in Canada too. Overturning the ocean current. That water's getting so hot in the ocean, it's weakening the climate, which can lead to further changes in the weather patterns. Next slide. So some of these are things that they don't know. A lot of them they do. And then we talk about greenhouse gases and what's been happening. Carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide concentrations are now more abundant in the Earth's atmosphere than any time in the last 800,000 years. So that definitely gets their attention. They certainly know there's climate change, but maybe they didn't think it was 800,000 years in the making. So the temperature continues to rise, and the oceans continue to rise. Next slide. The greenhouse effect. And what is that leading to? It's leading to just more adaptation that needs to be made by humans. A report came out fairly recently, a few years ago, from the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. 67 countries reported through 270 researchers, so it was quite comprehensive, but it talked about the world's population being threatened by water shortages, extreme weather events. Some countries are going to become inhabitable in 10 to 15 years. And 41% of the world's species, and I think this was certainly mentioned yesterday by one of your speakers, at the risk of extinction, many already extinct. So surprisingly, there's little discussion of these impacts on climate change from meat production. Next slide, please. Something's not showing up here. So this was a piece of art that, oh, here we go. This is actually in the Guggenheim Museum in New York City, and my husband and I were visiting there, and this shows the temperature changes as a video. If I can get it to Rebecca, at the bottom is an arrow. It's not showing up on my screen. At the very bottom, there should be an arrow that makes it active.
I don't see that on my screen. I'm so sorry.
Well, so what happens is this gets filled up to the outer rim, basically showing how temperature keeps changing and changing and growing and growing. And since 1850, it's gone forward. So I'm sorry this isn't working, but it's a dynamic little video which shows the temperature rise, and it was interesting to have it in an art museum. So it was nice to see art and science getting connected. So let's just go to the next slide. This is another thing that I think it's helpful to tell students, is just to talk about the number of cows and other animals that are being slaughtered every day of the week. 900,000 cows every day, 1.4 million goats, 1.7 million sheep, on and on and on, hundreds of millions of fish every day of the week. This definitely gets students' attention to see the real impact and to let them know that they're eating meat. This is what's happening. These animals are being slaughtered. Next slide. I try to use charts to also show them comparisons. So this one is greenhouse gas emissions across the food chain. So you can see the very top bar about 100 times as big as the very bottom bar. The top bar is beef. The bottom bar is bananas and peas are about the same. Tomatoes a little bit above it, but the veggies are all down at the bottom. And greenhouse gas emissions, and you all know this, but the students don't always know this. And the worst contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, beef, and lamb and mutton not far below, cheese down there, shrimp. Next slide. So that tells them what you're eating has an impact on the climate. This is another useful slide showing methane emissions by sector. This is from Climate Watch. I think World of Data also provides this information, but showing animal agriculture as the biggest emitter of methane. Next slide. So again, going back to the UN program, talking again about their report, animal agriculture is clearly producing far more food, far less food than is needed for the world to eat. It's taking up 80% of all agricultural or arable land in the world, but it's only producing 20% of the calories of the food that's needed to feed the world. So it's very inefficient. One climate scientist that spoke, I think, at the last VCOP, Gerald Bishop, he's saying that 53% of all greenhouse gas emissions come from animal agriculture, the food for livestock, transportation, food they eat, and they themselves are producing methane from their digestive tract and also from the waste products. So two ways. I know Salish also has data showing how damaging it is, but more and more people are recognizing in the scientific world that what the UN has been saying is 14 to 18% is unrealistic. The number is much, much greater from animal agriculture. So I try to bring that up and tell the truth to the students that this is what's happening. Next slide. Albert Einstein was talking about this quite a long time ago. He said, nothing will benefit human health and increase the chances for survival of life on Earth as much as the evolution toward a more plant-based diet. And we know he was a smart man, so I think we're all listening to him, but I hope we can get others to listen too. Next slide. So another reason to be vegan, and a lot of us may be vegan for health reasons. My family actually did become vegan. My daughters, two of my daughters are vegan, 2 out of 3. And we became vegan when my oldest daughter sent us a book and talked to us about being vegan. And we read the book, The China Study, and we became vegan. But there were health issues in our family that also made it so much more important to not eat meat. And what's going on now with so many people being sick from eating meat, becoming obese from eating clogged arteries from the saturated fat from meat. And it's still, I don't think, well understood or offered or advocated from the medical community. When someone in my family had blocked arteries, there wasn't a doctor that talked to us about how they became clogged. It was my daughter and the research in the book that told us how that happened. And this generation of teens needs to find this out too. So this program helps to let them know. It's definitely an impact on your body from eating meat, and the saturated fat is not good for you. And that starts to form as young as teenagers. This slide says in 40s and 50s, but that fat is building up even in their teens. 33.1 million sample was used in this study that showed that 11 million people died annually from too many calories and the wrong nutrients. And the obesity rate is now reaching half of the global population. Next slide. I think this just says the same thing. So the World Obesity Federation basically corroborates this, that there's more than half the population is overweight or will be obese by 2035. But I think there's newer data saying that we're almost already there in terms of the obesity rate. Next slide. So the oceans are also being overfished, and 1,550 of the nearly 18,000 different marine animals are currently at risk of extinction. And the heat caused from greenhouse gas emissions from animal agriculture is contributing to that. Next slide. So we're using, in addition to just talking, trying to, if we can, fit in some for the students and also for other advocacy and other groups that we speak to or just share our information with. We love Salish's work with Cowspiracy as a producer and Seaspiracy. Those are fantastic videos that certainly tell the story. Our newsletter, Food is Climate, we put out monthly, and then we put out some shorter newsletters in between. We use social media to show cooking videos that are plant-based cooking videos. And we also put up weekly plant-based recipes on social media as well. We put out press releases when we see studies that are significant in this area that talk about any of these changes that reinforce the need for eating plant-based over meat, or where there are studies showing the negative impacts of meat eating as well. And we try to seek policy change. I don't know that it'll happen right now in this administration, but in the past we submitted comment letters to USDA on such things as their food guidelines and that kind of thing, where you can you have the opportunity to send in your point of view. We have a podcast called Climate and Cuisine, and we love to have guests. So, and we've had some of you, love to have more of you on our shows. So we'll be reaching out to you and reach out to us too. I mentioned our weekly recipes, Erin Jane's Kitchen. My daughter Erin does a plant-based cooking show in Tampa for Bloom TV. And she's terrific at doing videos. So we were hoping she would be here today and show one of her cooking kind of seminars, but she had parent duty and her daughter is moving to high school, so she had some things to do with her. But we've done some webinars and we do festivals in the park. Salish was at one of these fairly recently, or maybe it was about 6 months ago in Bethesda. So we were very happy to see him as a speaker. We've done some things in DC charter schools. We had 2 interns and they wanted to speak to their Green Club, and I gave them a PowerPoint that they could use. And so they were the teachers on this topic. And both of those students were leaning vegan. I don't think they're vegan, but they're leaning vegan. So they did talk about being plant-based. And so we try to talk to community groups and professional groups when we can to get that message out every which way. Next slide. This is just a sample of our newsletter, Food is Climate. It has an interesting headline, though, I think, that Burger King in Germany is selling plant-based meals cheaper than meat meals. So people want a budget, and I think we already knew this. People that say plant-based meals are more expensive than meat, it's never been true. We all know the cost of beans and the cost of lentils is far less than meat. But here's a Burger King, a plant-based burger, selling that less than meat. So that's a really terrific sign. And certainly Europe has a higher number of vegans than in the United States. So they're ahead of us, maybe because they have less land for grazing than the United States does, but it's certainly a good sign. Next slide. And this is a sample of our weekly recipe. One thing that we do show is how much greenhouse gas emissions are saved by eating on a vegan diet. And on this particular recipe, we see this one shows you save 3 kilograms of carbon emissions by making vegan pasta primavera. So it's right there. People can see, yeah, my diet does impact the climate, saving all of this carbon by eating veggies, and it's better for us too. Next slide. So we also use some of these charts that have been around. I didn't create them, and I think this one actually is from the UK, but showing the carbon footprint from different types of diets, and vegans are the best, the lowest carbon footprint, followed by vegetarians, and then no beef is third. And then the other 2 are average meat eater and a meat lover. So that makes it more clear too, in a quick way to show how meat impacts your carbon footprint in the atmosphere. Next slide. So one of the ways that in terms of teaching the students and also with other people, we ask if they'll sign a pledge asking them not to eat meat 1 day a week. And we tell them what the impact is. It's like if the whole country just gave up meat 1 day a week, it takes 9 million tons of carbon out of the atmosphere per day. So this is a similar, comparing it to cars. It's like replacing 8 to 10 million vehicles with electric vehicles. So it's a huge impact. And that's another way to get them to sort of pay attention, because everyone thinks an electric vehicle is the answer to greenhouse gas emissions and fixing the climate, but of course it's not. Next slide. When I talk to the students, we try to make sure that, you know, it's positive and hopeful, that it's not all despair. We do have an option, and we can do something besides have an electric vehicle. We can help our own health and the health of the planet by moving to a more plant-based diet. And we tell them you can see, it's good for your health, it's good for your waistline, it's good for your heart health. And we also give them a little bit of a bribe. I mentioned we have the Meat Down Pledge. If they sign our pledge, we give them a vegan chocolate peanut butter vegan energy bar. These are private label produced out of Georgia. And then we also have recently coupons for a free plant burger at a local chain. There's about 7 locations in the metro area here, and it's worth $10. And a lot of them, the schools I've been going to, it's not so far from a few of those schools, so they all know about plant burger and they like getting free food. So there's a little bit of a bribe in there, but it's also a way for them to taste vegan food and see how delicious it is if they haven't had a chance. Mostly they start eating vegan energy bars immediately. Next slide. I think we already covered this, talking about, yeah, so these are some of our partners, and we appreciate all the work of these groups. Farm Animal Rights Movement does a lot of great work. Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, Veg Society of DC is teaching people every day places to go to get vegan food. Montgomery County Food Council has also been a partner at times. eFit Foods is my daughter's company, and she sells a vegan product. And Climate Healers, you guys do wonderful work. So thank you for letting me be a part of this. And that concludes my presentation.
Wow, that was wonderful. Jane, I am just so pleased that you are going into the schools, and that's what a question I wanted to ask you. Are you more going into the schools, doing Zoom, or both? Or tell me how that goes. And then we have a question from the audience.
So we've been doing it mostly at their STEM events, STEM and STEAM. They're adding art to it. So now it's becoming STEAM events. And so often they're on a Saturday or an evening, but they are at the school. And which is really good because the parents come and the parents can sign the Meat Down Pledge, which many of them do. And they get free, they get a free energy bar as well. And I think they learn something at the same time. So yeah, we're doing it straight in the schools.
That's great. That's great. Now I did stop the share, didn't I? The screen share. Okay. So we have Paige and then we have Donna. And I want to tell you that art, if y'all bring up Paige, I want to tell you, I love that art image, even though it didn't go into a video. I can see how powerful that would be. So thank you. Hi, Paige.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jane. I had no
Hi,
idea.
Paige.
I did not make that connection. My husband's from that area, and I have tons of nieces and nephews, and their kids are all up in there. So I have a definitely vested interest in all of this. So that's fascinating. And also with plant-based treating, we're doing some work at schools as well. So I love that. And so my question is, when you give the $25 cash, or I think you said cash, to people, right? Have you ever thought about having that actually be just a gift certificate? So it goes back into the vegonomy.
That is what we do. We just send it. We just send them a gift certificate by email.
Oh, I love that. It's funny because we think we need to buy something else, but if we buy, I know I've run up against that. I'm like, can I get them that's vegan? A vegan gift certificate to something. You know, so like that. I love that. And then, so I didn't realize that you and your daughters are doing cooking segments. Where would we find those?
She does them. I've done a couple, mostly when I'm just in the kitchen. I'm always cooking vegan food. So sometimes I'll say to my husband, just videotape me a little bit here and I'll do one. But she's great at it, and she's doing them for Bloom TV. Now, I don't know if they go beyond. Bloom TV is a network in addition to being a local station. I'm not sure if they go on the network or if they just show them locally, because she is a local entrepreneur and she's lived there. She went to college in Tampa, so she's just been there for a long time.
Jane, could you put in your where people can sign up for the climate diet, and that way they may be able to see where some of those recipes are in the chat.
Oh, okay, sure. We're glad to add everybody in. I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you so
much. And also how people can find for your podcast, how people can reach out to you on that as well. Thank you so much.
They're on the website, and I just put the website up.
Beautiful.
The
Thank
link.
You so much.
Yeah, it's all on the website.
Okay, our next speaker is here, but she's been generous enough to let us answer a couple of questions. So, Donna, if somebody will let her unmute and.
Thank you so much. I'm so, Jane, this is beautiful. The program, it gives me so much hope.
Thank you.
I want to share that if the motivation is intrinsic, it can actually lessen the intrinsic. Did I say intrinsic? If the motivation is extrinsic, it'll make them more active, but then it can actually destroy their intrinsic motivation. So I was trying to think of how you might motivate them besides bribes. And perhaps, one thing that motivates intrinsically is the sense of accomplishment. So if you gave them the task, of filling out the quiz, getting as much as they can, they get a sense of accomplishment. But it might be also interesting to have them tell them that the most of the pronouncements of what is causing climate change does not give credit to animal agriculture. Challenge them to find out some dissenting views and what science it's based on. And that way they'll learn and get a sense of accomplishment and not have their intrinsic motivation decreased. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Donna. Oh, go ahead.
I think that's a good suggestion. I talk about it as a bribe as far as the food, but I think it's important really for them to taste, they may never taste plant-based foods.
Exactly. And so giving them a taste, but not having it be the bribe. Does it make sense?
Right. Right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And one last question is from a high school student. So welcome, Sanaya.
Hi. I just want to say that was beautiful to listen to, and I definitely learned a lot. My question is, so I'm in high school, and I know you mentioned that you guys do like outreach programs in high schools for like the vegan movement. So what do you think is like the most important thing to educate students on in regards to the movement? Because I also have noticed like I have a club at my school and I have been raising some awareness on the movement. But a lot of times students can get defensive or, like mainly just defensive about their diet and just like not wanting to change because it's more comfortable to just continue to, eat meat and dairy and still make like this negative impact on the environment. So what do you think is the most important thing to educate students on in regards to veganism and climate change?
I think the data really speaks for itself that it's, I had the subhead of Armageddon. I'm not sure who added that, and I don't think we're at Armageddon. I hope that we get more vegans and save this planet. But I think their health too. I mean, it's in my own family, we have a personal story to tell on that, but I think your personal health, your arteries are being clogged, and they're being clogged by that animal fat, saturated fat from animals, not from the good fats in plants. We have so many friends that are sick, that are meat eaters, and I would love to tell them, if you gave up meat, you would see your health change. But, you know, it's really hard to talk to adults. That's one reason I really think this program, it's important to talk to the young people. And Samaya, I'm so happy to meet you and hear what you're doing. And I enjoyed your presentation, but it's really great to start with a younger generation who hopefully will listen to these messages and can change if they're being raised in a family that eats meat, that they can change on their own.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment to that, Jane. And because I gave like 7 presentations in schools in London. Okay, I went to 7 different schools, and every one of them have asked me to come back and do a workshop.
Oh, fantastic.
So it looks like we cracked the code, and it was basically an environmental talk, but we cracked the code on getting students' engagement. Because it was done in the right order. You know, I had Krishna was helping me out with putting the facts in the right order so that we made an impact on the kids. So I had, you know, I mean, every school there was tremendous attention. I could see they were all engaged. So
that's great. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm happy to give you the slides, and you can look at the order in which I presented the facts, and you will see what seems to work with them.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank y'all so much. I'm so glad that you came on. Thank you, Jane. And
thank you,
Climate Healers. And we loved it. And now we'll be bringing up our next speaker. All right. There's Mariquita, another climate healer and loving person. All right. Thank you for your time this morning, this afternoon, this evening. Welcome to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Thriving on Planet B. I'm Rebecca Allen, and so happy to introduce to you our climate healer, Mariquita Solis. She's a multifaceted force for peace, dedicated to fostering connections with nature and empowering others on their journey of self-discovery. She's a certified climate healer, unchanged heart coach, uncaged, not unchanged, uncaged heart coach. She guides individuals at Unity North and leads the animal mystery with one unwavering compassion. She volunteers at local rescues and is in live stream host for allcreatures.org, a weekly show. Mariquita is a wealth of knowledge, holding certifications in plant-based nutrition from Cornell and a Reiki healing. Her title is To Heal the World, Understanding Personality and Empathy for Global Healing. Welcome, Mariquita Solis.
Thanks, BJ. It's wonderful to be here, to be back. All right, y'all. Thanks for joining me here. And I have a lot to say. So let's try to get through it. So let's put our seatbelts on. All right. And now I think everyone will be able to understand what I'm talking about here, because as vegans, we want to really be good, effective activists. And sometimes we're out there trying to pour our heart and soul into a message and really having it fall on deaf ears, and we don't know what's going on. Why are we hitting a wall? When we're trying to connect with certain people, certain audiences, it's just not going anywhere. And that can be very frustrating. I'm sure we've all been there. And we all want to share this important message. The Mother Earth needs our help. The animals need our help. So it can be very frustrating. So we're going to talk about how to shift in communication to make it more effective and powerful. And so the key to truly impactful communication isn't just what you say or how passionately you say it. because I could get up here and just like scream, blah, 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 and it might just blow up, right? So it's fundamentally about who you're speaking to. It's very important that we understand our audience, right? That we take the time to see who we're speaking to. And every person has a unique operating system in their mind, different wiring, right? We're all humans at the core, but we're wired differently. So when we understand different wiring, we can really communicate more effectively. So let me give you an example. So my brother and I are wired very differently. I'm very enthusiastic and I show my emotions. My he has a lot of emotions. They're very contained at the surface level. And so I spent the night at his house the other night and I took a shower, I used the towel there. And the next thing I know, I see my brother coming up to me with a scowl on his face. And he said, "Did you use my towel?" And I just laughed because for me, that's humorous. And I said, yeah, I guess so. I don't care, who cares? And he said, "I care." And he didn't crack a smile, nothing. Right? And so we're wired very differently. He's very practical. That's his towel, right? That's not my towel. I should have known to go get a towel at a different place, but I didn't. And for me, it's humorous because that's just the way that I am wired, a little bit more lighthearted. And now there's nothing wrong with him or me. We're just wired differently. And sometimes I think, is this my brother? Right? Another example is when we were on a Zoom call. I was on a Zoom call with climate healers. And so I said, I'm sitting here with my brother eating lunch and he's vegan. And he was sitting right next to me. Hopefully he's not watching. So all the climate healers were cheering, yay! And my brother, his face didn't crack a smile or anything. He sat there very stoically. And it was very funny. I thought, did he hear that? Did he see it? But no, that's just the way he is. He has deep emotions. However, they're underneath, right? They're not at surface level. So that doesn't mean anything bad about him. He's not bad. I'm not bad. It's just our different wiring systems. So I express my emotions. You can see everything, right? But not everyone can. And that doesn't mean they're not feeling. It doesn't mean that they don't have deep emotions. So it's very important that we understand how we're wired and understand these different operating systems, right? Because each person comes with that pre-installed unique mental operating system. And you can think of it as different types of vehicles. Like one is very powerful and it serves a vital purpose, but they all thrive on different types of fuels, respond to different commands, right? There might be some luxury vehicles, there might be some speed buggy. Now that I think that was from the 70s, right? This little car racer, the fast cars. So it's just different types of cars, right? They need different types of fuel. So people are the same way. They respond to different forms of communication. And the cars also navigate the road. Some are able to handle those curves very well, some are not. So that's okay. You buy the car you want, right? So when we understand how people are wired and we can stop creating these walls and shutting down communication, and we can start building bridges. Okay, so let's talk about 4 archetypes that you can look at. Now, the first one is the analytical archetype, and you might know someone like this, the logical, data-driven, fact-focused type. So these are the minds that thrive on facts, hard data, on logical coherence. They want to see the blueprint. They want to see the evidence, the step-by-step process. So in activism, they're the ones who need the scientific reports on climate change, the detailed statistics on animal agriculture's environmental impact, or the logical plan for policy change. They'll ask why and how does this actually work, right? So an example is Spock from Star Trek. He's the epitome of logic. He relies on data and makes decisions based on rational analysis, often prioritizing efficiency and objective truth. All right, so that is the first one was analytical archetype, the logical, data-driven, fact-focused type, Mr. Spock. Now, archetype 2, the heartfelt harmonizer, the empathetic, community-oriented, value-driven type. So this one is deeply attuned to empathy, to connection, and to shared values. They're moved by stories of suffering, animal suffering, right? By calls for compassion, a compassionate world, by the vision of a more peaceful and interconnected Mother Earth. They need to feel part of a movement of caring individuals. They often ask, who does this affect personally? How can we work together for a more compassionate outcome? And let me give you an example. Mr. Rogers, he had a heart of gold. He was very empathetic. He listened, very kind. You know, his community, his neighborhood, he brought people together. He was deeply attuned to feelings. He promoted kindness and understanding. So with the heartfelt harmonizer, you want to share those personal stories of the rescued animals' transformation. You want to emphasize that global interconnectedness through shared humanity. All right, so that's the heartfelt harmonizer, the empathetic, community-oriented, value-driven type. All right, number 3, the enthusiastic innovator, the visionary, the inspiring, optimistic type. So these are the vibrant, expressive minds that are driven by passion, by vision, by the exciting possibilities of the future. They want to be inspired. They want to feel the joy of collective progress and to connect through shared energy and creative ideas. They'll often ask, what's the big, bold vision here? And how can we make this movement truly exciting and groundbreaking? So the example I want to share with you is Willy Wonka from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Specifically Gene Wilder. He was amazing. I love that song, Pure Imagination, because I can I can feel his imagination as he's looking up into the air, into the sky, into the heavens, and dreaming and imagining. And it's just that visionary, highly creative, eccentric, and driven by those beautiful, fantastical ideas and really using his imagination to his benefit. A lot of times we use our imagination to hold us down, but when we use it to just to inspire and go, wow, what a difference that is. So if you're speaking with someone that is the Willy Wonka, paint a vivid, optimistic picture of a sustainable, compassionate future, celebrating small victories with infectious energy, inspiring with powerful, future-focused rhetoric. Now, again, this is the enthusiastic innovator, the visionary, inspiring, optimistic type. All right, number 4, the determined driver, the action-oriented, results-focused, direct type. So this wiring is focused squarely on tangible results, on efficiency, and on making things happen. They want to see the clear goal, the precise action steps, and the measurable impact. They're ready to lead, to organize, and to push for change. They'll say, what's the immediate plan? What's the specific action? What specific action can I take now to drive results? So this is like Rocky Balboa from the Rocky movies, right? He's relentlessly action-oriented, focused squarely on his goal, winning the fight, and driven by grit, tangible results, and consistent effort to make things happen. So this is outlining clear campaign milestones with deadlines, calling for specific measurable actions, like make 3 calls this week, right? And demonstrating immediate positive outcomes from past efforts. So let me give you an example of one that I know, and I'll never forget this. I mean, it was kind of stressful. So one of these determined drivers and I were going to a concert. So this person picked me up and said, okay, let's go. Don't worry, we're going to get there. So we got in the Tesla, which can go from 0 to a zillion in like a minute. And I felt my stomach just sitting back there as we took off. And I was holding on for dear life thinking, oh my gosh, okay. And I feel stressed now talking about it because I'm an empath. I feel it. So, all right. So then we just go like mad to get to the concert. We get out. We're racing around this this giant whatever it's called downtown Atlanta, and just trying to find the shortest line and just like we got to find it. We got to find it. And I'm very laid back. I'm like, I don't care where I sit. I don't need to get there fast. It's all right. But no, we are pushing ahead. So it's like okay, here's the line now. Let's get in it now. Let's go. And so this person is just pushing everybody out of the way, and I'm following, like trying to apologize. I'm sorry. But that was it. You know, that is this determined driver. This person said, we're going to get there. What does it take? I'm going to, you know, floor the, I guess it's not gas in a Tesla, but, you know, I'm going to leave your stomach behind and we're going to get there as fast as we can and nothing's going to stop me, right? Not even seeing, you know, the blinders. So anyway, that's an example and I'll never forget that. I might not ride in that same car again. All right. So no one type is better than the others. We need all of these types because when you look at businesses and corporations and even climate healers, you have we have all different types, right? You can't just have all visionaries or you won't get things done. You have to have visionaries. You have to have the scientists, the systems running, right? So it's very important that we recognize these and that we're able to see the value in all of them. So the challenge comes when we try to communicate with, so if we're trying to communicate with an analytical architect but we're using that harmonizer, the heartfelt harmonizer language to inspire someone that's not on the same wiring level, our message is going to get lost, right? If we're speaking to a scientist, many times they don't want to hear about a sad animal story, and we don't understand that, right? Why don't they care about the animals? They want to see the data. So we need to be presenting the data. We need to know who we're speaking to. And the first thing we need to do is to learn about ourselves, right? What's your natural wiring? So I am, if you probably could figure it out, I'm a heartfelt harmonizer and with some, so a little bit of Willy Wonka, right? So, and a lot of times I would just lead with that. And it was too much for people. This energy that I have can be too much for those like my brother. And if he was here, he would say yes, and he would say it very stoically. So I have to be aware, not to just, I don't want to be like that when I'm speaking with someone who's more contained. I want to be able to speak to them on their same level, right? And make sure my message is landing. So taking some time to become self-aware, and the more self-aware we are, the more we can speak with our passions and really speak effectively, right? So this is something to think about. Maybe you're not aware, and maybe you need to ask other people, hey, what's your feedback here? So, and see what your friends say. So being authentic is very important. And this isn't about faking it. This is about shifting. It's shifting to be a better communicator, knowing that everyone is not wired the same. But I can do my best to speak these different languages, right? It's like being bilingual, learning sign language. I still would speak English, but I would be able to speak French, and other languages to communicate. That's not saying that I'm not being authentic, right? So this is about self-mastery, knowing yourself and learning and growth and doing the best you can to grow so that you can be a good communicator, right? Because we want this important message to land every time. So let me see here. I'm trying to hurry through I don't want to go over.
Oh,
All right.
don't
So
hurry. Don't hurry, honey. It's open
okay.
mic, so you're good.
Okay. All right. So when we're speaking to the analytical archetype, we've got to realize we're speaking to someone who wants that blueprint, offers clear, concise facts, hard data, right? Don't just say we need change. We need to show them the scientific consensus, right? We want to present compelling cost benefit analysis of sustainable solutions or details. Detail the logical step for policy reform. Focus on the why it makes sense and how it works, right? So that would be, I mean, I'm sure that you can think of many people that are that analytical archetype, a lot of engineers, and that would be the way you speak to them. All right, and so if you're speaking to the heartfelt harmonizer, empathy and community, so that I can resonate with that. I love connection. I want to see how my food choices help the world. I want to see how my food choices are helping a living being, right? This profound empathy. So share those relatable stories of individual animals, use their names. And one thing that I'm really working hard on is not to use it for animals, he, she, them, right? So I slip up, but I'm doing my best, right? So we want to make sure that we represent animals in the best way we can, because that's really going to have an impact on these heartfelt harmonizers. And appeal to that sense of compassion and that desire for justice in the world and that inspiring vision of a world where everyone thrives in harmony. All right. So, there's plenty of examples out there, like Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, Rowdy Girl, and Hope, a rescued battery hen, her journey. So pick the stories that you like and have them ready for those that that have that big empathy and are pulled at the heartstrings. Okay, so now when you're talking to the enthusiastic innovator, the Willy Wonkas, the vision and inspiration. So you want to paint a vibrant, compelling picture of the future you're fighting for. Celebrate every small victory with infectious optimism and excitement. Inspire them with the possibilities of this beautiful future, with a peaceful world where everyone benefits, with the clean air, clean resources. So show them how their unique ideas and creative energy can contribute to this truly groundbreaking movement. You can say, visualize with me a world where renewable energy powers every home, where our oceans teem with life and healthy plant-based food is accessible and celebrated by all. This isn't a dream. This is the vibrant future that we are building together right now. All right. Now, if you're speaking to the determined driver, you want to speak again to someone who wants action. You want to be direct, concise, and focused on outcomes. Outline clear, measurable steps and tangible goals. Emphasize efficiency and visible results. Empower them with specific tasks and highlight the immediate impact of their efforts. They want to know, what's the plan? What can I do right now to achieve a concrete difference? Like, join our 3-day impact challenge. Sign this petition by Friday. Call your local representatives using this provided script. So what we want to do is consciously choose the language that resonates with others' unique operating system. We don't want to just go in there without any thought. We want to have a dialogue to get to know someone a little bit so we see who we're talking to. And that way, our profound message is going to penetrate deeply and authentically, right? Not faking it. You're speaking from your heart. You're speaking from your logical mind, fostering this true connection and lasting transformative change. And when you know your own wiring and you can commit to truly understanding how others are wired, you become an incredibly powerful, effective activist. And you'll stop hitting those invisible walls and you'll start creating these beautiful bridges to share this message that needs to be shared right now for healing people, healing animals, and allowing Mother Nature to thrive. All right, so y'all, I wore my Yoda shirt for y'all. Let me stand up here. It's Yoda, train you must. And Yoda, I love him. He primarily embodies the analytical architect. He's a master of logic, strategy, and profound wisdom. But he also has a core of the heartfelt harmonizer because he has beautiful, compassionate guidance. And he's also an enthusiastic innovator and in his unique teaching style. So blend these together. Be a Yoda, right? Be who you need to be, but always be authentic to yourself. When you learn about yourself and you speak with yourself with self-compassion, empathy, just like with others, we really can change this world through empathy, through kindness, through connection. Connection by understanding who you're talking to, understanding who you are first and how you can grow these different parts of yourself. So I do have a Mr. Spock here. I always have him sitting here. So I'll get him out right here. I don't know if you can see him, but maybe you can kind of. I think he came up for a second. So Spock always reminds me that I had to develop that logical side of myself because throughout the years, I was so emotional that I just let my emotions take over. And that's not a balance. And we're talking about a balance here. Bring in this balance of Spock, bring in this balance of Willy Wonka, of Mr. Rogers, right? Be able to pull them out when you need them. But most importantly, have compassion for yourself and great empathy and celebrate yourself as Willy Wonka would do. So thanks for joining me. This has been fun. I love talking about these things.
Wow, thank you, Marikita. That was really fun to hear. And I first was thinking about myself and which one am I, and then I realized, wait, just think about the other people that you're going to be talking to and where are they? And so that's wonderful. Do you have time to answer a couple of questions if there are any?
Sure, I have time. Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to try to figure out who you are.
Okay. Well, I guess my first question is, and I think you implied it, is to listen to the person. So sometimes I may think I'm ready to talk to that person, but maybe if I listen first, then that, and if I can remember those four images that you brought up, would you go over those four images again? Willy Wonka, yeah.
Willy Wonka, Mr. Spock, Mr. Rogers, and Rocky Balboa.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Thank you. Maybe if I recall those images, then that will help me to remember, of course, people may be in a different place at different times also. Do you find that?
Yeah, that is very true. People shift and you can change your personality and your wiring if you're intentional about it, right? I mean, I know some friends that are wanting to be more assertive and more driven, right? So yeah, and it's just, I mean, I used to think that people like my brother there was something wrong with them, like they didn't have any emotions, but that's not true at all. It's just that he doesn't show his emotions. They're there. I mean, he will show them when he really feels emphatic about something, but he maintains, at that level. And now I'm able to easily pick out people like that. I think, oh, I see now. It's not that they don't have emotions. It's that I need to get with them on that level. They're just contained, which is beautiful. And that's very grounding for me to be around someone that's showing that energy because, I can be like,
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Are there any questions in the chat, Danny? And are there any raised hands?
Nothing from the chat at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that was marvelous, and we really appreciate it, Danny. Marikita. Love you both.
yeah, it was fun. I'm happy to do this. And thanks for everybody that's watching.
Oh, yeah. We love that. Okay, thank you. We're going to go into, thank you so much. We're going to go into our open mic. And here it goes with a little introduction. It's time for VCOP 2022's Thriving on Planet B. Come on up here, Salish Rao. You're going to lead in our open mic as we discuss the things that are on our mind and what's in our hearts, and maybe something else. Thank you.
Yeah, Marikita has given me a goal to strive for, which is to become the climate Yoda.
Yes.
Thank you, Marikita.
You already are.
I am? Oh, thank you, Danny.
That's what I was thinking that too.
Okay, so y'all come on screen, turn your cameras on. I've made it so you can turn your cameras on and raise your hand if you want to come on up, and we can put a bunch of us up here and Dr. Rao will call on you.
Now I have to speak the other way, like Yoda.
But raise your hands if you want to come on. So I see your hand, then we know to add you. All right.
Who's CH Tech Q&A?
Yeah.
There you are.
I'm working now. I shouldn't
Okay.
be doing my open mic.
Go for it.
I'm Ray Kowalczyk. I'm the executive director of the International Vegan Film Festival. I've also been a climate healer and an organizer of this event for many years. So I'm excited to bring these two things together in November on World Vegan Day, which we're trying to expand into World Vegan Day weekend. And a few things about the International Vegan Film Festival. It's the Vegan Film Festival. What is this? This vegan means that these are the kind of films that you'll find at this festival. It's also an indication of what kind of people you'll find at the festival. Now, I know there's a lot of vegan outreach people who would love to fill up the theater with non-vegans watching vegan films. And man, I'd love that. Help me sell tickets and we'll make that happen. But in general, vegans show up for a vegan film festival. Feminists show up for a feminist film festival. And cats show up for a cat film festival. Well, I guess cat lovers show up for a cat film festival. There's like 12 cat film festivals if you look on Film Freeway. It's a little crazy. But vegans also an indication that this festival is for the vegan movement. So if you're part of the vegan movement, this is your festival. You're part of it. It's a volunteer-run festival, so it'd be great to have everybody involved in any capacity that they want to give their skills and time. And one way that you could help is a really easy one. If you have ever been moved by a vegan film, let me know about it. My email's there. Join our newsletter, because I'm going to do a newsletter where I'm going to be sharing people's stories about how films have affected their lives, affected their movement. I've told the story many times that I was probably on my way to being vegan because Kelly was already vegan, and the resistance, dissolved when I saw Cowspiracy. I didn't go vegan on the spot, and I think there's a handy metaphor here. I used to be really into aviation, so those little blocks that sit in front of the wheels are called chocks, or sometimes blocks. I've also heard them called hawks. But there's usually two of them that hold a plane back from moving. Veganism has kind of got a whole bunch of those little tiny blocks that prevent us from moving forward. And sometimes they're little strange, esoteric things that are stuck in our mind. And sometimes a film won't make you go vegan on the spot, but it will address that thing that was bugging you. One thing that, you never even asked anybody. You never were even aware that it was blocking you from your vegan journey. One that Kelly and I kind of talk about every once in a while is when she was vegan and I wasn't. I would say that nobody ever died for marshmallows. That they're byproducts of the slaughter industry, that nobody's going to go out and kill those animals specifically for those byproducts. So if you just stop eating the animals, when we finally eventually stop eating the animals, those byproducts will go away. But after watching Earthlings, I realized that there's, leather is a byproduct of the beef industry. There are actually animals that are bred specifically for leather. I didn't know that. So, I was actually already vegan by the time I saw Earthlings. So that was, something that completed a little bit of my understanding of what we're doing here and how much we need to change the world. I think Gabrielle Lamond mentioned earlier that she was inspired by a film as well. So I'd like to hear everybody's feedback.
Yeah. I heard it takes 13 cowhides to upholster one SUV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wanted to address actually what Gabriel was talking about and what you just alluded to, Ray. It is the Vegan Film Festival. It's for us vegans. And it may seem like, oh, no, why are you just showing it to vegans? Why only vegans are going to come? Why not make it a plant-based film festival? Then others may come too. But I think that veganism to me is where we need to be eventually. All of us need to be there. We have to stop this slaughter of animals, right? Otherwise, we are going to be in big trouble on this planet. So you need to be there, and it requires us to sort of, you call it pulling the blocks off the wheels. I call it the equivalent of pulling a Band-Aid off, a wound. It's painful. You have to do it. And I mean, going vegan, you do have to acknowledge that I was doing something wrong before or whatever, and come to terms with that personally, right? And everyone has to do this at some point. I see this as, you have to, some people are able to do it in one shot, pull it off one day and that's it, I'm done. Some people, it takes time. I take a little bit off, and so for them, it's easier to go through the plant-based route or whatever. So I see every aspect of our movement is necessary for what needs to happen. And eventually they'll come on. They'll come along. Everyone will come along because, as Jared Bishop likes to say, we may be slow, but we're not stupid. Yeah.
We're all going to go be Yoda.
Go ahead. I was going to say, Ray, I heard you earlier today, I think it was, or maybe yesterday, talk about November and the collaboration between climate healers and the IVFF for the next convergence in Toronto. But I think, those were just fleeting moments. If you could summarize or at least say again, what's cooking for November, which is actually November 1st, which is World Vegan Day, on top of everything else. Can you do that for us?
Yeah, we were looking at, I think the film festival website still says November 22nd, but when we realized that November 1st was on a Saturday, we got to make this at least this year, have it on World Vegan Day. And then we thought, well, let's make it World Vegan Day weekend. And we can do that next year. November 1st is on the weekend next year, but it will always be the weekend closest to November 1st. And it's always going to be the day after Halloween. So why not throw a Halloween party into that as well? So come to Toronto on October 31st, and we'll get the party started with some scary vegan movies. Or at least scary vegan food at a party.
And that'll be the hybrid vegan co-op, or vegan convergence of the peoples number 23 in Toronto. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A rare live in-person conference, and the first time in Canada and first time in Toronto. And it's going to be a partnership with Plant-Based Treaty. We're headquartered in Toronto, and we're excited to partner. I'm also on the board of directors for the Wishbone Animal Rights Lab. And I think this will be World Vegan Day weekend will be a project of Animal Rights Lab, and try to get everybody involved every year, and hopefully get people from everywhere, make Toronto the destination for World Vegan Day.
And if you want to volunteer, come to Movement Mondays and get to know us and talk to us. And Movement Monday you can find on the website under calendar. It says For You is one of the tabs, and then go down to calendar and you can see the meetings that we're in and join us. Sorry, Dr. Rao.
Now, I was just going to add a little bit to what Ray was saying. I just heard from Anne Dinshaw, because November 2nd is her dad's birthday. And so she's willing to come to Toronto for VCOP 23 to celebrate that. So anyway.
And that'll be a great opportunity. It'll be a party, but it'll also be a conference where we have talks like we are doing today, and then a film festival. We also do a great job of introducing films to people through the VCOP, as we did with CARN, the Unsustainable Footprint, and the film festival itself usually shows short films. So this is an opportunity to also show some long films that usually don't get shown in the festival and invite the directors to participate with us. And I've checked with the filmmakers that have made the submissions, and a lot of them are really excited about coming to Toronto.
Good. Yeah, good.
One last thing I want to say about vegan films is that until the Vegan Film Festival, this is the very first one, and it's the biggest vegan film festival in 2018. There have been vegan films before that, but until there was a festival, there wasn't really any need to formalize it as a genre. And I feel that's my responsibility now that we know what vegan films are, but we need to build that as a genre, not only just each crop that comes out every new year, but all the films that fit into this genre. And we get to define what that means. What is a vegan film? I kind of joke around. Sometimes it's the Broccoli Film Festival. Sometimes it's the Big Film Festival. And sometimes, it's about health, and sometimes it's about very deep ethical issues. And, there's so much opportunity to talk about how it affects our planet, because this is the Great Awakening, that the agricultural revolution, nothing less than a revolution, is coming our way. And I think Climate Healers is at the forefront of that.
Yeah, it's a systems revolution. Definitely. Go ahead, Rebecca, and then Sarah.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to say to all the people who tried to get in and couldn't, we are so sorry. I believe it's a technical error. And if you have a friend, dear Judy, and people who invited people, let them know that it's on YouTube now and on Facebook, and they can, at the end of it, they can go back and watch it, and we're going to post it later. But we sure love the conference, and we wanted everybody to get to be here. And,
yeah, I found out that a lot of my emails are going to spam in people's folders, so I have to figure out what changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wanted you here. We really did. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Ralph, I'm putting just real quick for later, I'm just putting a question from Michael in the chat.
Okay.
And it's regarding VCOP 23. Sorry, I think Sarah was next.
I was actually going to say I really like this VCOP. I thought it was the best one so far of all the VCOPs I've ever attended. It was super organized, and the speakers were incredible, and I felt like I learned a lot as a vegan activist, and I really learned a lot. And Marquita, yours was incredible. And I really liked what you said about your brother and about the emotion part, and it was just so great. I was behind the scenes, so I wasn't able to do my chat comments, but yeah, it was really good. I was really glad you ended the conference that way for day 2 with it just really felt great. So thank you. And for VCOP 23, is it going to be before the VCOP in Toronto? That was my question, because Rebecca and I are going to the VCOP in Toronto. So I was actually excited that I actually found out yesterday that you're going to have the International Vegan Film Festival during that time. So I think what you just said about having the vegan weekend, and when we had it in Arizona for Halloween, they had this thing called Vegan Nights or something. Right. I think Dr. Rao knows. We could maybe do something like that on Halloween night, like a vegan Halloween, and it's vegan. And I'm sure if you talk to Anita, we could do something around that area in the street, even if we did it at a vigil or something. But yeah, thank you.
Oh, you're talking about some sort of a Halloween outreach?
Kind of. I mean, Dr. Rao can explain to you more about when the very first VCOP, they have this thing called Zen Nights. Right. And it just happened to fall on Halloween weekend when we had the first VCOP, and we all wore cute little animal costumes or whatever, just whatever we did. If you didn't want to dress up, you couldn't. But they had this like area where you could trick or treat for vegan candy in the street, and they had vegan vendors, and it was just really cool.
We'll definitely have a Halloween party at Wishbone Animal Rights Lab, and we'll have we have some scary movies from the Vegan Film Festival that will be playing there, but also opportunities to try out things from the scary vegan cookbook. Death for Dinner cookbook, 60 gory good plant-based drinks, meals, and munchies inspired by your favorite horror films. And that was a winner from the vegan cookbook contest.
Wow, that's amazing. So did you say that there's going to be a VCOP before the Toronto VCOP?
No, this is the next one is going to be in Toronto. That's and we're excited to have you come to Toronto.
Oh, that's going to be really cool.
And I was just going to clarify that we've got one more keynote speaker, and then he pops on the screen. So there he is. Thank you, Dr. Terry.
Hello, everyone. All good?
All good.
All good. Great seeing you, and I'm looking forward.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. And the question is that there's a question in the chat for you, Dr. Rao, or for me, because it came to me too, I think.
Yeah, basically it's going to be as hybrid as possible. I mean, we tried doing that last year, where people were participating online, and we were quite a few of us were in person. And so, yeah, we had some hiccups last year when we tried that, but we're going to sort out those hiccups hopefully in Toronto. But the more you are able to come, the more intense the participation will be. If you can come to Toronto, if you're in Toronto, it's perfect.
And see, we want to show, we show documentaries whenever we can, and we want to show some this time too. And with Ray being in the film festival, we'll have to see which ones we can show online and which ones we cannot, or we haven't worked out all the details.
Yeah. So we're going to incorporate the IVFF as part of VCOP 23. And it should be fun. I mean, I really think it's a pivotal one because we have to figure out our strategy for the next year. And so I'm going to be brainstorming with Anita and all that, and we want to just put our minds together to figure out. I really think the International Calf and Cow Mothers Day would be key. We can get the dairy industry to dismantle itself or make it disappear. That's be the goal, because that will crumble the entire thing. From a systemic perspective, I know that dairy is propping up the entire system.
I'm trying to add Donna to our screen, but the system won't let me, so we'll just have to have her.
I'm going to go off so she can.
Okay.
Come on. There we go.
Oh,
actually, I'd prefer not to be seen. I just showered anyway. But this has been fantastic. I learned so much. Marquette, I just love your having us think about who we're talking with. And Jane, very inspiring. And I wanted to go into a little bit more of what I was saying about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Mm-hmm. And I actually learned this from my son, Stefan, that, if you motivate somebody extrinsically, like I teach people how to use a cane, blind people. And so a lot of us, we'll give them little motivations. If you use your cane to the store, we'll give you such and such and such and such. And he was pointing out that studies show that if they're motivated to do something, like they had children in their study, and they're playing with all these games and they're having a great amount of fun, and the researchers are writing down how much time do they spend with this, and then they started rewarding them. We'll give you $0.25 for each puzzle you finish or each Lincoln log you build or whatever. Oh, and wow, they're really making, they're making lots of things. And then they withheld the intrinsic, and they didn't touch those games anymore. So whatever intrinsic motivation they had, you risk, when you give them extrinsic motivation, you risk having them lose whatever intrinsic motivation they had. So I was trying to think of how, I guess I was, you were giving having them fill out a quiz and having them, giving prizes for the ones that get the most. And I was trying to think of what might be instead. And it might be just a recognition
I guess that's extrinsic also. But go ahead. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you made that really clear because
Okay.
children do want to feel that inside feeling of accomplishment.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So this is the time for if you have anything to say, please raise your hand, come forward, and we'll put you up on the screen and you're welcome to speak. Any feedback for what we have done or any ideas for what we need to do going forward? And thank you, Michael, for that senderscore.org. I'll look into it.
Can I tell you about my album?
Please.
Well, I just wrote an album and I finished it and I'm going to start recording it next week. I'm going to be going into the studio with some vegan singers. And then I'm looking for more professional vegan singers, like celebrities like Dolly Parton, which I'm going to send her one of my songs. I'm going to be talking to Pink, and I'm going to be calling out the people that are vegan, that are singers, to ask them to sing my vegan songs because I think it's very important and they're all educational. And one of my main songs has Dr. Rao in it and Unchained to be Jane and stuff. But I have all different songs. Some are country, some are rap, some are rock, some are hip hop, some are dance club, some sounds like Backstreet Boys, some sounds like Taylor Swift. So it's all different genres, so all levels. And my name on YouTube is called Edgar Allan Pig, and I'm petable, not edible. And everything's true, and all the stories and all the songs, I wrote all of them. And everything's about real stuff and everything that happens and stuff, and about the vegan world and how we're going to go to the vegan world. So it's all about, I feel like it's kind of like a way to get it there because, like Dr. Rao said, we're going to the vegan world no matter what, and not everybody's going to be vegan, but everybody's pre-vegan in their heart. And so I feel like if this can go mainstream, and then we can get like Diane Warren, who's one of the best friends of my client. So now I'm calling in all my clients that are really connected and saying, hey, now's the time. If you care about me, I need you to help me introduce me to this person, that person, because when Diane sees my song, she's going to want to play it. And I look at this as a really positive thing because if you don't do it, why would you not do it? And that's the way I look at it, is no matter if anybody likes it or not, it's there. And now it's all over the world because my stuff just got on Spotify. So now it's all like what Jane said. We need to accept what's going on with AI. So because I wrote all my songs, I put it all into AI until I get real singers. And so it turns out okay. But of course, when I get real singers, it's going to be amazing. And then Nilu and I are going to win a Grammy because like Ray said, with the movie thing, they're going to have a genre, they're going to have a category for the best vegan movie, right? And then Ray and everybody can win the movie with Dr. Rao and all the stuff. Same thing with the music awards when we have a vegan category. And that's honestly, if you do not manifest it, it will not happen. And you think about Lizzo, and it's my last comment on this. Lizzo, she lived in her car in Los Angeles for many years, and she's vegan now. And she talks about it. She lost 100 pounds, and she goes all over, and there's millions of followers. So if Lizzo can live in her car and write songs that are not even vegan, and she's vegan, we can win a Grammy. And that's the way you have to look at it, is make your haters your motivators. We're going to the vegan world, and that's the way it's going to happen. And Edgar is going to take you there and show you how to do it. And it's all about real stories, and it's all real. That's what the best thing is. None of it's made up. Thank you.
Can we hear one of your songs?
I just did a song that Jane wants to make a music video called I'm Going Vegan Tonight. And I actually did it in a really slow version, country version. And then I sped it up and I sent it to Rebecca. And I feel like Rebecca likes that one. So, and I really actually urge you guys to go to my YouTube and follow me on YouTube and actually tell me which songs you think are good. Because I've been talking to like professional famous musicians. I met the guy from Panic in the Disco. and he told me he loved my songs and stuff. So it gave me like really positive, like, you know, because it's everybody's in competition. But like with Danny's song today at the Planet B, her song is amazing. I mean, that was just an amazing song that Danny wrote. So you know, just take that as like, write your songs because we want to hear them.
Okay, so I have your Beach Pets LA. Is it on that website? Is that what you sent me to play the song?
I can play it from Edgar Allan Pig on YouTube.
Yeah, you could play it. I sent you an email from Surf Beagle to you, Rebecca, but it's in the chat. I mean, it's in our VCOP tech chat. Like I gave it, like whoever has it in there has it, could play it. Yeah. Because it doesn't really sound good through a computer. It sounds a lot better through speakers, just so you know.
Yeah, I don't see it here, so.
I mean, I could always post it if you want, but it's on.
I thought it sounded great when you played it the other day.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do you have it there, Salish?
Yeah. I mean, I have it on YouTube.
Oh, good. Yeah, maybe you can show
then
my
you can do
YouTube.
sound and everything. And hi, Willow.
Hopefully you have the faster version, because there is one of I'm Going Vegan Tonight where I'm like hugging a cow at Rowdy Girl Sanctuary. I'm hugging Rowdy Girl. That's not really that great. I mean, it's good, but I think the faster version is better.
Do you want me to play the YouTube and speed it up?
No, I'm saying there is a song on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, that says I'm Going Vegan Tonight, and it says faster version, if that makes sense to you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually in my playlist. If you go to my playlist on YouTube, it says fast version of country song, I'm Going Vegan Tonight. I wish I could play it. I mean, I guess I could share my screen, but that might be too much.
Is
If
it
you'd rather
under?
play that one, Sarah.
Was the one you shared with me the faster version?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll play it.
Yeah, you have it.
Okay.
Woke up early, couldn't sleep last night. Clouds peeking through the morning sunlight with crazy dreams. Something ain't right, so I got out of bed and turned on the light. I keep hearing these voices talking to me. Was I having some kind of an epiphany? A life-changing message trying to get me. What's it all for? What can I see? I went outside to clear my head, then I remembered it was something that my friend Judy said. She said, I don't eat animals, it's not my place to cause anyone to suffer who has a face. She showed me a cow with big brown eyes and called him a grass puppy in disguise. I looked at the cow and saw the light in his eyes. I now realize that eating him is not right. And that's when I said, I'm going vegan tonight. I'm going vegan tonight. Yes, I am. I know I can do it. Yes, I can. Come with me and hold my hand. I'll take you to a peaceful land. There is no killing, only peace is our fate. All compassion in life begins on our plate. I'm going vegan tonight. You see, I understand. We need to make a future and fill the demand for a world of love and respect. Yes, we can. And that is why I'm going vegan tonight. We all want to be loved without a command, to eat fruits and veggies and take a stand. I'm going vegan tonight. Yes, I am. I know I can do it. Yes, I can. Come with me and hold my hand. I'll take you to a peaceful land. I'm going vegan tonight. You see, I understand. We need to make a future and feel
Very nice. Thank you.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
It's actually a true story.
Another song to be stuck in my head next to Danny's. They'll take turns in my.
I love both of
echoing
them.
in my
I
head.
literally wake up, I'm like, we planet B, and we we are the I mean, I literally like, yeah, this thing called Planet B, and it like, yeah, I know the tune to it, yeah. But yeah, like I have rap songs and all different stuff. My Edgar Allan Pig song about Dr. Brown and stuff, it's rap. It's a whole anthology rap song. But yeah, so it's educational. That's the whole idea. Is like we need to get kids to listen to music that is not going to make them do video games that kill people.
Can we bring Willow back on and
go ahead, Willow?
History?
The cameras have to be on before we can bring you up here. So if y'all will, Willow and, yeah, there you go.
Willow, can you put your camera on?
No, she can't. Yeah.
Oh, there she is.
We
Want to come
fixed
up?
it. Yeah. There we go.
Oh, Willow, unmute.
Well, we turned it off because I had somebody new come in, and so they can't unmute right now. There we go. Now they can.
Will I go?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Waiting
I
to hear
thought
from Willow.
Willow, we still can't hear you, Willow.
Oh, really?
No, you can hear you, Dr. Prabodh, but Willow, we cannot hear her even with the unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now you can. Yes, go for it.
Sarah, good to see you. I remember last year that I came across the one song you wrote called Brown Eyes, the cow that looks up in the sky. What's the title of your poem?
Sarah, you're muted.
It could be called Grass Fed.
Grass Fed, yeah.
So I just turned that into a song. It's like this weird clubby song. It's really crazy. I didn't know it was going to come out like that. But like I said, my friend Nilu, she's a professional singer and she's got a professional song studio. So she's going to start helping me.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. I had asked if maybe I could find a singer for your poem, and you were so gracious to, say yeah. And now I see you today, and you're on the road for a large production. I think music really touches people's heart, and to me, obviously, it does. I can't even sometimes read the poem because I feel so emotional. But Danny and I went to the National Rights Memorial, and I met this musician who has a beautiful voice, and he shared 2 vegan songs for us. And to me, it made the day, and I asked him if he would put it to music, and I sent it to him, but he did not reply. I don't know if he got it or not, because I had invited him to another vegan event at that point. I was just very inspired by him, because I think he's one of the founders of this Activism music production here in Austin. And so I recommend that you look up his name and sort of know what he's doing if you don't know him. Again, his name is Brian, and he writes not like the regular Brian with an IAN, but BRYON.
Okay.
And so he's heard about your poem because I spoke with him about it. But I just love that you're going on the road with all of this, because again, I think it's, music of anything. I mean, I walk in and say, I want to talk about veganism, it's not as easy as if I picked up my guitar and sing the song. And so I encourage everyone to support you. So I just wanted to give him his name to you. And
what is his last name? You said it was Bryon, but what's his last name?
Brian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and the last name is Harris, Harris.
Okay.
And maybe when he hears from you, he might recognize some of this, what I'm telling you, or not. But he's one of the few producers here for Austin. People come to Austin from far away to record. And of course, it's a town of music. So, but it just seems that he's the only one. And so for him to know you and for you to know what he's doing here would be great.
Yeah, I would invite him to be in the music. We have a vegan music guild that's on WhatsApp, and it's all these vegan musicians. You wouldn't believe how many songs there are out there by vegan musicians, and they're incredible. Our friend Michael, who Dr. Rao knows, Michael Prickle, he is the vegan music piano Mike.
Mhm.
He's amazing, and I was doing activism with him last summer in Vienna, and he can play piano. He was singing all his vegan songs to everybody in Vienna because we're both out there, and we're like, hey, you know what? We're vegan. We're going to be singing vegan music. Too bad. You got to listen. So that was amazing because there's like this piano that you can play in the middle of this place in Vienna. So there are so many good vegan musicians. But thing is that what I found is that, like I said, I wrote my songs in 2020, almost all of them. And it took me like so long to ask people like, hey, would you like to sing my song? They never get back to me. When I sing my song, I send it to them. Oh, it's beautiful. It's too sad. I can't sing this song. It's too sad. But finally, I just went to some famous people and I wrote to them. And I wrote to Sia. She's vegan. And I wrote to her and I'm like, hey, here's a really sad song for you to sing. I mean, it's vegan. I'm like, if you're vegan, you better be singing my songs. I'm going to call you out on it. See, I'm starting to call all these celebrities out because I'm not afraid of them. All they are regular people like Lizzo that used to live in her car.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Just remember, Lizzo used to live in her car. Just remember that. And that's
absolutely.
why when I meet her, I'm going to be like, hey, you're so amazing. I can't believe you won a Grammy. Would you like to sing one of my songs, Lizzo? Or help me fix one of my songs? Because like I said, I love all my songs, but I'm open to anybody helping me make it better.
Well, I was wondering if the song. Have you been to Rowdy Girl Sanctuary? It's just very close to where we live here.
Yeah, I've been there. I wrote a song called Sanctuary, just about that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's why I was wondering if, because Renee also is a singer, and I actually had left her your poem, and she was the first one I asked to put it, to music. And again, she didn't reply, but she's someone, I was just wondering if you came and if the song you just played.
I didn't have that song when
okay.
When I had first did Sanctuary, that's when I had met the guy from Panic at the Disco, and he was like, man, this is a great song. And the fact that you have so many versions of it, he goes, if you write a really good song, you can have many versions of it. You could take the song and put it in any kind of like genre. So Sanctuary's got a Disney version I wrote, and it's got a country version also. Somehow I went back to country. I don't know, because I never really, I have a Southern accent. I'm not really country.
Country fits.
Well, let me just say one more
Country's
thing,
very
if I may,
popular right now.
that Renee's having a big event Saturday.
And Adam's going and Rebecca's going, but yeah, if you sit my Sanctuary, they sang my song at NARD, National Animal Rights Day. Somebody sang, or no, they played it. I asked somebody to sing it, and then the girl said, I would have sang your song, but I said, yeah, there's the problem is I gotta just get in front of these people. I appreciate you helping me. Yeah. I mean,
Renee is very country, very, Texas. And even if she could adopt and borrow one or two of your songs, we would love to hear her, because she, she's an entertainer. She reaches everyone in person, can be very entertaining. And we're hoping, have you asked her to sing your song? Because I hope so. And
I guess I'll text her, because I did just donate $300 to Rowdy Girl, so maybe she would be. No, I'm just kidding. I donated because I'm part of the Rancher Advocacy Program, but what I'll do is I'll text her my new song because Jane wants to make a music video. But like I said, I have a different version of this song. I'm going vegan tonight. So I kind of like my slower version where I'm hugging Rowdy Girl with feeding her the carrot. But you guys can listen to it and give me some feedback because I definitely need feedback. But I'm very happy that my stuff is getting on Spotify. That's what I'm happy about, is because it's going mainstream on people's playlist.
So grass-fed grass-fed is not on music yet, but you're working
No, grass-fed
on it?
is grass-fed is my newest song that I posted. Even though I wrote it a long time ago, I just finally posted it. But grass-fed is on I didn't send you grass-fed. I think I sent you Wish. I sent you Wish, and it's about the pig.
No, it was grass-fed. But what I'm saying is it's a very sad poem, and I just don't know
I don't think
how
it's
you're
sad
gonna
at
make
all. If you listen
love
to
it
it,
because
no, it's not. It's
Okay,
not
we've
sad.
got other people here.
We have other people here. Okay, anyway, yeah, just look on my YouTube channel and then just message me, or Dr. Rao can give you my email, or we should text each other. Yeah.
Sounds good.
But anyway, that's what I thought open mic was, just so y'all know. When I saw that open mic, I was like, oh, that's great. I can do my songs.
Yeah. No, it's perfect. Thank you, Sarah. Go ahead, Dr. Prabodh. And then Judy.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me. I thought the song was very catchy. I can just see, even some restaurants perhaps playing in the background. I've just been to Ireland, and I can tell you that vegan restaurants tend to be rather full, and you really have to kind of book in advance. But the thing I really wanted to mention is this idea of meeting. What I see in the delegates are mostly, people who support climate healers, and it's always, I guess, I've had some experience with Salish as well. When he came over in March, April, we organized lots of events, and initially there's a lot of enthusiasm, but as the day comes, some people drop out because they think they know what the message is going to be. Because vegan, if it's in the title, they have thought about it and they have decided not to be vegan. And I just wonder whether roving quarterly meetings around the world, which may be virtual as well as in person, like the one you're going to be doing in Canada, would be one way, because you can give the locals a degree of autonomy to organize that, but obviously you'll have to kind of make sure that it's all organized properly. But I think that's one way to pull in lots of different organizations that also have, following. But I do fear that the message, while we may think it's being heard, I just hope we're not in the echo chamber ourselves, and that it does get out as far as possible by looking at the. So I like the song. It's really great. It's catchy. It's the one to capture the youngsters. And one idea that I flagged up yesterday was this idea of having something like a poem competition, which can become songs, or poster competitions, or play competitions, or role play competitions, and so on. Because I think, I'm just going by some of the experience that Sailesh helped us with earlier in the month in reaching out to students in secondary schools in London, for instance. And I just feel there is a lot of appetite, but we may not be satisfying that at the moment. So I just wanted to leave it at that. I may not stay here very long because it's way past midnight here in near London, Oxford.
Thank you for that input. Go ahead, Judy.
Are you talking to me,
Yes.
Silas? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't have my hand up or anything, but
Okay.
you were just ESPing that I loved Sarah's song.
Okay.
And I just had to tell her that. So yeah, oh, it's wonderful, Sarah. And gosh, just so catchy and so like something that would get in your head a lot. Yeah. And that's one of the benefits of music too, is that it's easy to remember and it can stay in your head. And so, yeah, music, yeah, we need more and more musicians, vegan musicians, getting the songs out there because I think they're one of the most powerful things we have. So thank you so much for doing what you're doing.
Shankar, come on in.
Yes, hello everyone. What a wonderful event. I'm rejoicing. Thank you. Thank you for the entire team and of course Dr. Rao and the Climate Healers team overall and the participants. The song, Sarah, I know it's opening up a variety of topics. I still want to start with or pivot with that. I think we can make even more songs with the recipes. Sometimes there are people who are like saying, how would I cook all those? But if it is a rhyming, like a sweet or short 4-line song that tells like you make toss this, then your recipe is ready. And that can be made like a rhyming songs for kids' books and everything. So, and I mean, based on Dr. Mystery, that thought is I'm running on the thoughts, like how the restaurant plays and all those. I see that's an amazing idea. Like the restaurants do play, but these are all not copyright or anything. You can ask them to play there. The same way, the kids' book, kids' recipe book, all this can have this rhyming 2 lines, 2 lines, 3 lines. And somehow they're going to recite and they all know the vegan recipe by this time. So that's also because that's idea I borrow from the Japan, where they let the kids to cook and clean. So they can easily question what is the ingredients in the food. So like that, we can try. It's a small song, like 3 lines, 2 lines, rhyming. That's one thing. And then further, we can explore this again, vegan world, like all coming together. How we can do it in different culture, different language, and I think Tammy mentioned or something like identifying grandma's morning, like in each culture or something. Like that, you can pick some recipes, and I don't know about the A in other language. Something we can do, or something we can highlight, and that could even say about this, the climate change in a very small, like this is if you look back the Indian poetry literature, the way they concise the big memory prose is through a poetic line. It's like a proverb because you can't remember that life experience, but that proverb line will. It's like a what do you call like a tablet. You toss it in the water. With the right water, it just expands and like a seed that grows as a tree. So the proverb lines will be very good like that. A small 1 or 2 is facts about this thing. Like for example, like that. One of the word I heard is the grass puppies. Like that, if you such words really make you to relate things in a compassionate manner, rather than saying like two shot, 1 shot, 2 animal. Like instead of saying the other way, we could say is. So all this can be incorporated in. I'm saying about the climate change facts. All those we can do. So these are some things for this, which I'm also pondering. Keep going and keep sharing. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, we have 5 minutes left.
Allison, had your hand up.
I wanted to quickly say, and I brought Danny up because Danny has written the theme songs for the last, including this convergence, the last 3 convergences. And the one that I love the best is the one about rewilding, and I could almost sing it for you.
Oh, please do.
Anyway, I wanted to acknowledge Danny for writing our theme songs, and we don't have we haven't determined the theme yet for VCOP 2023 or 23, not 2023, for VCOP 23. But I want to count on Danny for one of her inspiring intro songs, and you'll be able to listen to her song for this VCOP at the end when we close today, but you probably heard it already. It was played this morning. It was played twice yesterday at the opening and closing. That's Danny's work, and I want to celebrate her for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very nice, Danny. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
it's one bright spot in my otherwise very difficult life. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to do it.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, I think this is so inspiring, all the different ideas, and I love that song, and I hope it spreads wildly. I saw a little sign, Cipher the City, about the Seneca Village, which was free Black people who lived on what is now Central Park. And I spent hours and hours and wrote a rap, a cipher, all about it. And I performed it, I think it was last Tuesday, on a little stage. And I feel like it was a great success. I had somebody film it. I learned my lesson. It was a little too long, and it went through the whole history of slavery in Seneca Village, and it was really good, I thought. But it was too long. And also, I did pull in the first slavery was of animals and how it related to the slavery and domination of other beings, and it's all connected. So I do encourage everybody to take it. The other thing that I think is really cool is comedy. And there's a guy named Jerry Corley, not vegan that I know of. I'm pretty sure he's not, but he's called the Joke Doctor. And he's got this method where you take one column, veganism, and something in the news, let's say, and you just write everything that you can associate with veganism, and then everything that you can associate with that thing in the news. And then you see how they connect. And it's amazing how jokes can just bubble up out of that. So there's so many venues and ways, and I'm sure we're all gonna check them all out and keep on working through these things. Thank you. And thank you for the whole thing. There's so many things that I remember from it that were just great. So thank you all.
Go ahead, Dr. Prabodh. You have the last word.
Yes, just wanted to mention one idea for restaurants, really. I've been to several restaurants where vegan may not be an option, but they actually make it. So, for instance, cheese salad, for instance, very elaborate salad, but then they take the cheese out and give it as vegan. And I can tell you, they still charge the full amount, and yet they take the key ingredient for which it is listed out. Now, what I really think might be a good idea is to actually convince restaurants to say, make default the vegan, because vegan diet isn't really expensive. But if you want to add anything extra, extra chicken, extra beef, whatever they want, put that as extra, but make that default vegan in every restaurant so that it's made up as extra. And I think that may also increase the footfall of people going to restaurants for eating as well. And I think it should be in everyone's interest, not least those who are vegans as well. Anyway, that's
good idea.
Thank you.
think there is a nonprofit that I know of that works with restaurants and their recipe and their menus in a similar way. Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Gosh, thank you, Dr. Rao, for leading that. And it was great to hear from everybody.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And now I'm going to introduce you. Hello, Dr. Akil. Dr.
Hello.
Tair. Hi. Do you want to practice bringing up your slides, or are you ready to go for me to introduce you and then you do what you need to do?
I need to get my slides on, if you don't mind. First,
fine.
you have to make me a co-host.
Yes, please. Somebody will do that.
All right. And then I will go on getting my slides ready.
Okay, you're a co-host now.
Okay.
And then I'll introduce you when you're ready. So glad that you're here again. I loved your talk last time, and I'm so glad more people are going to get to hear what you say.
I haven't been able to share yet.
Oh, do you see the green share at the bottom? Are you
Yeah, I'm trying to
okay?
do that. Let me try all over again.
Okay. Okay, everybody, we are getting ready to hear somebody really special. He's going to come back in and try to start again. And you are in for a real exciting ride, I tell you. And in the meantime, keep those beautiful songs in your mind. And if you're like me, I already, at one point, I said to some of the team members, let's all memorize that song and sing it. And of course, I was reminded that everybody singing online on Zoom doesn't work that well. But I'm so glad that your song came across, Danny, so well. I mean, Sarah, so well. And I'm so glad yours comes across too, Danny. And so in a moment, we'll be watching for Dr. Tair to come back in and have him on here. And I hope all of you get to hear what he says, because it's amazing. He's very experienced in this on a personal level and as a physician. All right. And if Dr. Brown, I don't know if you check your email, see if he's emailed anything. I'm checking mine. I don't see an email from him. And we're going to also check participants, because he may come in with a D, or he may come in with
Don't worry, we're watching the participants for him to join.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, let's see. With all
There
of
he is.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay,
say
so
co-host.
he's gonna be made co-host and be right on with us. All right. And spotlighted. Oh, somebody's spotlighting.
All right. Now I will go on to my slides.
Okay, we can't see you yet. Or is that just me? I don't see you.
Oh, you can't see me yet?
Oh, it's because now your camera
Now you
is.
can see me.
Now,
Okay.
now we can, and now we'll spotlight you and put you up here on the screen. You bet.
Okay.
Let's see how that works. Is your slideshow open so you can already see it on your screen somewhere?
Yes, but I have to share.
Okay, something's coming on screen. Okay, there we have it. We have the slides on the side, and
Okay, so we'll start with. Usually I don't have the slides on the side, but it's somehow not happening right now. So let me start with the
with the way it is.
way it is.
All right, it is what it is. Let me introduce you then.
No, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yes, please.
I see where it says slideshow. There you go.
Well, no, now we're seeing the notes.
No, we don't want that to happen.
Nope. But I did see.
It says use slideshow, the third button from the left. Go to the right there too. It says use slideshow there. There.
Oh,
There
okay.
you go.
There, it's wonderful.
No, but it's not my.
It's showing us the power of plant-based nutrition. Is that correct?
Yes, it should.
But it may not be showing you what you need.
Yeah. Anyway, let's have this going on, and it's okay. Let me just
You bet.
do the best I can.
We've got time. Do what you need to do.
All right, let me just stop share, and then I go on to again.
Love that big heart behind you.
I know, but should be able to get my. Okay, let me give it one more try.
All right.
Let me get out of this. Let me get out of this.
All right. So let's see. I think we have a hint about what he's going to talk about because there's that big old heart in the back there. And I tell you, that's wonderful. We need to know about that. Okay, here he is. And I'm just going to make it so he can come right on. And make him a co-host, please. As the team always does, thank you. And then when his camera comes on, when you turn on your camera, we'll put you right up here. All right, turn on your camera. All right.
But I can't seem to be sharing mine. So I have to share. Okay, let's do it this.
All right, let's do this.
Perfectly all right, not a problem. Okay.
Let me introduce you. Let me
Okay.
introduce you. All righty. Welcome to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Thriving on Planet B. I'm Rebecca Allen, and I'm very honored to introduce to you Dr. Akil Ter, who is a practicing medical doctor and author, eternal optimist, explorer, adventurer, and a strong advocate for a whole food, plant-based, vegan lifestyle. He has educated thousands to understand a way out of the pain of chronic illness, and heart disease. Dr. Tara knows and shares through his incredible story the life-changing benefits of a whole plant-based food vegan lifestyle, and it's more than what you may think. Our keynote, The Power of Plant-Based Nutrition, Healing from Within. Please welcome Dr. Akil Tare.
Thank you for that kind and a generous introduction. Let me start. First of all, I apologize. It has never happened to me before, but for some reason, I can't get my slides the way I want it to be. But having said that, let us start. So today, my topic is, the power of plant-based nutrition and reclaiming your health from healing from within. So the idea is it has been an incredible 2 days of this VCOP 22. And I am truly honored to close this event by sharing something that connects all: the power of plant-based nutrition, a solution that not only heals our planet, but heals us from within, not only physically, but mentally and emotionally. By reclaiming our health, our purpose, our passion, our positive attitude, and as Salish mentioned earlier when he started, that we should not give up. Hope is alive. Keep hope alive. We have to do this together. We are in this together. For some of you, I may be preaching to the choir, but that's not the intention. The intention is to take this message out and tell a lot of other people. So people turn to veganism for three different reasons. One is due to environment reasons, second is due to animal rights, and third is due to health. Some people do it for all the three reasons. My wife and daughter did it for animal cruelty, animal rights 30 years ago. I did not. When I was 61, I'm 77 right now, but when I was 61 and when I was taken in for my open heart surgery, something happened over there. And that is where I turned into a vegan for the last 15 years. Now, to begin, what I'm trying, even though people who turn for health reason, like I have, you begin to understanding the suffering behind animal farming and its heavy toll on Mother Earth. So, when I turn around with my carnivore friends and my herbivore friends who eat both plants and meats, you know what I tell them? Don't see the food that is put into your plate as food. See it as life, because then everything changes. The same cow, pig, or goat, if it were walking beside you or was being mistreated, you would feel compelled to help. So why are we staying silent when these animals are confined, mistreated, and slaughtered behind closed doors? So this works. This works with my patients when I tell them what is in your plate is not food, but life. And then immediately things change in the mind because they've got pigs as pet, they've got dogs as pet, they've got cats, they keep cows in the farm. So this is my main thing about how we start changing people with the health aspect of it. So then we go on to why what you eat matters. Because food is not just fuel for your body. What it is food is either fights disease or feeds disease. Chronic diseases are largely preventable and reversible. What are the chronic diseases? You have chronic diseases like, say, heart disease, stroke, high cholesterol, high blood pressure. You got arthritis, you got certain cancers, you got prostate cancers, breast cancers. All these are easily avoidable by plant-based vegan diet. So now, what do all these chronic diseases have in common? See, they are all chronic diseases, what I just mentioned, but they have certain things in common. The first thing is oxidation. It happens when free radicals damage our cell. Inflammation, chronic inflammation can cause harm to your body. Shortening of your telomeres. What are telomeres? Telomeres is what you have, the strands of DNA which are in your cell, which are coiled into chromosomes. And the tip of each chromosome, there is a telomere. Think about it is like your end of your lace. You have those little plastic things, those are telomeres. Now, each time your cells divide, the telomeres shorten. Till they shorten and there are no more cells and you die. What whole food plant-based diet, vegan diet does is it increases the length of the telomeres and does not let it shorten very fast. So that's another thing about your shortening of your telomeres. And then disturbance of your gut bacteria. You've got trillions and trillions of microbiomes in your gut. So if these are helpful bacteria which helps in digestion and boost our immunity. Then finally you have with the chronic diseases overstimulation of the sympathetic nervous system. Now we are not talking about an acute crisis whereby somebody is trying to snatch your purse and your heart rate goes up, your blood pressure goes up, your respiratory rate goes up. No, this is chronic. This is your blood pressure is now risen on a constant basis. You're short of breath on a constant basis. This increases the cortisol levels in your blood. And this cortisol levels now make you start eating more, you start getting diabetes, you get blood pressure, you get obesity, and the cycle goes on and on. And finally, it disrupts your immune function. So that when your immunity is not there, you tend to get more sinus infections, your other infections like your pneumonias and common colds, COVID, you're more susceptible to these diseases. Okay, so what is plant-based nutrition? Let's look at what is plant-based nutrition. If you have to, diet is your leading cause of chronic disease, disability, and death in the US. Remember, it is a standard American diet, aptly called the SAD diet, or it could be your very standard Indian diet. Now, in India, people don't really eat meat. But what happens, as a lot of speakers before this have told us, it's saturated fat. It's sugar, excessive sugar. So with this, you have a problem. So avoid, number one, what is plant-based nutrition? A diet centered on whole, minimally processed plant foods. It includes your fruits, your vegetables, your legumes and beans, your whole grains, nuts, and your seeds. Avoid animal products, including dairy. Dairy has no place in human diet. As Silesh said in his starting, dairy is for a calf. Dairy is for a calf, not for a small child. And dairy is something which you have that casein. That casein forms into casomorphine. So that my patients will come and tell me, Doc, you told me to give up milk, I've done it. But I said, what about cheese? He said, no, I cannot. Because that is an addictive this thing of casomorphin, which is much more in cheese because you take a lot of milk to make cheese. And then, of course, 90% of the world population is lactose intolerance, but we take it in our stride, all this distension and burping. And so what happens is, to me, I say avoid dairy by all costs, because to me, dairy is liquid meat. Remember, 1 cup of 2% milk is equivalent to an ounce of meat. So what is your plate going to be like? Half your plate is full of vegetables and fruits. 1/4 of your plates is legumes, like your beans, 15 different types of beans, your lentils, you have so many types of lentils, your nuts, your cashew nuts, your walnuts, your chia seeds, and then your seeds, the chia seeds, your flax seeds, your sunflower seeds. All these are the kind of things that should be on your plate. Now, avoid dairy and we have said about highly processed foods. So now we go on to that why is meat so bad? See, meat is animal protein, and animal protein has no fiber, high in saturated fat and cholesterol, and in the long run, this animal protein will cause your reduced function of your kidneys, and I've seen patients with kidney stones. Now, having said that, what about protein, plant protein and animal protein? They have the same amino acids. So there is no difference there. In fact, animal protein can cause us problems while plant protein will not, because the amino acids are lesser in quantity than you have in your meat proteins. And let me give you an example. When I did my 100-mile bike ride in my 60s, I did it on a carnivore diet first time. And I was in bed for 5 days after that 100-mile bike ride. But when I went on for my 100-mile bike ride on a whole food plant-based diet with plant proteins, trust me, I'm not kidding. It was a gale force wind day. It was extremely cold, 35 degrees. And I was on the bike for 9.5 hours. But when I reached home, when I went from that place to my small town in Gadsden, I get a call from my clinic saying that, Doc, there's no doctor available tomorrow. Are you willing to work? And I said, sure. So I'm going 9.5 hours biking, another 6 hours driving, and next morning at 10 hours, I'm doing my job without batting an eye. And this is the power of plant-based proteins. So what has happened in my endeavors of whether going on marathons or triathlons is my preparation time, my performance time, my recovery time, all have decreased because of my whole food plant-based diet. Then you have if meats you're talking, if you heat them on a very high heat, like we do it on our barbecue or on a Chinese wok, what happens? It produces amines, and these amines are responsible, they're carcinogenic, causing cancers of the colon, breast, prostate. Now, they also have choline in meat, carnitine in meat, and your gut bacteria act on this and produces a substance, TMAO, which is atherosclerotic. It forms plaques in your arteries, and it is an independent risk factor for heart disease. Now, if you think about salt, an average American has 3.5 grams of salt. The American Heart Association says 2.5. I say let it be 1 gram or even less than that of salt, because you have a lot of people who don't even know that they're having blood pressure in this country, and they're walking around. And finally, the average American consumes more than 17 teaspoonfuls of added sugar each day, according to the American Heart Association, and 90% of this comes from processed foods. Now we come to some nutritional considerations. Let's talk about this. We are now into what are the nutritional. As you get older, your thirst centers do not work that well. So you need to drink a lot of fluids, water. But if you have water as well as hydrating fruits and vegetables, what are those? Watermelon, cucumber, celery. Drink those. Number 2 is fiber. Now think about as fiber as your prebiotics. You require, according to the American Heart Association, at least 38 grams of fiber a day. An average American has only 15 grams of fiber. I say that take at least 60 to 7 grams of fiber. My low fiber diet for decades led me into problems of diverticulitis, perforated diverticulitis, spent months and months in the hospital with a perforation, and that was all because of lack of fiber in my diet. So you have soluble fiber and insoluble fiber. The soluble fibers are obviously you have about that dissolves in water. Your 15 to the grams is what an American has as fiber. And then soluble fiber, what does it do? This type of fiber dissolves in water. It forms a gel-like material in the stomach that slows down digestion. It can help to lower cholesterol, blood sugar. Soluble fiber is found in oats, peas, beans, apples, and avocados, barley, psyllium. Insoluble fiber does not dissolve in water. It supports the movement of material through the digestive system and adds bulk to stool. Popular fiber supplements include your inulin, psyllium, your metamucil, methylcellulose, citrusyl, but I don't think that people should have that, because there is a danger of taking a lot of sugar with that. But of course, if you can't take fiber, by all means go into that. But as far as I'm concerned, take your whole food, plant-based, vegan diet that has tremendous amount of, it is nutrient dense and full of fiber. Then comes your protein. As I said before, you require about 38 grams of protein a day, 48 for males and 38 for females. If you have a steak, it has 70 to 80 grams of fat, of your protein in that. So you don't require all this animal protein. And then what you have is your protein muscle mass decreases as you get older. This is due to your inactivity and your hormonal problems, hormones, your lack of testosterone. So don't go running out buying protein powders. Start doing muscle strengthening exercises. That should help you with your protein levels going up. Of course, by all means, increase, if you're getting older, plant-based proteins. Finally, calcium. What does the dairy industry say? Have 1 gram, have 1.5 grams of calcium. Absolutely nonsense. You don't need more than 600 to 700 milligrams of calcium. And that you can get it from leafy vegetables like your bok choy or your spinach. from your walnuts or nuts, and from your flax seeds, sunflower seeds, you can get enough calcium. You don't need calcium. Then is your magnesium. Lately, I have noticed that in my patients who do not, by every other means they've tried for the blood pressure, I put them on magnesium and the blood pressure comes down. And number two with magnesium is what? That it does help in sleep. So that's an important thing. And then you have the most important now will be your vitamin D and vitamin B12. Vitamin D and B12 are absolute essentials to be taken as supplements for vegetarians and vegans. Why? D is not found. So D we take as supplements. Vitamin D production declines as you age, advancing age. 60% of my nursing home patients, even before the COVID, were vitamin D deficient. Sensible sun exposure 10 to 3 p.m. will give you enough vitamin D. That sunshine vitamin D will remain longer in your body than your supplement. What does it do? It helps in skeletal health so that you don't get osteoporosis, osteopenia, because $1 billion of this thing, when your hip gets hurt and you get a fracture of the hip, this is a tremendous problem in the US for older people. And it prevents you from getting severe COVID. There's a studies done initially. And then it helps in the absorption of calcium, vitamin D, and prevents you from getting certain cancers. Now, some of my friends, family, and my patients have told me, oh, I sit in my couch and it's facing the sun and I get it from the window pane. No. That will not get you the right kind of vitamin D, call it calciferol or ergocalciferol as we call it. This is only when you get direct sunshine because ultraviolet rays do not penetrate the window panes. Vitamin B12. You know, this vitamin B12, there was the soil at one long time back that had bacteria that produce vitamin B12. But because of our use of pesticide and insecticide, this is gone. That is why with anybody being a vegetarian, vegan, or older people taking many medications that the vitamin B12 is not absorbed, they should be taking vitamin B12 on an ongoing basis. And fats. You don't need saturated fats. You don't even need unsaturated fats. What you need is omega-3 for your brain. And you get this omega-3 from nuts like your walnuts, from your chia seeds, from your flax seeds. And so this ends the nutritional consideration as you get older. So next our this thing will be probiotics. We talked about prebiotics. So we now talk about probiotics. So, okay, these are probiotics. Let me tell you, you do not need probiotic pills. Every time my patient has antibiotic, he goes and buys the probiotic pills. People take probiotic pills. Probiotics is there in your, it's $1 billion industry where they use probiotics in your cereals, in your popsicles, and even in your dog food. Now, there was an Israeli study done. It was called the Weizmann study. And what this study did was took two groups of people. It was one group had only sugar pills, placebos, and the other group had probiotic pills. What happened? The probiotic pill went from this end and came out from the other end. It did not get absorbed. It did not reduce diarrhea. And so I am sitting here and wondering, that's a $50 billion worth of poop. And so we have the probiotic, this Weissman study. So what I tell people, use natural food probiotics, gut-friendly bacteria. These are your living bacteria and yeast that are good for you. Your digestive system. Types of foods are what? You can have kefir or yogurt made out of fermented non-dairy milk. Be careful about the sugar content. Miso made from fermented soybeans plus barley or rice. Sauerkraut, fermented chopped cabbage. Kimchi, Korean fermented vegetables. Sourdough, fermented dough. And kombucha, fermented tea drink. Again, be careful about the sugar. Tempeh, fermented soy. You do not need probiotic pills, period. Fermentation was even before refrigeration when they kept it out in the cold. So use a lot of probiotics on your food. I normally take some sauerkraut and put it on my food. And my gut bacteria love me for doing that. Okay, the next one is healing from within. So we have just said that we have talked about our common causes for your common diseases. So what does all whole food plant-based diet does? It reduces inflammation and oxidative stress, improves blood vessel function. It has. It has been proven that what it does is acts on the inner lining, the endothelium, and lets it produce more nitric oxide so that you can have dilatation of your coronary arteries, the blood flowing smoothly, as well as it protects the arterial wall so it remains elastic and does not cause premature high blood pressure. It supports and improves gut microbiome. Now, we have trillions of microbiomes in our gut, and therefore that helps in digestion, boosts our immunity, and then it reduces the overstimulation of the sympathetic nervous system. So you're more calm. You are now not having that built up of cortisol. And then what does it do? We talked about the telomeres, longevity. It increases the length of our telomeres and does not let it shorten very quickly. And finally, your whole food, plant-based vegan diet improves our immune function. So here we are on the, now this is kind of a little, okay, what does it do? Evidence-based benefits these are of a whole food plant-based diet. First of all, your heart disease. It definitely research and clinical practice, plus my own personal history, has showed the plant regression and improved endothelial function. These are all documented angiographic studies. Type 2 diabetes. It enhances insulin sensitivity and improves glycemic control. In many cases, patients reduce or eliminate the need for medications. The American College of Lifestyle Medicine studies. Obesity, high fiber, low calorie, nutrient dense diet leads to sustainable weight loss without calorie counting. And they tend to lower the BMI. Then whole food plant-based vegan people tend to lower the BMI much more than omnivores and even vegetarians. There's a reduced cancer risk. High intake of fiber and antioxidants will reduce your risk of colorectal, breast, and prostate cancer. This is found by the World Cancer Research Fund, which recommends plant-based diet for cancer prevention. Inflammation. Plant-based diets are shown to lower the C-reactive protein that is tested in your blood and other markers of systemic inflammation. It helps what? It helps people who got arthritis. I had a patient with psoriatic arthritis. He went on a whole food plant-based diet, nothing anymore. Asthma, your autoimmune disease, your gut health, a diverse intake of plant foods feeds beneficial gut bacteria and increases microbial diversity. This supports immune health and reduces the risk of irritable bowel syndrome as well as the leaky gut. Cholesterol and blood pressure, it reduces cholesterol. Now I'm going to give a talk in the examination room with Neil Bernard, and therefore with Chuck Carroll, which I'm going to talk about LPA. This is a burning topic right now, and I would advise everyone over here, if you want to get your LP little a checked. It is a hidden threat. It has no treatment so far. Exercise and stress reduction and sleep does not reduce it. The only thing that reduces it by 13% is your whole food plant-based diet. And number two, you can have this LPA little a, which can cause premature heart disease, strokes, aortic stenosis, peripheral arterial disease, but you are not aware of it because it is not tested in your cholesterol panels, in your lipid panel. So one request, please ask people to test and ask your doctors to get your LP little a tested. I say, let's please ask LPA. So this can, you can't, there are 3 drugs that are coming out very soon. They should be coming out in 2026 or 27. But right now, there is no treatment except for apheresis, that is your kidney dialysis, and it's extremely expensive, $40,000-$50,000, and you have to keep going on every 2 weeks. So, but the drugs are coming out, but even if that is not there, if somebody is a very high cholesterol with LPA, LP little a, like me, I had 300. The normal is up to 50. I had 300. And therefore, if you have LP little a, get your brothers, sisters, father, mother, everybody else checked up. Because it is genetically inherited and it remains. It does not change. All you have to do is check it once in your lifetime. Now, having said that, let's go boosting BDNF levels. Now, what are these? It's a brain derived neurotrophic factor, BNA. It's a kind of protein that improves learning, memory, overall cognitive function. That is why we can now go ahead with also Alzheimer's or dementia. Low BDNF levels are linked to depression and brain atrophy that happens in Alzheimer's. Natural ways to boost BDNF include exercise. If you do 1 hour of exercise a day, your BDNF levels will rise. And fasting, intermittent fasting, and consuming foods high in flavonoids. What are flavonoids-rich foods? Apples, plums, red cabbage, and kale. This is recent, where Dr. Michael Gregg brought it out. So, which are associated with reduced depression risk. Now, specific dietary additions of 1 teaspoonful of turmeric, just 1 teaspoonful a day, can give you significant rise in your BDNF, right? So your BDNF, your brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which will rise if you have 1 teaspoonful of turmeric every single day. Now, on the same grounds, high-fat meals quickly lower BDNF levels, while plant-based foods increase it. Helps in your mental health, reduces the risk of neurodegenerative diseases and depression. This is important, folks. 1 hour of exercise or eating those flavonoid, boosting flavonoid fruits, which I talked about, apples and plums, would really increase your. So we go next to what? Nutrient powerhouses. Yeah, we hear all this antioxidants, anti-inflammatory, beta carotene, flavonoids, omega-3, ergothioneine, and lycopene. See, if you look at all this, if you have a whole food plant-based, your berries are full of antioxidants, your cruciferous and your leafy vegetables full of anti-inflammatory, your sweet potatoes, your carrots, your squash, which are your beta carotene. If you have a lot of carrots, you will get an orange tinge, and if you go to a doctor, they may think you've got jaundice. Flavonoids we talked about, increases your BDNF. Omega-3 is very important. We talked about it. It's in your flax seeds and your chia seeds. And then you have mushrooms. Ergothioneine is a longevity vitamin. It really prevents from a lot of cancers, a lot of inflammation, inflammatory diseases. And finally, your tomatoes, lycopene. Anything that is red pigment found in tomatoes, watermelon, certain red vegetables, these are all very antioxidant. And these, I read somewhere recently that if you cook a tomatoes, the lycopene absorption is better than uncooked tomatoes. So next, this thing would be coming back to lifestyle medicine. We talked a lot about nutrition. Well, we talked about nutrition, but that was the cornerstone, which is now complemented by exercise, improved sleep, strategies for managing stress, avoid risky substances, forming a robust social relationship. Exercise, we talked a little bit about it, but what is the simple meaning of exercise? Is any activity that can move your body and make your muscles work. So that 10,000 steps, now they've brought it down to 6,000 steps, is equally good. Working in your yard, garden, taking a brisk walk, all this helps. But if you want something, a healthy outcome, you got high blood pressure, you got diabetes, you got high cholesterol, then you have to do certain exercises which increases your heart rate to 70% of your maximum. There's a way to calculate that. For example, in my case, if I'm 77, my maximum heart rate is 220 minus 77, that would be about 150. And 70% of that would roughly be about 106, 107. So in my 30 minutes of exercise 5 days a week, I should get my heart rate going up to 106, at least for 10 minutes of that 30 minutes. And exercises are your aerobic exercises, your muscle strengthening exercises, your stretching exercises, and your balance exercises. Balance is important because if you don't, you fall at an age, at a later age, and you break your hip. Now, if you talk about sleep, when we talk about sleep, we say that sleep, what do people think of sleep? That if I'm not awake, I'm asleep. Sleep is not the absence of wakefulness. In sleep, your brain is active state of mind that has an impact on your learning, your memory, and your immune system. You require 7 to 9 hours of sleep. And when you're sleeping, your pituitary gland, which lies just below your brain, surges its production of what? Your growth hormone, which builds your muscles, your bones, and helps in fat metabolism. Now, if you believe in the old saying, I'll sleep when I'm dead, then you will sleep for good a lot earlier. Then avoiding risky substances, everybody knows. But just 2 days back, I came across a research. Previously, they said 2 drinks for a man and 1 drink for a woman. Oh, it raises your HDL. It is good for this, good for that. You should be having a glass of wine. All total nonsense, hogwash. If you are drinking for health reasons, don't do it. There is no healthy benefits of drinking. Even 1 drink per day for women, they've proved it now causes cancer of the breast. So alcohol is a no-no. Now, if you are, say, cheering, or you're going for a wedding, and you're taking a glass of champagne and taking a sip, then I'm not being judgmental. That's your prerogative. You do that. But if you're taking for health reason, just forget it. And finally, robust social relationships. What does it mean? Look at the blue zones. We have one in Loma Linda. What are these blue zones? Where they work together without being judgmental. They help each other. They're constantly moving. They eat only up to 75%, never when they're totally full. And they sleep. The only time they're not up and about is when they're asleep. And here I would like to tell you about one famous person who died recently from India. He was Fauja Singh. Fauja Singh was told when he was 90, he died at the age of 113. He was the oldest man living, and apparently, poor guy died of an accident. But this Fauja Singh was asked once for an interview and said, "Where would you like it? In your bedroom, in your sitting room?" He says, "No, I will be up and about. You want to follow me and take my interview? Well and good. Otherwise, no." He had sort of bones of a 35-year-old, and he did not drink a single glass of milk because he said that mucus irritates him. He lived on lentils and cabbage, and 113 years old. Okay, we are now coming to, what do you tell people? Well, I told you about the plate. Tell them it is life and not food. Start being a flexitarian. That means cut back on meat, eggs, and dairy when you're talking to people. Give up dairy, and then, because that is immediate results, or less distension, burping, and all that. Meat and eggs, gradually cut down meat and eggs. Follow up with 1 plant-based meal per day, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Take small steps if you have to. You can go cold turkey, more power to you. But I went small steps. I first gave up dairy, then I gave up meat, then I gave up eggs, then I became a vegan, then I became a junk food vegan, and finally I turned into a whole food plant-based vegan. And so then explore global plant-based cuisines. There's so much on the internet right now. You have Chef AJ, you have my shows, which I have done on Shop and Cook with the Doc. And I'm not a gourmet cook, but I've done simple dishes that is on YouTube. And if you go on my web page, you can get this all free. I'm not monetizing anything. So without a drop of oil, in fact, with Bev and Don and Bev, I think they're in the audience today, and Sedona has asked us. So my wife is going to do in August an Indian kind of a meal, which was soy minced meat. So that is what she and I are doing to help people around. Stock your kitchen. You can stock it with your freezer, with your berries and your frozen berries and your nuts and your whole grains and you can just stock up the whole thing. But the important thing is to learn how to read food labels. You see, If you see something in the food label which you cannot pronounce, don't buy it. Number one. Look at how many servings. It may say saturated fat 3 grams, but it'll be 10 servings. So you're taking 30 grams in a very small bottle. So the whole idea is to read. Do not pick up anything that is added sugar, and do not read added sugars. Ignore the front of the package. Healthy, natural, low fat can be totally misleading. The real truth is at the back. Keep the sodium 120 milligrams per serving. Avoid foods, again, as I said, with high salt and high sugar. So here is my slide on can. Is such a thing? Can Alzheimer's disease be reversed with a plant-based diet? And the answer is, you see, we have seen Dr. Dean Ornish was the first to show in randomized controlled trial that a plant-based diet and lifestyle program could apparently reverse the progression of heart disease and even reverse it. He used the same diet for early prostate cancer and found that he could reduce that too. Then he used the same diet for same whole food plant-based diet to elongate the telomeres. Now, think about it. There is an Alzheimer's gene. It is apoprotein E4, as you can see over here. And this gene is very high in Nigerians for Alzheimer's genes, but they have the lowest Alzheimer's. Why? They can't afford meat, eggs, and dairy. Their frugal diet is helping them to avoid Alzheimer's disease. And then you had a randomized controlled studies were done in patients, and they were followed up for 5 months. And actually what happened was that their healthy neurons, which are the healthy neurons over here, in what happens in Alzheimer's, this is what happens to your disease neurons, and then the plaque builds up over here. Well, they were shown with this whole food plant-based diet in comparison with all the newer medications that have come up in Alzheimer's. And what they found was in 5 months, there was improvement in this group that had whole food plant-based diet. There were people who could not walk up to the mailbox to get the letter, could now walk a mile. This is the importance of this whole food plant-based diet that I talk about. And finally, there is a ripple effect. The ripple effect is healing the planet. So how are we healing the planet? We are, in a way, deforestation for animal agriculture. It causes carbon dioxide, it absorbs sunshine, heats up the glaciers, melting of the glaciers increases your sea level and danger to the low-lying cities. Supporting animal welfare. And then animal agriculture produces methane, a potent greenhouse gas, which other speakers have talked about. It pollutes our water sources. Number 2, supporting animal welfare. Human slaughter is still slaughter. No matter how humanely you bring up an animal and kill it, there is no moral justification in taking another species' life. Philosopher Pythagoras, if you heard of him, warned, as long as man eats meat, it will kill each other. Violence towards animals fosters violence within humanity. Just think about it. See what is going around the world. See how many wars are there. And then finally, lowering healthcare costs. The US spends 4.5 trillion, not billion, trillion on healthcare each year. 90% of this costs are due to chronic diseases. That's over 4 trillion per year. Breakdown, heart disease 400 billion, obesity 170 billion, dementia 345 billion. Most of these diseases are preventable by lifestyle changes, which we talked about. So by focusing on plant-based nutrition and lifestyle medicine, we can reduce not just human suffering, but also the financial burden on families, employers, and the healthcare system. Thank you very much. I appreciate. I will stop sharing and take questions.
Wow. Thank you so much. I tell you what, that was so moving and informative. I'm moved because I know so many people can be helped by what, if we just heed what you say. Thank you. Now, we are really out of time unless Diane can let us take one question.
Sure. Yeah, that would be fine.
That would be fine. Okay, so I believe Danny has a question from the chat.
Okay, let's see. Well, Brittany has many, but let me just see.
Just pick one.
Pick one. Isn't kefir, kombucha, Rejulivac or Velac, etc., unhealthy, even sourdough, because these generate alcohol even in the body?
Yeah, I don't really know about this turning alcohol in the body, but I believe that anything that is your kombucha or your non-dairy yogurts and all that can be helpful because this is living bacteria. So that living bacteria is always fermented foods like this can help. Like for example, sourdough, or not sourdough, I mean the sauerkraut, the cabbage, or the kimchi. That, in my opinion, does a lot of good to your gut bacteria. I will have to look into it if it turns into alcohol in the body. I doubt it.
All right, thank you. Well, with so many, I just hate to cut them off. If you
Go
have,
ahead. I don't mind taking every question. It
all
can be
right,
12 midnight. I
Diane.
have no problems.
Well, I tell you what, we have a lot of people here that need to hear from you. So, Danny, why don't you read another question?
Okay, this one comes from Michael. What are the most convincing pieces to tell someone who is about to start a carnivore diet or high-fat keto diet from your perspective?
Well, from my perspective, I would tell them the harmful effects of meat that we talked about, dairy that we talked about, and I forgot to tell you that even dairy, it is produced how? Because the cows are injected constantly by estrogen. So these estrogens that are coming out in the milk has been 100% proved regarding prostate cancer. And there is now evidence of breast cancers and other cancers. Plus, you are taking so much of antibiotics because antibiotics produced in this country is very minuscule for human beings compared to what it is for animals. The same thing in animal farming. When we cut down trees, it's for animal farming, not for our crops. So I would first of all tell them what meat does, the carnitine, what it does when your good bacteria turn it into that TMAO, or when you heat up high, what it does with amines and then causes carcinogenics to come out. And I would say that look at the people that have had this and have died because the immediate result is not when you are taking this. The result, the effect of this happens when you are in your 50s, 40s, 60s. So why take the risk? You are taking a colossal risk by thinking that medical science will save you. I thought too. So I did not follow a single diet. I ate badly. I worked nonstop. And I was not even knowing at that time my LP little a was high. And that is one thing before I will tell everyone, please, please go and get your LP little a done. So I don't think that anybody who is going on this diet, my own nephew was going and I stopped him by saying that, look, you may lose weight right now, but then don't come and get yours. So he got his stress test done at the age of 42, and it was positive because he was last 10 years on this diet.
Dr. Ter, did you say LP?
Little a.
Little a, LP little a. And our physicians will know what that is.
Yes, if they don't know, tell them to call me.
Okay, okay. We will find out. And would you say your website again?
I asked my cardiologist to do it on me. To do my LP little a, which was rocket high, which was sky high. Mm-hmm. And my website is Akil, A-K-I-L, Taher, Taher.com. And there you have, I do every Friday, once a month, talk with the doc. I have started those who are in Atlanta. Those who are in Atlanta can come with me every second Saturday of month for a walk with the doc. I've done shop and cook with the doc. And here is somebody who is writing my script about my open heart book. So let's see if that works out in the near future. And that is what I'm doing right now. My plate is full.
Wow.
And I work 2 weekends in a month, more than 2 weekends in a month, at my clinics.
Wow, fantastic. And Diane, if you're not in a rush, then we'll do another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Okay, Brittany, I think you had another question, Danny, from Brittany.
Yeah. Let me just back up a little bit. Okay, what is the difference between nitric acid in plants and nitrates added as a preservative in animal products?
Yeah, nitrates which are added in animal products turn into carcinogens, while nitric oxide is what you get from your fruits and your vegetables and your plant-based foods. That increases the nitric oxide, which are there, which increases the nitric oxide in your bloodstream, in your endothelial cells that produces nitric oxide. Nitrates are when you heat something also very high, amines and nitrates of form that can be carcinogenic.
Thank you so much. Well, this has been incredible. The whole conference has, and what a wonderful keynote way to end the program. So thank you again so much.
I'm so sorry that my things did not work. It was my apologies to everyone.
Well, we could read them, so it was just great. Thank you. Oh my goodness, now somebody has raised their hand. Let's see. Well, let's see if we have time for Ida to come on. Thank you for your patience, everyone. But I know that we've really enjoyed your talk, and these sometimes people really need to ask a question. So thank you. Ida, go ahead.
I think I disconnected myself, or
we can hear you, so go ahead.
I can't see you, but so my question is whether you might have advice, like career advice for somebody. I did an MD, University of Minnesota in 1989, and I went straight into health policy and activism around a national health program. And because I never did an internship or residency, I've never been able to do anything clinical. I don't have a license, and I'm 63 now. And I was looking into going back to do like, could I still do an internship now and do something in, lifestyle medicine? Because I'm very interested in climate and the plant-based nutrition movement and so forth. And so I was wondering if there might be an opportunity to like consult with you for 15 minutes sometime about like a pathway forward where I could do, I mean, there's always, policy and advocacy, but if I wanted to do something that was more, clinical and preventive medicine, I'm really limited by not having done the internship. So I wanted to see if I could ask you about that.
Yeah, you're most welcome. I have no problems. You can text me. My number is easily available. There, you have my number, right? In the,
I'm sorry you can't see the video. I'd like to show you my face.
I can
How
see.
do
I think
video
y'all-
settings.
I think y'all will be
Oh,
able to
there
get
I
in
am.
touch. Yeah, we'll be able to get you in touch with him.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
thank
No
you
problem.
so much. I really, it's
problem.
just you're very inspiring talk. I learned so much. I just want to be your intern. So
It is a pleasure always having people that relate with each other. And this is a group. This is a group. We have to keep on thinking that we are all in this together, and we got to change. Hi, Dawn. How are you?
Okay.
The last I made a mess of the slides was when I talked with you guys.
You did not. No, well, you did wonderfully.
I am always so handicapped with my the right side of my brain, So, but anyway, lovely meeting you guys.
Thank you.
Daphne, my wife will do that cooking show with you all soon.
Yes, that's why we popped on. We
We
just
popped
wanted
on.
to let folks know if they'd like to attend the cooking show with your wife, which is coming up on Thursday, August 7th. We've put the link in the chat, and I don't know if that can be shared, Rebecca, or not, but
Yeah.
all you have to do is click that link and sign up. There's no cost. It's August 7th. It's at noon Pacific time, 3 o'clock Eastern.
And
Already put it in the chat.
Fantastic.
And
Thank
I am the sous chef.
Oh,
yeah, she's the expert on this. That's what I
Oh,
understand.
she's stealing all my thunder.
We can't wait.
Thank you so much. Now I'm going to bring up, thank you again so much, Dr. Tare. We really appreciate it. As you can tell, there's a lot of enthusiasm.
I wish we had more time, and I was wondering why. Why was that group talk was before this thing? If we had kept my talk before and end with the thing, but I was just wondering why. Maybe
Wow, that's
reasons.
yeah, that's a good idea. Because next time we'll know when you speak, we need time for lots of questions and answers. People like to talk to a physician, and you're a good one. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate everybody from my heart, my open heart book to your heart. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. That was wonderful, extremely valuable information, and to all the speakers and participants and the Climate Healers team for this VCOP 22, 1,000 heartfelt thank yous to you. Please join us every Monday for updates and conversation at Movement Monday. You can find that on the Climate Healers website under For You calendar. A team member will post that. And we will stay on for 20 minutes afterwards, after the final closing, so that if some people want to talk, and who knows, there may be some more questions. All right, thank you very much. And now it's time for the Interfaith Vegan Coalition with Diane Waltner.
Well, thank you so much. Wow, this has just been an amazing event. I learned so much and I'm so inspired. Even though I didn't get to see everything, I do look forward to watching the replays. And I just want to send so much thanks to Silesh and everybody involved in organizing and planning this, all the speakers and everybody who's been in attendance. It's just been amazing. So thank you all so much. And as we come to the close of this sacred gathering, I invite you to find a comfortable position, perhaps placing one hand gently over your heart, and if you wish, closing your eyes. Let's take a deep, conscious breath in together and slowly exhale. Again, breathing in compassion and breathing out any tension. We've shown up in this space, not only with our minds, but with our hearts. We've come with open hands and open eyes, willing to see the suffering, to name the harm, to imagine something more beautiful. We are living in a time of great urgency and great possibility. The earth is calling, the animals are calling, and within each of us, our spirits are stirring with the truth that another world is possible, planet B. And it begins not with massive systems alone, but with individual awakenings that ripple outward and transform the collective. Even the quietest acts of compassion ripple far beyond what we can see. Activism is holy work. It is also hard work. It's no small calling. It asks much of us, our energy, our courage, our vulnerability. It can drain you. It can isolate you. It can leave you wondering if you're making a difference at all. So for these few minutes, let go of the urgency, let go of the pressure. Let yourself be, held in compassion, bathed in stillness. Let this space be a sanctuary, a breathing room, a sacred pause between all the doing. We are not alone in this work, not today, not ever. Feel the presence of those around you in this virtual space, those who carry similar longings, who walk similar paths. Feel the energy of the animals who bless this planet with their beingness, and the earth herself beneath you, steady, wounded, wise. Now, again, place your attention gently on your breath. Inhale, I receive courage. Exhale, I release fear. Inhale, I receive love. Exhale, I give love. Let this breath be your anchor when the work gets heavy. Let this moment remind us we are a part of a great unfolding. And now, as we prepare to return to the world, renewed, reconnected, and re-inspired, let us go forth, rooted in compassion, guided by love, and sustained by the spirit that flows through all beings. May we carry this truth with us in our hearts, in our actions, and in our rest. May we continue to speak for those whose voices are seldom heard, protect the vulnerable, and live in harmony with all life. Thank you all for your presence, your passion, and your partnership in healing our world. May peace be with all of us and with all beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. And now, after that beautiful closing, some people will want to take that piece with them onto the next thing that they do. And some will want to come on and say hello, and say bye, and say thank you. So feel free to do that.